those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
Now get
problem.
out of my way.
Planet Save, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
Now get out
problem.
of my way.
Hello? Hello! Hello! How is everybody doing? We are up and running on all the platforms. Let me know if this mic... Every time I move this mic around, I'm worried it's starting to static. I'm sure you guys will let me know, but holler at me if it's starting to static. Oh, Botrix is not connected. It says it has. But we got Psych. We got Ray. Ray, how's it going? Good to see you. Alex, hello. Psych, hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. Let me try and figure out what's going on with this chat here.
On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation.
What's strange is it seems to be connected, but not showing up. There it is. Hey, there it is. We got it running. Beautiful.
On intimidation.
Alrighty. It's been a couple days.
On infiltration.
Let's go ahead and jump on into it here.
On subversion. On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of elections. On intimidation.
Adam, hello. Early again. A lot of people early again today. You guys are wild, I tell you what.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of elections. On intimidation.
Okay.
On
Let's jump on into it here.
instead
Those
of
will be
invasion.
coming in for
On
a
subversion
little bit.
instead of elections.
Oh, I'm early again. Yeah, this is actually typically when we were starting our live streams, right when Dune was starting, but we're kind of all over the place with our schedule, to be honest. I still haven't even locked in like a technical streaming schedule, you know what I'm saying? We're just kind of jumping in, and when we jump in and play, we're gonna run it live, and this is typically when we've been jumping on to play. So alrighty, I don't remember exactly what I was doing. I know that I was... What was I doing? Oh, you know what we need to do? Forget about what I was doing. What we need to do is slap some repairs down and craft a couple of full suspensor belts. That's what we need to do. Something feels off. Like, something just does not feel right with what I'm doing here with my setup. Feels weird. How many belts do I normally use a day? About 3. We'll probably burn through 3. if there's a lot of flying around with the ancient way and we're like really getting into some trouble, we'll maybe burn through like 5. But typically 3 will cover me, maybe even for like 2 days. It just depends on how much trouble we're getting into. The repairs are actually what's getting to me. We might be... Like, something's weird right now. Is this like not at the right height? Is that too far in? Am I standing backwards? Like, it feels weird. Something feels wrong. Tanit! Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. You know, it might have to do with, I could very well, is there like some sort of skill that possibly would reduce it? Chances are I'm not using it. I don't know, man. The more I look at this skill tree, the more annoying it is. Wasn't it the Mentat that has the... Yeah, it's the tailoring. So honestly, that shouldn't even be working unless... And I don't even have this on either. I don't know. If you're burning through a bunch of them, that's a bit confusing. Are you using the full suspensor belt or like a lower tier of the type of suspensor belt? But I guess, like, I have to repair them. I'm talking, like, a full loss of a suspensor belt to where it turns to swapping out for fresh. No. I'm not doing the Mentat quest line anytime soon. I am not doing that Mentat quest line anytime soon. No, no. Yep, durability is gonna end up biting me in the ass, but we won. Of course we won. Of course we won. Atreides is the... Come on, you guys. I told you we weren't gonna get it. And I'm just so fucking bummed out, dude. I was just getting ready to say we might have to rework what we're doing with our gear set anyways, because we might have full loot coming in. But no, these guys are chicken shit, and they can't... Even when they have a bunch of numbers, like Dirty Mike was saying, they just get stomped on out there. I don't know what they're doing, man. They're so scared. They could have fought us off so much harder when we took their carrier ornithopter, but they took a little damage on their scouts and then ran. Psych, I just can't be asked to do quests. I hate doing quests so bad. That's the main thing that's stopped preventing me from re-rolling a character on a new server. I just do not want to do quests. But I'm actually kind of like getting to that point where we may possibly re-roll on another server, and if we do, I think that's going to end up being the first thing we do is the quests. See, we had a terrible vote. Like, these are terrible things to vote for. This, in honor of the fallen, will never ever get chosen. They need to combine the melee and the range damage increase. Otherwise, that's just never going to get voted in. If you're on a server that's voted this in, honestly, what the hell are you doing? And then exclusive tool import rights. I think there was like actually 1 or maybe even 2 things that were interesting on this, but full loot PvP. I mean, come on, man. Let's shake things up for a week, huh? Let's get a little wild, shall we? Come on. No, of course not. This Atreides team is just scared, bro. They're scared. I was trying to yell at Dirty Mike. They needed to get it done. But they didn't get it done, did they? That's brutal, Alex. Your big Harkonnen base neighbor lights finally went out. You're the last in your section of the map. And I feel like even on the populated servers, that's going to end up happening sooner rather than later. We'll see what happens with come like October or whatever. Everybody just went out there naked, huh? Wow. Bunch of raggers. Well, that would have made my life incredibly easy, because instead of going out there naked, what they should have done. This is why I want full loot PvP, because then we can actually craft like a PvP set that I'm willing to take out there and lose, and maybe try and like get some come ups on. You know what I'm saying? Like we roll out there with like a mixture of some mercenary scout and mercenary heavy, and then we like maybe slap down, just to be risky, like hopefully like some sort of reusable like tier 6 blade or some shit. It doesn't even look like I have any like reusable weapon schematics here, so I probably end up getting screwed and have to put something out like, what's this do? I hit left alt, so show me the stats. Oh my gosh, 54 damage, that won't do. 115, yeah, so we'd have to pull out the tier 6 weapons. Boom, boom, boom. It's like, man, someday. We'll get it someday, you guys. It'll happen someday. Not on this server, it won't. Not unless Harkonnen wins. And if Harkonnen wins on this server and pushes full loot, bro, Atreides probably will just quit. They'll get the whole Atreides faction to just quit, bro. I bet, Psych, actually, a week seeing that I probably would pocket my ancient way. That's not coming out with me. I might take out like the regular rocket, but even then, man, those are hard to hit. Those are hard to land shots on. Oh, speaking of waiting for boxes and stuff to raid, we kind of like kept flying around yesterday looking for bases a little bit, and more so we just kept, I did a bunch of yard work. What's today? Yeah, I did a bunch, it's still Sunday, so I did a bunch of yard work yesterday. And like I was bouncing in and out of doing the yard work, checking some of those decayed bases that we were looking at yesterday. For example, like that big base that was decaying with the like the 10 giant chests that were in there, and the large spice refinery and whatnot. And we ended up, this is everything that we pulled out of all of the different bases that we did end up raiding inside of the Haga Basin. I use the term raiding loosely, but we didn't run into any cheater bases, just a bunch of abandoned, decaying bases, which is boring as hell. Oh, the unique one. Let's see what sort of dirt. Oh, I didn't even think about that. You're right. I'm an idiot, dude. I didn't even think about that. I'm checking my tier 6 unique schematics, and a better thing to do for the PvP would be to ride these tier 5 unique schematics. You're right. I maybe got lucky that we didn't vote it in this week, because I clearly, as you can see, have not been grinding out the tier 5 unique schematics. So, damn, bro. Damn. That's easy then, Psych. That's funny. That's crazy that people would do that. That's crazy that people would actually just go out naked instead of even putting on just like a cheap duraluminum armor set as well. But that would kind of be the point of the full loot PvP. It forces the PvPers to be a little bit more cautious of exactly what they're picking, bringing out. Did I ever grab the suspensor belts? No, I did not. How many days until the Coriolis hits? I need to get out to the deep desert so we can check that. Ah, bro, I'm so glad I checked this. I don't even know what. I knew I was crafting something in that medium chemical refinery other than the stravidium fiber that I wanted to take out to the deep desert, but I didn't know what. And I got lucky that I found it in the first chest. Freaking huge. Good thing about dungeons is Solari and infused aluminum is good enough if you fight. This is what the devs wanted for solo players. If a full loot PvP came out, I think you're 100% right. And even in the PvP, you can ride out there in, you know, some duraluminum uniques, and yeah, you could keep up. I mean, there is a gap. There's definitely a gap between the tier 5 and tier 6, but yeah, you're right. I don't know about full loot all the time. I don't really agree with forcing the PvE players into full loot. I think the better system is to force people who want to flag up into full loot. It's that easy, bro. And if you don't want to be that punishing to the people who want to flag up, you can, like I keep saying, just let them protect 3 items, so that way they could potentially go out there with 3 unique. They could take their ancient way out there and not be too worried about dying and losing it, you know what I mean? Give them 3 items that they could protect, whatever. Even full loot, as just for somebody who flags up, to me just makes sense. He had like 10 big medium boxes. It's so funny that the medium chests are called. Hey, watch where you're parking, man. My God. You know, every time, those guys have to listen to me coming through my headset, bro, and I have no idea what my mic sounds like coming through my headset. It sounds like shit. I would like tend to agree with you, Psych, but the PvP's not really that balanced in this game either. Like Tanit brings up, 2v1 just immediately just like chokeholds everything in, let alone like 3 or more versus 1. Like a 2 versus 1 you can maybe juggle around, but just 4 versus 1 isn't gonna happen. Not realistically. Even when we were trying to juggle around that 4v1 that one day on that island, the most we could have done was gotten lucky and dragged one of them away at a time and had one of them chase me at a time. So the PvP is just not balanced enough anyways. Does it make more sense to have me over here? Should we be like right here? I don't know. Like, imagine rolling out there full loot all the time, and then some asshole in his ornithopter has some lock-on rockets with his cheats and just slaps you down in 2 shots. You're 100% right. There needs to be the risk versus reward. Even I love PvP, but even I kind of like shy away from full loot all the time. Like I said, I like the RuneScape system of the protect item prayer, or the see in RuneScape it's to where if you go into the PvP zone, you do lose all of your items except for if you're unskulled, you get to keep 3. So like I think that might be, if we went like full RuneScape PvP, that might be a bit of a compromise. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you roll out here as a PvE player, you only get to keep 3 of your items, but the second you skull up on somebody, in quotes, you're now at risk of losing all of your items. PvE players already literally won't jump into PvE now, currently in the system that it is. Sorry, PvE players will refuse to jump into PvP in the system that it currently is, and basically all they're at risk of losing is the tiniest bit of durability on their gear. Like a itty-bitty tiny little bit of durability loss on their gear, and their ornithopter if they can't manage to pocket their ornithopter. Which, yeah, you can definitely get into a situation or two where you can't pocket your ornithopter, but it's also, like, not the hardest thing in the world to get down on the ground and put your ornithopter into the pocket, you know? Assault ornithopter, you're kind of screwed on, but... Here we go. I don't know if my power is still on. I don't know what shape we left this base in. Yep, it's on. I'm a genius. I knew it would be on. I knew it. I didn't doubt it for not even 1 second.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of
When you
election.
drop your vehicle backup tool, it doesn't drop your ornithopter. Darkborn coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. When you drop your vehicle backup tool, you don't lose your ornithopter. You could just pull... You could either craft another vehicle backup tool or pull any... Every day I have to deal with these loud-ass neighbors who come just slowly cruising by with their loud ornithopters. I've had enough. You could just craft another vehicle backup tool or pull one out of like a storage where you crafted it, and it's stored on that. It's like a universal storage type thing. Pleasureful. How did you raid Hagabe's in... Bases? Are things damageable when the power goes out? No. No, they're not. That's not in the title today, is it? Are we talking about the last stream? The last stream, we were checking the bases inside of the Haga Basin to see if their power... No, sorry. To see if their sub-fief got deleted because they were a cheater that got banned. When Funcom bans cheaters, from what we understand, they delete the cheaters' sub-fief, essentially opening up that entire base. We didn't run into a single one that stream, but this server is dead AF. Like, it's not super dead, okay? It's got somewhat of a population on it. But it just seems that not much of the population actually stuck their foot in their mouths and got into the cheating. Or maybe, like, I forget who was bringing... I think Evil Box was bringing up that potentially they do the bans like server to server to server, which I'm not convinced of, but it's a possibility. I don't know. There's a lot of things up in the air. But essentially, we were looking for bases in the Haga Basin that had 0 sub-fief. No, we didn't find not a single cheater base. We found a couple of, like, massive bases that were practically fully decayed. We figured out for certain that if you are in the vicinity of... We figured out for certain that if a chest like this, or like this, decays, that the items do, in fact, drop on the ground. We did figure that out. But yeah, no, we didn't run into any cheater bases. We didn't check every single siege, and I'm sure we didn't check every single base, but, like, that process is painstaking. It really is. It's a painstaking process. It's always the water. Fucking shouldn't have quick deposited, because don't know what I just dumped in here. Great. Very interesting. Yeah, I think it's like something that's... So the first day that we went running around looking for it, I'm pretty sure we ran into what was a cheater base that had the sub-fief taken out of it. But it's hard to guarantee in anything. It's hard to guarantee that that's happening because there's like 7 variables. There's like 7 different reasonings that could be happening, and I can't literally, like, prove it, you know what I'm saying? The good old blind quick deposit. Yeah, something's in here. I'm gonna be flying around. Look, it's probably this. My welding torch we probably need, like this wire. I don't know why that got dumped in. I quick deposited all this crap, and now we're in trouble here. Looks good though. Suspensor belts. I need the boom boom, but they're not. Oh, right here. Boom boom. Droid! Good old blind quick deposit. How many power need this body thing? J-Wolf, yo, how's it going? You can't make it work when I turn on. All your base goes down for energy. So, oh, check it out. I get what you're saying now. If you're using the advanced Fremen Death still, I believe it's 350 power apiece. Yeah, it's 350 power per advanced Fremen Death still. And yeah, you can go over to your sub-fief right here. If you go into your general settings of your sub-fief, you can see how much total power you have and how much you're currently consuming. So right now I could put up 1 more advanced Fremen Death still, but if I put up 2, I'd be using too much power. Okay, well, I should have just dumped all of that fuel in there, so that tells me that it wasn't the big fuel that we needed to replace. It was the itty-bitty baby fuel. Did I have much luck after the ban wave? No, Shy Bear. There's just not a big enough population on this server, I don't think. Granted, I didn't check every single spot, but I just don't think that there's big enough population on this server to, like... Because on Harmony even, we had somebody in the chat saying that they found several like back to back to back to back almost, and then somebody else came in and they were like, yeah, they were on Harmony as well, and they weren't able to find any. So it's like, I don't know, a bit hit and miss. It's hard to tell exactly what's even like happening for certain. This is the most fiber I've seen on a deep desert island ever. I don't even need the fiber. I need some energy cells, but we'll take it. Why, thank you. Yeah, and my assumption is like the only way you can realistically even predict as to like what happened to the sub fief, whether the person deleted the sub fief or whether it got deleted because they got banned, is kind of dependent on what you find inside of their base. You know what I mean? Like you know, you find a base with no sub fief, but 2 buggies and an assault ornithopter and like a storage full of even up to like duraluminum. You might very well be looking at the base of somebody who got banned for some sort of cheat or bug abuse or something, right? But then you find a base that doesn't have a whole lot in it, no vehicles, and looks more so like it got cleared out. It's like, why am I not turning, bro? Like, turn in air, bud. There we go. Psych, that's kind of my concern as well. Is the second that you swap servers, the the server transfer will come out. That would suck. Another concern of mine is like, you know, you jump to what is now a populated server, but by the time you level up, it's like the server dies off. There's also like there's a lot coming and happening, you know, in the next, I mean, like we're rolling into August and we got some new games coming out, surely, don't we? Like, I haven't been able to look into it, bro, but surely we got, I know I'm looking forward to Borderlands 4. We got the Outer Wilds 2, that Clockwork Revolution game, RuneScape Leagues, old school RuneScape Deadman mode. So it's like my end of year is like jam packed as well. So do I really want to juggle 2 characters? Because it very well might turn into a situation here where in a month or 2 we are transitioning out of like Dune Awakening entirely for a month or 2. You know what I'm saying? Jumping into Borderlands for like a month or 2, jumping into, obviously we're going to play the shit out of RuneScape Leagues, and then Deadman mode, old school RuneScape Deadman mode, I'm super pumped up for. But even into the lead up into old school RuneScape Deadman mode, we're going to have to jump back into that game and start running some LMS, bro, so we can practice our tri-bridding, dude, because my tri-bridding is ass, bro. It's not good. What durability glitches? Cause take a look at this. These Storm Rider boost modules, MK6, Shy Bear, I've been using the hell out of these, but look at the durability on them. Last night when I was, like I said, I was doing yard work yesterday, so I would come in, so the storms were rolling through the Haga Basin every hour on the hour. So just about every hour I would come in and I would spend about like 10 to 12 minutes rolling around those 3 bases that were decaying that I had marked to see if we had anything drop, right? And finally, at the big base that had the medium plus stone chest, they're called medium chests, but they're the biggest chest in the game. Finally, it had one of those break, and I put on my storage And then when I put on my storage, I obviously had to take my boost off, and then I filled up my storage with the thing, and I went back to my base, and I emptied my inventory into a chest in my base, and then I went back out, and I took my storage off and tried to put my boost on, but didn't have my boost in my inventory. So I just was like, whatever, and I went back out with my storage to the place, filled up a storage again, and came back, checked the inventory, and lo and behold, here are these boost riders. So that's why I'm like, what durability glitch? Because I sure as hell didn't trigger this on purpose, but this thing is now at full. And now I'm questioning, was this did I have 2 of these modules? Because I'm pretty sure I've had a couple of these. Yeah, I have a couple of these. So is it possible that I accidentally dropped the one that was almost broken and then picked one up that is full? Maybe, but it also, to me, the way it played out as I was playing seemed like it was one of the durability glitches, but how it got triggered, I don't even know. One base, you can access to all of the tools, but you can't open the loot. Okay, so Whispering Horizon, that what happened there is, what happened there is the person opened up all of the tools to the public. So I can go into any of these. And set it as open to the public. Like, I could make it to where somebody wanted to use this death still here to public, and then anybody could come and use that death still, right? Same thing goes with subfief. Somebody could go into their subfief and make their subfief public, and what that would do is it would like allow you, it would make it to where when you had your building tool out and you were looking for the yellow box, it would make the yellow box green. But then chests and stuff inside of the base would still be, you still wouldn't be able to get into them. Which is why I'm saying there's so many variables when we're out there in the Haga Basin looking for these bases that it's hard to necessarily say what is what. And the best way to try and even make an educated guess is to look at like what sort of loot that you're pulling out of it. But yesterday we didn't even have the opportunity. We didn't even run into a single one. Was that yesterday? No. A couple days ago. Have I thought about playing Expedition 33? It's a turn-based RPG for real? Have I thought about it? No, not until now. I like turn-based games, though. I do. I can get down on a turn-based game. But I'm saying with this boost module, I don't know how or why, but it seemed to have repaired its damn self. I'm not surprised, Shy Bear. The devs seemed to not take it too seriously. Because somebody else was bringing up that that point as well. They said they were somebody who was a part of the early dev testing and early feedback or whatever with the game, whatever. And that they told them about the chest camping problem that would develop inside of the deep desert, and apparently their response was like, no, it won't work out that way, even though that's exactly how it ended up working out, you know what I mean?
On intimidation.
Alien coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. How long has Expedition 33 been out? A few months. Man, that one just flew way under my radar, didn't it? Way under my radar. Damn. Dirty Mike, Dirty Mike, Dirty Mike. Looks like we got some fools flying around. Are they farming anywhere? Let's go look for some bases. It's been a couple days since we've been out here. Let's go see what's popping. This thing is beat to shit, you guys. This thing is beat up. You know, realistically, here's what we're gonna do. Because realistically, I'll tell you one thing we're not gonna do with that scout ornithopter. We are not gonna go fire rockets at anybody anytime soon, because that's a fight that is just gonna turn into an immediate drop. Pleasureful, Expedition 33 is amazing, can confirm. Shy Bear, that's what's crazy to me is that, I don't know if you're talking about like the streamers having no response or if you're talking about like the devs having no response. But, that whole situation is actually what's wild to me, bro, and I'm surprised that they were able to nip it in the butt before it became widespread. I don't even know what was happening, but these hackers were like dicking with the permissions of the game and actually jumping in and full on taking people's ornithopters, and it went even deeper. It went even deeper than what you're saying with glitching into the bases. Like, people were dead ass taking over sub fiefs. I thought it was going to be Pal World 2.0, bro. I did. For like 3 days, I kept saying on stream, I was like, if they don't nip this in the butt, bro, it's going to be Pal World all over again, man. These online servers are about to go melting down. That's going to be yet another year, Alex, that I probably end up not playing Game of the Year. I haven't played the Game of the Year like 3 years in a row now. Fucking slacking, man. Like, we missed out on Elden Ring. Haven't played that at all. I forget what the next Game of the Year was. Wasn't it some dumb Astrobot? What was the real Game of the Year last year? It was Astrobot. What came in second? Yeah, Black Myth, Wukong. Didn't play that. Forgot what we were doing for a second. You know, something we were able to do because of all of the frickin' Solari we kept finding in those abandoned bases, I was finally able to go pick up most of the Harkonnen sets. So in this upcoming deep desert, we might be exposing the little cheeky base you got going on there, Kant. I've held off on making the video mainly because I'm lazy and I've had no time. I've had no time. But we very well might be exposing that cheeky little hole you're hiding in. Thankfully, the amount of exposing that comes from me exposing something is just a drop in the bucket, so we'll be fine. It'll be fine. Honestly, I couldn't help you there, J Wolf. I would just come up with something stupid. Like if I was in a solo guild, I'd probably put something like Han Solo or something dumb. Something dumb. Solomon. Solomon. What's the strat? Find a base and then wait for a storm? No, that's not the strat, Venomous. The strat is to find a base, peg it with a respawn beacon, and then continue searching for bases. The only time I end up and anybody should end up like camping at a base waiting for a storm is if the base is like mega juice, or if you see somebody like actively trying to take stuff out of the base. There's been a couple times we've rolled up on people actively trying to take something out of the base, at which point it's like, if I don't stay at this base, they're gonna come back and clear it before I can raid it. Which I guess is a risk that you take leaving a base with just a respawn beacon and coming back to it when a storm hits. That's a risk you take anyways. Because it might just happen that you didn't see them and they were on their way from over there to come clear their base that was there, and then you peg it and go away, and then it's cleared when you get back. But I think it's a waste of time to just kind of sit out of a base. And I think, honestly, the best, as a solo, the best strategy I've had is actually coming out here and farming as well. Like, if I hit up and search all of these islands and I don't find a base, we'll end up slapping a storage on this ornithopter, and then I'll come out and I'll still fly to these far islands looking for bases, but I'm farming when I get to the island. So I'll pull over here and like knock out some stravidium or titanium or whatever is here, and then I'll continue flying around. I didn't either. Trust me, I didn't either. The respawn beacon is only some new strategies we've been pulling off. Only some new strategies we've been pulling off. Was not my idea. Evil Boxman, hello, how are ya? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I don't hear anybody in there. Oh, that's what I meant to check. 1 day, 6 hours, 38 minutes. That's when the Coriolis reaches its apex. Okie dokie. Oh, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I'm not very good at dealing with people in situations like that. So I can only freaking imagine, Evil Boxman. I'd be questioning whether or not any of it's worth selling, or if I should just throw it away to get rid of it, make it easy, just avoid the awkward situation of trying to sell something to somebody. But that's because I am, like, socially awkward as hell. That's like a real millennial answer to that question. Sell it, or just throw it away, bro? Like, I don't know, man. Whew, I don't know. Roll the dice of like some weird public encounter. I don't know, man. Pleasureful, that's a really good way to look at it. I like that thought right there. I like that. You think the PC version of this game is the beta test for the console launch? It's going to have a huge increase in popularity. I think that the console launch will definitely have an uptick in the player base, for sure. Absolutely. I think that nowadays the PC market trumps the console market, but that's just my personal opinion on that. If not, PC's literally not that far behind, so I don't know. I just don't know. But yeah, the console launch will definitely be a big bump in numbers. That's a good point. I don't imagine the console launch coming out until sometime after the very first expansion, though. I don't anticipate it coming out until after the first expansion. I like that. I like the way you worded that, Pleasureful. I appreciate the way you worded that. A lot of console people are like, you can't cheat on consoles means you can't cheat on consoles, and I'm like, you are. What year are you living in, brother? Are you living in the year 2012 still, my friend? Because I'm telling you, consoles have cheats, bro. People cheat on consoles. But yes, it is way easier on PC. Correct. And I'd imagine 100% the servers will be separated, or they will have some that are separated and some that aren't. Huge. I think that's a stretch. Psych. What long-standing franchise would it topple? I don't know what long-standing franchise Dune would be toppling. I can't name a long-standing franchise of like a game that, aside from like GTA, like what the hell's being played on consoles in this, Rust? Like you played have you seen console Rust? Like that's the only thing that comes to my mind. So you're gonna have to like name some examples for me. Dune will have to come out with some substantial content. They'll have to do some substantial content revamps and some substantial content drops for it. Otherwise, the same thing will happen with the console players that happened with the PC players. And realistically, those markets are that's a shared market, which even more so cuts into like the amount of console players that'll be joining. I wouldn't say it would topple. I don't know what the console player numbers are for those games. They're super secretive, or like they obscure or hide like the actual numbers rather compared to Steam, which gives you the hard data, don't they? It's hard to get like the actual console numbers. But I think Dune will actually it'll stand right up there with games like it'll stand right up there with those games. Did you just say console is like 70 times bigger than the PC market? Psych, stop it. PS5 has 77.8 million copies sold. Series X has 32 million sold. So that's like what? Like, let's be generous and give them 125 million because we got to include the Series S. Though this is a combined number. But let's still be generous and give them a combined 125 million. So that means at any given time there could be a concurrent player number of 125 million for console, correct? No, psych. Go watch my Grand Theft Auto 6 video that I made 4 Grand Theft Auto 6 videos talking about why Grand Theft Auto 6, if it comes out as a console exclusive, is going to be fucking leaving shitloads of money on the table. I'm not even gonna like waste a bunch of time arguing this. The console market is bigger than PC, but people vastly exaggerate how much bigger it is than PC. People use numbers from like fucking 2012 and ratios from like 2012 to compare the two markets, which is just absurd, bro. Like, we're living in the year 2025 and the PC market is fucking becoming massive. It is very, very close to overtaking the console market. I would say 5 years and console is going to be the minority share, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, I still to this day am standing on the only reason I'm still not convinced GTA is not going to be on PC day one. It's like we're done having this argument. I don't want to have this argument. But like I'm saying, I'm still not convinced that GTA is not going to be on PC day one, even though they refuse to announce that it's coming on PC day one. And that's just because the amount of money that they would leave on the table. I'm telling you, I've made 4 videos about it. If you want to know my arguments about the whole situation, you can watch those videos. But we need to look for some bases right now. And how much of that market is shared? How many of the PC players also own consoles? You know what I mean? So we get into so many murky waters, but what Pleasureful's saying is kind of on the lines of where my thought process goes. And I think 660 million console players is absurd, bro. And we're talking about you can't add in the fucking PS2 and PS3 and PS4 because those are old genres. So specifically when talking about GTA 6, what are we talking about? PS5 and Xbox Series X and S. We just went over the fact that there is a maximum number of those consoles sold of 125 million. Even if we bump that up to 150 million, literally what Pleasureful just said, there's a PC game, there's the amount of PCs being sold of 1.86 billion. If you even take a tenth of that number and you're sitting at like what, 180 million, which is still more than the consoles. I'm not even gonna accept that argument. Psych, I'm not. That's an absurd argument. It seems like a cope argument from somebody just trying to, like, I don't know, hype up their console or something. You know, I get what you're saying. Yes, the PC, yes. Not all 1.86 billion of those people are playing. I would argue not even 180 million of them. But to even say that the console market is 70 times bigger, which was your original statement, is just batshit crazy. That's a level of crazy I can't even fucking comprehend. If they made everything PC, Xbox, PS4, and 5, this is not going to come out on the Xbox, PS4, or it's going to come out on the PS5. It's not, psych. It's just not. Yeah, the PC version of Conan was the beta for consoles, and consoles failed hard. I don't know what happened with Conan. I didn't follow Conan at all. Is it me, or does this deep desert on this week's map just not have many of these islands right here? We need a lot of big bowl islands, because this is where the people like to hide bases. You might be wrong, but didn't Steam data show that 70% of users are using card as old as the 1080? I'm not sure about that. I'm not even certain what, like, you mean by that. That does kind of play into Sykes' argument about the niche indie games, but even at 1080, I wouldn't know, because I didn't PC game when the 1080s were a thing, you know what I'm saying? I didn't pick it up until a couple years ago. Like Hara were saying, that's what I'm saying. I thought you could, what the fuck, what the hell is that? We found a base. I'm sitting here looking at chat as we just have this, like, massive, this has got to be some stupid, forward operating base put together by, some sort of goofball. What is the back side of that base? And the bottom being granite? Is that granite, or is that a... Oh my god. I can't even tell if this is Atreides now or if it's some sort of, like, other skin. Like, the confusion is so real. I just... Right when you think you're not going to run into any more goofballs on this server, somebody comes and puts something up that just makes you go, what is this goofball doing? What in the hell even is that? What in the hell even is that? What even is this, bro? Oh my gosh, you can, like, almost crack in there. Like, what is going on? Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna peg this. Where are we? Where are we at here? G9. Okay, sure. It's probably the carrier guy again. Droid, you know what? You know what, Droid? God, that would be something the carrier guy would do, isn't it? It really would. You really think, Psych? Oh my gosh, just sneak a rocket down in that wall right next to the generator. Regardless, I shouldn't even have to break anything when the storm hits it other than the generators with that rocket. I'm just... It looks like it's super cleared. It looks like nothing's in there, but just the absurdity of the way the base is laid out just always blows my mind. Some freaking weirdos on this server. Carrier guy? Oh man, you missed it. You missed it. Killed at the loading screen. We were flying by F6 the other day, and this guy is doing something with the carrier that you should never do. He deserved what happened to him, honestly. He was using a carrier to pick up a buggy and then carry that buggy to the Titanium Island, drop the buggy, park the carrier at the Titanium Island, mine with the buggy, and then use the carrier to pick the full buggy back up and take it into the safe zone. Why you would put your carrier at risk when you could just build a goofy looking forward operating base like that and then assemble the buggy inside of the base? Beats me. But we flew over the F6 island to see a carrier parked at the bottom of it. When you started the PC, you had a 1050 Ti? Yeah, see, I didn't start picking up PC until I was... Man, I don't know what card that is, bro. It's an AMD card of some sort. Of the 3000 series, if I'm not mistaken. And when I picked it up, it was like a year old at that point in time. The 4000 series was out. I played a lot of GTA 5 online on the console, but when I jumped over to PC, I didn't feel the need to purchase the game again. Also, the roleplay, to me, kind of seems super weird. Give me a minute. I see your message, but I can't. Darkborn, hi, how are ya? Hope you're doing well. We are on the Do Gap server. The gap that is due. And y'all, it is just me currently. Solo on the server. The only one to exist inside of this deep desert ever at all. I've never seen anybody out here. Except for that asshole Arcadius. Dirty Mike. Shh. The other guy. Sky. I always want to call him Shy because I have Shy Bear in the chat, but it's Sky. Yeah, Captain, even on console, I remember I was playing console and I was on an online server and I just had somebody come and dump a bunch of money on me and I didn't know what was happening. And then I used the money and then I came back and it was like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. And I think I got in trouble for it and they wiped the money and like they wiped my account's progression. And I was like, well, this is bullshit. I didn't do anything. But... that was like early days of GTA Online. There was no role-playing servers, and there was just assholes who didn't know how to complete the heists. Just stupid assholes you tried to party up with who just wouldn't complete the heist because they're shit at the game. Dirty Mike and the boys. Always Dirty Mike and the boys. I like the stories. I like the Grand Theft Auto stories. Online mode's a bit meh. I haven't given the online mode a shot for what it's evolved into today. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm not entirely certain I could get down with role playing. Like, I don't think I'm a role player, right? Like, I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know. Like, my knee-jerk reaction is like, no, I'm not a role play guy, but I don't know. Maybe. Hello. Was that roleplay right there? Did I do a good job? Did I do all right there? I was playing, you know, typical guy, I guess. wasn't much of a character. Hello, I'm convinced. Yeah. Killed at the loading screen gets it. He gets the character and all the nuances. The voice is literally server-wide for real. It cannot be server-wide. Actually, you know, I think back in the day, I remember this distinctly. I think I got caught up in like some early days of roleplay in GTA, or I ran into a group of people on a server who were role-playing. I don't know. It's like weird, right? It sounds like I'm talking about people doing something dirty when we talk about this, right? But they were doing a car meet. I just remember I had a rocket launcher and I was driving around on an online server, and then all of a sudden there was like 8 people all gathered in a parking lot with their cars, talking to each other and whatever. I just rolled up and blew up their cars, bro, and I remember it did not go well. We got our asses chased down. They were screaming and yelling and all sorts of mad. I didn't understand what was even going on. See, killed at the loading screens, I think, is on it. The method shifts. Let's go see if Canned's base is still here. I'll show you guys how hidden this base is. We should have actually checked that island to see if there was a hole. I didn't see any base pop up, but there is a hole on this island here where a base can get super tucked in. I think we're gonna be exposing Canned's base here in a video next week. Jen, what's going on? Good to see ya. I thought it was all roleplay as well too, so I don't know what I don't know what. This is where we found the carrier parked on the ground with a buggy. Insane. His base is still here. You fucking freak, man. You freak. I cannot believe it's lasted this whole time. I don't even know where it's at, dude. I don't even know. I don't even remember. Oh, yeah, here we go. You gotta find the finger. This is how you know how to find this hole, bro. You have to find the finger. The big middle finger to the whole server, because you're getting ready to hide your base in the cheekiest hole that I've ever seen. Where is it, bro? It's dark outside. Where's the hole, man? Was it below the finger? Is it below the finger? Oh, my days, dude. It's on the finger, maybe. Yeah, it's on the finger. It's literally on the finger. Look at this hole, dude. I can't believe... Wait, this is a new base? That's Atreides, isn't it? Hey, man, Canned, I need you here. I need you here, Canned, to confirm. To me, this looks like a new base. Canned had Harkonnen. Canned had a Harkonnen door. Could he have changed it? Sure, he could have changed it. But he had a Harkonnen door. You know, and I think our ceasefire was for the Harkonnen door. This is a different base. You know what I mean? For all intents and purposes, maybe? I don't know. Hopefully Canned swings by in the chat so we can ask him. Hey, man, did you change your door to Atreides, or did somebody come and take your base? Because look at this thing, bro. It's so well hidden. And I think if you used a small sub-fief, it would be an even smaller box. I'll go find an island with an open hole so we can show you what the open hole looks like. I'm telling you, if that is still Canned's base and he did swap it out for the Atreides door or something like that, then then that means his base has been there for this entire wipe. It survived the entire wipe, which is mind-boggling. I don't think there's a whole lot of people on this server who are flying around with their base building tool out in order to scout these bases, you know what I mean? I don't think there's a whole lot of people doing that. But I'm telling you, like, even if I'd have scouted that out, it would have taken me a little while to find it. It is. When we first stumbled on it, it was by complete accident. I thought it was a shadow on the wall. Because like I said, he had a Harkonnen door on it. And I thought it was a shadow on the wall. I hear that for a lot. I hear a lot of people talk about that on their servers, Shy. I hear a lot of people saying that. There's the finger. It's flipping me off. Gotta find the finger. Hey, what the hell, finger? You don't have the hole? Okay, we're finding out that not every island has a hole. Well, damn, dude. We found that island over there. It had a hole. This one has a finger but no hole. It's such a hidden hole that it's like maybe we give it a little scout real quick. Canned, you didn't show up fast enough, Canned. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'll put all of this loot in a separate chest. If there is anything in here, we'll put it in a little separate chest, all right? Turns out if it was Canned's base, we'll give him his shit back. I did tell him I wouldn't raid his base, but this isn't his base unless he changed it. So there's too much confusion that's been thrown in the mix here. All I heard was finger butthole. Yeah, we might need to come out with some new. We might need to come out with some new terminology to kind of reference this finger hole here. I forget where it was. We gotta find the finger. Is this even the right island?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Are we even on the right island? There it is. Look, I can peek through this wall here. We know we have a chest. Hey, look, that's for sure an Atreides door now, alright? That's not a Harkonnen door. Is it possible he swapped doors? Sure. Sure, it's possible. I think it would have been dumb because the Harkonnen door was way more hidden. Hey, Sundeep, live raid. We finally got one popping off. We might actually have two. I wish I could see on my map where I left.
Sector weather alert.
It must have been up there at G9, I think, right? I wish I could see where I left a respawn beacon, because I don't want to respawn. We've been... Like, you'd lose very little durability, but it's like we're running on very little durability nowadays on a couple things here, so I don't know if I want to necessarily risk it. It looks like this storm's coming in from the east as well, which sucks. Like, typically, I'd hit this one first and then fly over to this one. So by the time we even got there, it might be, like, cooked. I think that they need to embrace base raiding. I think it would be really good if they made it to where that these guilds had a reason to build in the PvP zone of the deep desert. Like, if they made it to where the resource, like, say the spice refinery outputs 1.5 times the materials, and, like, the ore refinery outputs, like, 1.5 times the materials. But if they were to do that, they also need to buff up the things that these places can do. I'm a little bit concerned that it's just not going to clip this enough, and then we're going to get screwed on both raids here. It's going to be close. But like I'm saying, what the hell was I saying? Oh, they also need to, like, buff the things that these base builders could do to defend their base. Like, if this guy could have a shotgun trap just hanging, like, right there, like, boom, we're already talking, like, you know, a better system. Finish your week up in the deep desert. You didn't find enough spice. I'm kind of on that same route right there. I definitely haven't farmed up enough spice. We got a decent amount, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Okay, it looks like it's going to hit its center on enough, which at least makes me feel better about staying here rather than checking the other spot.
Is approaching.
Canned! I'm sorry if this is your base, man. Why'd you swap doors? You had the Harkonnen door. The Harkonnen door was hidden better, actually. I went and bought the Harkonnen set just to build in one of these holes next week, so we can expose how good this hole is. But it's really the Harkonnen door that makes it so good. Come on, please. Like, that's hitting it enough, surely. Come on. Come on. Like, no way, right? Why, dude? That's what drives me nuts about the storms, man. They're not always 100%. Yo, you've been trying to raid this guild, but they have started honeycombing, and finding the sub-thief is super hard. I would... Hang on. Okay, I got 54 seconds. I would try to take out any generators that you can see, because if you can knock the amount of power that the base has and requires, then you can essentially raid the thing for an infinite amount of time. That ancient way has seen better days, yeah. That's why I didn't want to have to do this. But the only way we're going to get to this base in time is if we did this, unfortunately. I mean, aside from that, I'd maybe look into if you can swing that Mentat ability and pick up a las gun. That just would probably be your best bet if you could use the Mentat ability, that power surge, paired with, like, even the trooper ability that buffs your range damage. If you had both of those going at one time. They started hiding gens. Smart. That's a guild that's building smart. I'm actually jealous. I'm jealous as hell that you have people doing smart things on your server, because I have goofballs putting together bases like the one we're getting ready to go to, where it's just like you see it and you're like, what sort of goofiness is going on here? What the hell even is that? Why would you build it like this? Fuckers. I don't think I've broken enough. Okay, there, we broke enough. Ooh, I was panicked there for a minute, man. We didn't break enough. I don't even think anything's gonna be in here, but it's just like the confusion, bro. And actually, I need some of these cells for real, for real. Alright, let's find this subfeed so we can hopefully just take this thing out. Trying to listen for it. The respawn beacon's huge. And, it wasn't me who came up with that, unfortunately. Man, to think I could have just popped that foundation and gotten in. Jeez, just let the confusion sink in even further here. What do you mean emergency venting? Alright. Like I said, this base was empty as hell, but still so strange. Makes me wonder who built it. It has to be that Atreides guild that's rolling around. I feel like the other people don't build as goofy as this. Also, it would be remiss of me if I didn't at least check to make sure there's no hidden loot. So get rid of this ugly base. Oh look, chests. What the hell? Where the hell did these come from? I'm bummed out that the storm didn't catch that other base. We got screwed. And this is all just granite. It's just that... It's just granite. It's so weird. Frackin' weirdos, man. You got the black market lasgun now. How good is that against a pentabase? You want to troll these guys this week? Oh, damn it, dude. Man, Jay, I wish you would ask that question just a little bit sooner. There was a pentashield on this base. I could have tested out the... I have people telling me that you can shoot front on the pentashield bases now and that you don't have to hit the corners. Damn it. I just freaking completely and totally dropped the ball on some experimenting that we could do so I could at least have some hands-on experience with the question that you're asking, because unfortunately on this server, people do not build pentashield bases. They're not smart enough. They don't understand. They don't even care enough to bother. But you may actually be able to shoot the pentashield front on now rather than having to hit the corner. I can't confirm or deny that though, you know? It's a bit unfortunate. But the las gun paired with... if you paired a las gun with the source of power ability from the Mentat paired with the energy capsule ability from the Trooper, you would be outputting like maximum damage with that las gun, and could, as a solo, if it's a big enough pentashield, it's going to be so hard to realistically knock out a raid on that and break it. But I don't want to say impossible. I don't know how much. You have 6 whole minutes, and if you could just constantly fire that las gun for 6 whole minutes, it might get up to 350,000 damage on that wall and actually break a pentashield. I don't know. I haven't been able to test it. You're brand new to the deep desert and you assume pentashields have higher durability than other materials. Pentashields are kind of like in a broken state. So you know, you can make a pentashield that's a 1x1 square, right? That 1x1 square has 3,500 health. Every square that you add to that pentashield adds 3,500 health to that pentashield. So if you have one that's 10 wide by 10 high, you have 100 squares of pentashield there, or 350,000 health on that one single wall. So it's like a bit broken the way it calculates what it's doing, in my opinion. Within the floor, they have slanted walls, so you have to clear another layer before going in. Yeah, that's true, but like if I'd have broken the right foundation, if I'd have popped the foundation there, I would have been one more wall away from popping into the base. The base we just raided was a goofy base, man. People build weird on this server. They really, really do. Yes. Exactly. And before you had to shoot the corner of the pentashield wall. So people were making it to where the corner of their pentashield walls were actually sunk into the terrain, so you could not damage them. Like I said, recently I keep hearing that you can actually raid these pentashields head on now, which means that even if they sink the corner into the wall, you can actually still do damage by shooting just at the thing. Oh, got you. My bad, Darrow. Well, you know, you can't really, Shy Bear, you can't really take Rust builds and just immediately bring those into Dune Awakening. It doesn't work. Because Dune Awakening's walls are just as vulnerable as the doors, is just as vulnerable as the roofs. Whereas if you're trying to raid through the walls of Rust, you're gonna need more explosives. So it makes it to where it's like honeycombing like a door pathway and expecting people to, like a 2x1 in, what the hell is that? Down. Fuck, I didn't see him. Oh, we got him! No way! I've never seen that happen before. What the hell? I've never seen that happen before, you guys. How is that even possible? Go! What's it, body for respawn? Or is it tail? What are you doing? You don't just come walking back up here. No. Why did that take so many stabs? Come up here scaring me like that. All right, there you go, bud. Goodbye. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's... Hey, you don't come up on me. I don't care if you're acting passive or what, bro. Ain't happening. Nah. No. No. But you wait until I'm done looting, and then you walk up there and take care of your stuff. Okay, pal? I wasn't taking you down all the way, all right? I'm not going to push you out and thump you, okay? We're not crazy over here, bro. I just want whatever's on you, and then we're out of here. And realistically, I don't even care to get this off of you. I don't understand how we were able to hit him with the rocket where it took him down. How's that work out? Yeah, see, my local chat's down. He might have. Honestly, I have no idea. I've never seen anything like that happen. I thought you were safe from rocket fire, but yeah, it's possible. Like Droid is saying, repair your ornithopter before you take off. Especially your cockpit, possibly, because you know you pop that cockpit. Maybe you're vulnerable. I don't know. It's entirely possible that one of the rockets we shot, because we hit him with like 2 or 3 rockets before we actually killed him, so it's possible one of those rockets broke his cockpit, which then made him vulnerable. But honestly, I don't know. We're just speculating at this point in time. Must have locked onto him and not the ornithopter. Honestly, Psych, I have no freaking idea. It's possible because the Ancient Way can lock onto people. It's just something I've never seen before. It's the last thing I was expecting. I didn't see anything physically break on his ornithopter either. So I thought he was going to get away. You know, I thought he was just getting ready to glide away. Poor guy got knocked in the air, which is the worst place to get knocked at, because once you're knocked in the air, you're just going to fall and get insta-killed. You won't even get a chance to respawn or revive yourself. Alex took down an assault. I wouldn't technically call that taking down an assault. I think we got lucky. I think we got lucky for sure. Yeah, I need to start clipping things and going back through the live streams, time stamping them and going back through and actually editing out clips and stuff. Am I gonna message that guy who I killed? No, why would I do that? Message him and say, hey, thanks for the stuff. That's messed up, dude. No, that's messed up. Bro, they're out. They're out for blood. They're out for blood. Yeah, the very first raid video we put out was like a semi-ish guide video. But, I mean, realistically, raiding, in my opinion, is fairly straightforward. You're not wrong, though. I think in order for me to put out a proper guide, that would involve me unlocking the Mentat class, which I just don't want to do. Because we would have to showcase the source of power ability paired with that, and in order to do that, that's like another at least 7 quests, which just I'd rather go break my toe while I stub it or something like that than do 7 quests. Spend another 3 hours on the world map and in loading screens. It had to have been a cockpit break. Oh, I got what you're saying. Asking some information there, Sundeep. I get what you're saying. I thought you were like, are you going to troll him? You know, you're going to message him, be real toxic? I'm like, nah, man. I'm not typically, like, super toxic. The unique, all right, I could talk about that a little bit. That's another thing with the, if I put out a guide video, there's just no way I would be able to address all the questions people have. You're talking about this, right? You're talking about the Vulcan. So I've given this a shot. I think we even had a unique tier 6, one of these. It might have been a unique tier 5, but it was doing more damage than the tier 6. And it does do damage to the walls. However, it's just seemingly very slow compared to other weapons. So if you had a group of people all using a Vulcan, yeah, you might be able to melt a wall. But realistically, what you're going to want to be looking for when you're looking for a weapon to raid with is something with a high damage per shot. Like, this is 235 damage per shot, which is decent. But this doesn't apply to everything. A bit of a nuance here. The drill shot, this has 165 damage per shot, but the same with the disruptor SMG. These weapons that seem to be meant to be attacking shields don't seem to output the same amount of damage on the wall as like the sniper does. But yeah, even like, so if you go back and watch my first raid video I was talking about, that's probably the most of a guide that I've put out, kind of talking about the ins and outs of how raiding even works, like at it's a really like a base fundamental level. But even the Cope pistol I had would just shred through even the Atreides walls. I think I could probably break like 4 Atreides walls with a Cope pistol before my 6 minutes ran out. So would honeycombing prevent me from knocking out a raid with the Cope or that Regis? Yes. But people don't know how to honeycomb on this server, let alone put together a base that's not weird. Wouldn't a scatter shot be good against walls? I've never used a scatter shot, so I couldn't tell you. Let me look at the stats, though. Oh, yeah, what did I do? Oh. Damn. Yeah, the scatter shot might be incredibly good. With a clip size of 36 and 80 rounds per minute, this might actually be it. Shots at walls with shell burster and triple shot feels longer. Triple shot takes 13 mags to break a wall. Copes takes like 17 mags. You could shoot the 13 mags out of the triple shot faster than the Cope as well, which is something to take in mind, take into account. The cutter ray can't go through the base anymore. The las gun is not a cutter ray. This is a weapon. But I agree, and I'm pretty sure the devs have even stated that the las gun is melting through walls faster than they want it to. But they've yet to address it, so who knows. I like neglected to use the las gun for like the first 3 weeks of the game because I was like, the devs said that they were gonna change the way the las gun works against walls, so I don't want to get used to using the las gun. But they've yet to even address it since, and they also just haven't done anything, so. Shellburster felt like it took longer. Interesting. Because that's the tier 6 unique scatter gun. Once I started using the las gun, it's like, why would you use anything else? The Regis triple shot is something that works well for clearing, like, just something, if I'm out of energy, like a filler weapon. You're talking about just honeycombing? What about the honeycomb? What the hell? I'm talking about the honeycombing people are doing. Where's the Conan peeps talking about pillars and pillars within pillars? Oh my gosh, is that where that pillar strategy came from with the guy putting his sub fief? Let's go see if that guy's base is still there. I bet it is. It was an unrateable base. I rated the base. It was unclaimable. I couldn't break the sub fief. So I had to literally go through and break every single chest, and none of them had shit in it. I'm pretty sure it was a troll base. But it was a troll base that was right next to some spice and stuff, so I feel like he used it as a forward operating base, but then left it out there as a troll base. It definitely feels like what happened. You know, it's like something you use. That's how you should base up in the PvP zone, is these should all just be temporary, and before you log out, you should be clearing all of your stuff from your base. You're not used to rockets. Seems like the Uniques has less damage than the regular launcher. No. I think it's like 300 more damage. If you're talking about the Ancient Way versus... Oh, it's only like 100 more damage. The Regis missile launcher... I should craft one of these and raid with that, actually. 827 damage isn't bad. It's more fun to raid with the booms. Do I have somebody following me? Did you guys see that shadow? Oh, I don't have somebody following me. I have somebody below me. Oh, seems like the Unique has less range than the regular launcher. Oh. Oh, we should be able to look up that stat as well. That's an effective range of 150 meters. And this one is effective at 150. But that doesn't mean that those numbers are accurate. So, I mean, it's possible. The Regis rocket launcher, to me, is a big pain in the ass to fire and hit anything with, especially if I'm flying through the air and they're flying through the air, and with the way the game calculates movement, if I'm flying horizontal and I fire right here, my shot is actually firing where I was, not where I am. It's like a whole confusing ass process, dude. It's really hard to fire with. Ancient Way is a complete and total game changer, and I'm gonna be devastated when we lose it. And it's about gone. It's about gone. Damn, she about cooked. Zed coming in with a $5 super chat. You're absolutely wild, Zed. We appreciate you stopping by per usual. You're a frickin' madman. Hey, man, looking forward to watching your stream tonight. Hopefully we can get into some, we got him. Hopefully we can get into some shenanigans. We've already run into that assault ornithopter and had something crazy happen. We took him out of the assault ornithopter with a rocket, which I didn't think was possible. But hey, we appreciate you. You're an absolute madman, Zed. I hope you have yourself a good day/night at work. Let's see if this thing still survived or if this guy's abandoned to the sub-thief yet. Oh, the sub-thief got taken down. He must have abandoned it. You could not damage this sub-thief. Unless somebody figured out a way to damage it, you could not damage this thing. It was like right up in here. And he used a pillar and 3 pillars to like stack that thing into the terrain. I was just guessing that. I just figured as much. I figured it was early Monday morning. Seems like an easy prediction. But yeah, he must have abandoned his sub-thief, and or somebody managed to get some damage off on it, which I would be surprised by, because we tried a few different ways to actually break that thing and we couldn't break it. A cheeky son of a gun. We got a worm flying at something. Where are you going, wormy? Do we have people trying to farm some spice over here? What's your play, bud? I can't pull the rockets of my ornithopter out. We can't do any ornithopter v ornithopter combat tonight. Alright, he was taking down a ship. That means somebody could have hit that ship before they took off north, perhaps. I think this is a big bowl island. I might be mistaken, but we'll hit that one up. I think we already checked here, but maybe we'll check there again. That guy spawned on that island. Was that island that we fought that guy at? Was it the buried testing station? Because he might have had a respawn there, but I was just thinking maybe he had a base on that island that I just didn't even take into account. Also, man, how long ago was the last storm that passed through? It's been at least 15 minutes. We should probably start working our way like over into that area again. No, it wasn't F6 where we fought that guy at. It wasn't F6. So how did he respawn so quickly? Because I broke the body of his assault ornithopter, and I thought that's what stopped the respawn. Is it not? Or is it the cockpit? What the hell did they respawn on? It might have been this island right here. I don't think it was a bowl island. Where did we take him down at, man? 11,000 meters seems about how far I had to fly to get to my base after we took him out, but I might just be coping. Storms come about every hour. Yeah, in the deep desert, I think it's like 45 minutes to 90 minutes on an RNG type status, but yesterday when I was doing yard work outside, the storms inside of the Haga Basin were coming every hour, almost on the hour. There was a couple times that they came like 10 minutes early, 5 minutes early, but it was like every hour on the hour. You guys see that at the bottom of that over there? Is that just a shadow on the rock? That's the eye island we just came from, right? Yeah, it is. There's no way that's a base. It's not. It's a shadow. We're being debated by the sun. Yeah, the storm's probably close. Whether or not it ends up hitting where we need it to is up in the air. I'm going to fly back in this direction and try and find the island where I fought that guy at, because he respawned quick. And I thought I broke his vehicle respawn. So how did he respawn so quickly? See, we're about 9,000 meters away, so maybe it was that island. Maybe it was 9,000 meters. I'm gonna check this one, though. I think we were just at this one, but whatever. We're gonna check it again. Somebody just hit that up, too. Somebody's in this area. Somebody's flying around in this area, looting these chests, looting these ships. It wasn't this island. Hey, over on Twitch, Tanit. Oh, it's good to see those badges are working properly. I meant to bring that up at the beginning of the stream here. We've got, we've set a couple of extra things up. I spent a little bit of extra time knocking out some things. We've got some, extra emotes up in this BZ that we've added. Bada boom, bada bing. We've slapped down the badges and whatnot. Just about in line with everything we got going on YouTube as well, so they're just about one-to-one with each other, which is good. Good to see. I honestly haven't the faintest idea where we were at when we fought this guy, which is a bit frustrating, but you know, it is what it is. Saw a base on that island we just passed? Yeah, it was that broken base with the on this one. I think it was on that one over there. We'll pop back over there real quick just to make sure. There's a broken base over here that we raided yesterday. It had an invincible sub-thief that was actually stuffed inside of the foundation. Was it this island you were talking about, or presumably that one over there? Yeah, this guy had a base down here with a sub-thief that we couldn't break. Yeah, this one right here. We already took her down. He must have abandoned the sub-thief. That or somebody figured out how to actually knock out some damage on it, because I couldn't get any damage through. My guess is he deleted his sub feed. Yeah, that one's already cooked. Honestly, most of them inside of the deep desert are probably going to be just about taken out of here because we got 24 hours left before the peak of the Coriolis. So I don't know if they ever do plan on adding a mini map Horizon. Let me jump on the Discord real quick and check to see if they've got, check to see timing on things real quick. So inside of North America, the Coriolis starts in 19 hours and ends in like not too long after that. 10 hours after that or some shit like that. Yeah, I don't think a mini-map would be a bad idea. I just don't know if the devs ever planned on adding it or not. Any potential bases to check? Yeah, we've got one, Alex. We're kind of waiting on a storm to swoop through. We've got one, and I'm not certain if it's Canned's base or not. Canned had a base there, but when he had a base there, it was Harkonnen. It's no longer a Harkonnen base there. I think that's potentially why they don't want to add it, Jen, but realistically, they could have a mini-map that just neglects to show other players on the map, you know what I mean? I don't know. No. This actually looks familiar here. Is this where we ran into that ornithopter at? Yeah. This looks real familiar, don't it? Man, I can't tell for certain. No, it's I-4. There's no way it was G8, was it? Did you go back in the VOD and figure... Was it on G8? That's what I was getting ready to do, was fly back in the VOD here. Come on, you fool. Hit the map already. Oh, did I ever open the map? I don't think I did. Damn, I don't know, man. It's like an hour and 40 minutes into the stream, and I don't know if I ever opened the map. An island that's where you were mining titanium all week was G8? Alright. Honestly, I'm pretty positive it was over in that direction, because we flew. Whatever, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just... That guy spawned, and I think we were at the lab, honestly. I think we were at the lab. But that guy spawned at his base or at the lab, because I don't think he could have spawned at his ship. You wish they added a deposit all for the water? It would be a huge quality of life improvement. Yeah, that will be the day. That will definitely be the day. Honestly, Zed, it's like, if I were to roll a new character right now, I think I would try to get to the death stills as quickly as possible, which is funny because I basically, on this playthrough, I refused to do the death stills until I got to the advanced death stills. But just having to time your water harvesting is such a pain. It really is. And it's like, if you might as well, like, run some death stills paired with some water harvesting to try and get things going. But having to get carpal tunnel for moving a water around is pretty questionable. Yeah, especially considering that if the devs even played the game for 2 hours without spawning themselves in full water cisterns or whatever items they needed, they would have noticed and thought to themselves, maybe there needs to be a deposit all button, because I don't like spamming 100 times just to get all of my water inside of my buckets. Yeah, that's the one thing that convinces me the devs did not play this game for more than 2 hours in a legitimate fashion. If they did play the game, they were spawning themselves in items. Because that's pretty damn straightforward, and anybody who had to put any amount of water into a cistern via the deposit button would have figured that out pretty quickly. Pretty quickly in development, that one should have been spotted. Oh, dude, Horror, it's such a good point that you make. It's like they add these forms of difficulty into the game, and not even difficulty, just like forced time sinks into the game that are just ridiculous. This like, and it's like, that's the type of thing that some people will say like, oh, it's nice because it's good for... What's the stupid word that people use to describe, like, a game not feeling like a game, but feeling like it's an actual thing? Can't even think of the stupid word right now, because I don't give a shit if it's a... I know I'm playing a game. I'll always know I'm playing a game. There's no sense of a moment where I won't think I'm playing a game. So I don't think there's any level... Whoa, 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 whoa. We found another hidden one. We got another cheeky hidden base here. That's not the word that I'm looking for. That's not the word I'm looking for. Wow, what a weird base that starts as a 1x1, but then transitions into I'm telling you, we get the goofiest people on this server, man. They do the weirdest things. Oh my gosh, and his thing is just immediately spottable. Oh my god, that kills me, bro. This kills me. This type of base kills me. I don't understand people, man. It's hard to get on some people's level. I am almost positive that's not the word. I am actually 100% positive that's not the word I'm looking for. I don't know if that is a synonym to the word that I'm looking for or what, but the word you're using is something I've never even seen before. That's not a word, I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking of, damn it. What is going on? We got another forward operating base here. This one is a, fermentally unstable. This is the only type of base you should build in the deep desert, is these very temporary forward operating bases that are going to get cleared out as quickly as they get put up. That looks like, that has got Dirty Mike's fingerprints all over it. I'm surprised we don't see that hobo just standing there. He'll just be standing there sometimes. Frackin' weirdo, man. You just think you're all alone looking at their base, and then Dirty Mike's just standing behind the wall. There's no fragments here. There's no metal fragments here. I can't craft a respawn beacon. Shit out of luck. I'm gonna go fly around and look for some friggin' metal fragments. Surely one of these items has some metal fragments for me. Come on now. I forgot I have a scanner. I forgot I have a scanner. I should be able to just scan some. Should they be there? Huge. Come on, man. Just show me a big metal box, dude. Immersion. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Zed. Thank you, yes. Some people will say, oh, it's good for immersion that you have to go from, like, person to house rep to house rep, and you gotta travel across the entirety of the map. To me, I don't care about immersion. I don't care. Isn't that the truth, Howard, or Harrower? You're so right. If I don't need metal scraps, I was saying this when we were looking for it the other day. I was like, every time I don't need these metal scraps, there's dozens of these things everywhere. The second I get out into the deep desert and I need some, there's not one to be found anywhere. It's alright here. I'm just going to actually peg down. I mean, let's not crash into the ground first. Just so my memory doesn't eventually fail me, or when my memory fails me, we'll be able to crack that down. Oh, hey, look. Aw, it's happy. Ah, since we're here. Wow, a whole 7-second delay. Never mind. Fuck it. Yeah, with the hole that Canned found to hide his base in, it makes me wonder if there's any extra holes on like some of these islands that people can actually tuck a base into, super hidden, like even 2x1. I think that's the meta actually, is finding where you can completely hide a base rather than like honeycombing a base, because realistically it doesn't matter how many honeycombs you put down. If a guild wants to take your base out, a guild will knock your base out, you know? But if you can completely hide your base, you might actually be cooking.
On infiltration.
Hey, these hands coming in with a follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Harrower, that's so smart. I didn't even think about a crashed ship in order to get some of the fragments. Not even to loot the ship, but just if I needed to craft a respawn beacon real quick. Just if I needed to craft myself a respawn beacon real quick, we'd easily be able to do so. I'll have to come back to this side. I don't know if I checked that one. Every time I've looted one of those crashed ships, I only loot the side that drops schematics, and then I leave. I don't loot the whole thing. I am so confused. There it is. Okay, this is the right island. All right, Keel. Man, that's twice. We just got absolutely blocked from doing that. Perfect. Let's check the hole on this island too while we're here, so I can show you guys what I mean. Hopefully there is a hole on this one. Nope, this is a holeless island. It's an island without a hole. Damn. Okay, not every finger island has a hole. Or wait. Are there two fingers? That looks like a finger too, doesn't it? You guys! Maybe we checked the wrong finger on the other island. Look, here's the hole. Look at this freaking hole, dude. It's so good. This is where you gotta put a base, man. And, putting a door here to block the hole, I think, is the way to go. But even if you don't put a door there, it is hard to find this thing. But like a black Harkonnen door, like you guys, when we noticed picture a black Harkonnen door here, it just looks like a shadow. That's all it looks like. It looks like a shadow. Freaking insane. That's why I'm convinced it's not Canned that we're dealing with anymore over at that hidden base, that it's in fact somebody else. Because Canned was using a Harkonnen door, so unless he literally swapped for what reason, I don't know what he would swap for. Is it Unreal Engine 5 that's causing all the jank there with the climbing on surfaces and whatnot? I know that the wings of ornithopters are the absolute worst thing invented to try and climb around or walk around or anything, dude. They just need to just make the wings no clip as soon as you get out of the ornithopter, but you can make the wings yes clip when you're in the ornithopter to maybe, because I'm like, my concern is if you make them no clip, you might turn into a situation where you can't I really should have the catch it. We didn't catch it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's gonna be 2 minutes, which means it's hitting this side first and then downwards. Just give me a second. Okay, looks like it is gonna hit that. Let's go over here and see if we get another warning. I want to knock both of these bases out in one storm if we can. It's going to be a bit weird. It's going to be a bit weird here. The thought process is we knock this one out and it's sub-thief, and then we quickly follow the storm down before we even loot this one. But we might, like, just check the loot before we take off to see. Because if there's a decent chunk here, I might place down my own sub-thief. I might do that anyways, just to full claim the thing.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, no, 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 no. Catch it, you freak! Just catch the wall! Stupid idiot. Does he not know how to catch a wall when he needs to? Yeah, I as a solo try to stick away from the thick islands, the heavy islands when I'm farming as well. It's just not worth it. It's too easy if you get caught out by an ornithopter farming to get blitzed
Sector
in
weather
one
alert.
shot, you know what I
A large
mean?
sandstorm is approaching.
So I'm a little bit concerned this isn't flowing far enough south to actually hit the G sector that I need it to, or the F sector that I need it to. A blood purifier? Weird. It was just 3 stories of foundation. Even more weird, bro. I swear, this server is filled with some goofy people. Deadass, these are all foundations. It's just the weirdest thing, isn't it? Wait for this storm to clear past me. Doesn't look like it's gonna be far enough south. Bro, that's what I'm saying. I'm not surprised he didn't have anything in there trying to run blood purifier, because I'm guessing he was not doing anything enough to get some some blood going. Troll bases, yeah. Definite goofballs, that's for sure. I wouldn't so much say like it was a troll base on purpose, like they were intentionally being a troll. I'm just this is par for the course on this server, I swear. This server is filled with the weirdest people that do the weirdest things. Played the tutorial, skipped past the dialogue, and went straight to the deep desert. Really seems like it. Troll, ironically, it was. On this server, it typically is ironic, but the guy's base who actually hid his sub-fief inside of the foundation, or inside of the terrain, the way he had his base laid out, come on, it's not, there's no way that's going to be enough. It wasn't even enough last time, and it hit it more than that. It's alright, we'll see. It hit it more than that last time, dude. Talk, how's it going? Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. There's an ant on my wall. There's no food on the wall, ant. You watched a video of this guild clipping their base into the wall and then hiding the power generators and sub-fief inside of the wall. That is, I mean, you're right. That is borderline cheating. It kind of like hits that level of like game bug, which is kind of like, I don't know. But you're right. Yeah, that's scummy as hell. That's for sure. Scummy as hell. That is for certain. But is it any more scummy than people pulling out the 350,000 health, practically unrateable pentashield bases, especially when they were unrateable, when they were sinking the corners into the terrain? Nah, seems just like a game mechanic that needs to get taken care of. But clipping actually the whole base into the terrain, bro, is not cool. Not cool at all. Where's the finger? I forget. There's the finger. Yeah, I figured as much. What the hell was this, though? Was this here prior? Still shielded as well? I mean, there ain't gonna be nothing in here, but... Are they going with, like, a different layout? That's weird. Yeah, this island got spared from the storm. I don't know anything about the lore horror. Yeah, I do need to hit that ship up again, you're right. I'm gonna follow this storm out over here, though, because there was... There was an island off in this direction that had another hidey hole in it. I'm gonna try and ride the back of this storm here. We're a little bit delayed. We're a little bit off the back here. We're gonna be like short on time if we do manage to find a base to raid, but time is it in the real world? 11. Man, where was that island that had the frickin' hole in it? After Can showed us his thing, we went and checked for more holes, and we found one basically immediately on the next island. It's none of these, though, dude. It was one of the bowl islands that doesn't look like a bowl. Damn it. God, was it right there in F2? Was it right there in F2? Is that a bowl island? Let's go check. That doesn't look like it would be a bowl island, and then that's what it was on the map. It didn't look like one, but it was. We'll go check F2, and then we'll go hit up that ship. We'll hit up the ship for the sake of seeing if we can run into PvP, but it'd be nice if we could actually pull some schematics out of there as well. I don't want the buggy boot. I more so just want to experiment with the Emperor's wings, but I would take the buggy boot. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I don't have much of a use case for it, but if we started pulling a buggy out to the deep desert, which, you know, we should start doing forward operating bases, pull like a scrap buggy out. This isn't a bowl island. It would never sell for 15 mil on this server. This server's auction house is so dead. It's the most broken auction house I've ever seen. They lost the base and their large spice refinery, though. The YouTuber convinced the guild to give him permissions to the base, and it got raided. Damn. Damn. Some insider fighting going on there. That sounds wild. Damn, I gotta hit these things with a repair when we get a chance. The chest was camped the whole week. You managed to get at one time. It was brutal. It's been camped this whole week as well. So this week kind of sucks in the deep desert. That's like the only chest that has anything good in it. people thought that the static needle was going to be good, but it doesn't work at all how people expected it to work. So it's actually ass. It's probably the worst sword in the game. Yeah, it's probably the worst sword in the game. So that lab was getting camped super hard at first as well, but that eventually fell off. And this ship down here is the only thing with any sort of good loot. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Oh. That's either a mirage or it's a base. Or it's an ore. Is that an ore? Oh my gosh, it's a base. I was only semi-joking. There's been so many times I think it's a base and it's just a mirage and we've been lied to. Come on, buddy. Come on. Just asking to die and lose your ornithopter because you're being a goofball. You always got to go buy these things, though, because they could very well be abandoned. Excuse me. Thank you. Doesn't look like it, though. Weirdest sort of base right here. Very strange. Well, there's a medium chest in there, so who knows? G5. G5 with camp. Oh, it's definitely a noob base. Or that's what he wants you to think, and there's 300,000 melange in there just waiting to go straight into my pocket. I'm telling you, man, this server is filled with goofballs. They do the goofiest thing. That's yet another on par for the course base to find out here. Freaking weirdos on this server, man. Whoa, dude, I'm gonna get smoked by one of these things. Nah, Evil, we didn't find any cheaters bases. None that were blatantly cheaters. We found a couple that we were able to loot from, but those more so seemed like abandoned bases rather than actual cheater bases. OMC, good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Can always count on OMC to be pushing for them likes. We appreciate you, OMC. Hope you're doing well. Do I go for the ship now? No. Oh, am I going for the PvP ship? Yeah, that's where I'm heading. I thought you were asking about the crashed ship. I'm like, no, bro, I'm not. I'm not gonna hit the crashed ship. Why the hell would I do that? Wormy, what's Wormy doing over here? Does this kind of look like where we took that ship out, man? Where did we take that assault ornithopter out? He spawned, and when he spawned, he either spawned at that lab that we were at, because it's possible we were at the lab, or he had a base in the area that he spawned at. I just don't remember what island we ran into that guy at. It's gonna drive me nuts. Damn. I was gonna say, let's fly in, let's act like we're landing normal, we're just normal people. And then we're gonna surprise attack him with a rocket launcher. Hit him with a surprise attack. Wasn't that on Stravidium Island? Honestly, I don't know where Stravidium Island is this week. What sucks is they can hear me coming in from a mile away. I could have tried to like pocket the ornithopter in the air. That might have actually made it to where he wouldn't have been able to hear me.
Identify yourself.
That's a good sign.
Who's that?
Attack! Where's my backup?
Oh, they definitely know I'm here. Strav this week is a top of G8.
Who's that?
Are you hiding in your spot, Dirty Mike? Dirty Mike's not hiding.
Someone here. Reveal yourself.
This is where Dirty Mike hides. That dirty bastard. It's a good spot, though, actually, though, isn't it? You got a nice view of everything, don't you? I'll be right back.
Someone here.
What's the scanner gonna do for me, Talk? I point the scanner out there and I can see the water moving of the guy coming. Like, realistically, I think the scanner is such an overrated web tool. I don't see the benefit. Damn it. Was it G8? G8 is where we found that last base. Yeah, no. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's he doing? There's two of them. There's two of them. What the hell? What the fuck, dude? Come on. Three of them? I'm out of ammo with the Ancient Way, for real. Why am I not turning? Oh, this is definitely Dirty Mike and the boys. Maybe not, though, because they typically will 1v1. These guys look not interested in 1v1ing at all. Y'all suck. I'd fucking eat you guys alive 1v1. Oh, guess what, motherfuckers? Guess who has a respawn beacon? Right on G8. When did I deposit my, when we quick deposited everything into that chest and I was like, I bet we dumped something we needed? This definitely isn't the Fermentally Unstable guild. Fermentally Unstable will 1v1 for sure. Oh, don't you fucking run, pussies. Don't you fucking run, pussies. Come on now. We're just getting started. I'm out of fucking rockets and you're lucky, but I'm coming for your ass. Actually, I'm a bit irritated now, too. Y'all got me in a bit of a fucking pissed off mood now, huh? Hey, where's the 1v1 then? Huh?
Who they were? You know who that was. They started fighting.
Oh, was it you? Oh, all right. I knew it. All right. I'm like y'all got honor. Those motherfuckers were
Yeah,
honorless.
We wouldn't do that. We would fight you one-on-one. You know what?
Yeah, I do.
I started fighting you, then they showed up, and I was like, who the hell?
Gotcha, gotcha. I was like, I'm gonna bust this chassis. They want to fuck around in 3v1 and be dickheads about it. I'm gonna pop this chassis on them.
No, we wouldn't do that shit. Was it like Max or something? That sounds like some shit Max would do.
One of them's name was Blade, and then Bark was the guy who took me down. I'm pretty sure Blade was the one I knocked.
Oh.
I'm not certain. I'm assuming it's Dust.
Yeah, I don't know them. They just tried to attack us earlier and failed completely. It was hilarious.
Yeah, 1v1, I would have eaten all three of them alive, and I'm not that great at the combat, so that ought to tell you something.
Yeah.
All right, well I didn't have to pop the chassis then. That's good. That's good to know. This is good to know. Hey! Yeah, that's one way to do it, Horror, but I like to fly in on them. You used to be able to cast Weirding Step while you were flying through the air. So I used to be able to do this thing where I'm hovering across, and then we just hit him with the Weirding Step while we're flying across. Dude, it was so good. You got to be on the ground now to hit Weirding Step, which is a bit annoying. But yeah, that team, and see, this is what sucks, is they have, bro, the Fermentally Unstable Guild has Sky and all them, the people we were just talking to. The people who are ruthless, but at the same time, like, they'll thump your Ornithopter, but at the same time, they're 100% willing to 1v1 you. And as a guild, they don't typically, if it's just one person, triple team one person. It makes me wonder, you remember we had that one time we were 4v1ing those people, and then somebody popped in the chat and was like, get out of my deep desert. Acting like they actually accomplished something. I had assumed that that was just a portion of the Deep Desert Police Department, but could be wrong. Just because I've never run into one of those guys that actually doesn't play. Play to get down. Not sure who that is or where they're headed towards, but I'm gonna pop back towards our base for a second and slap a repair down on these wings. Maybe we swing by F6. Yeah, the wings are really, really bad. I've got the wings on the back of my mind. These wings would get blown up practically immediately. Thankfully, I have a booster, so I'm not like too concerned with it. I just saw two shadows. Looked like Homeboy might have turned around. Another thing I need to swing back to the base for is rockets. We gotta get some rockets. But yeah, thankfully, like I said, we have these boosters, so... Realistically, if somebody started shooting rockets at me, they wouldn't be able to keep up. But also, they could genuinely just blitz my wings in practically one hit, so... The Deep Desert Defense Force, that's kind of the guild that's, Hold up. Make sure I get past this guy. That's kind of the Zerg that's been building themselves up. Oh, and that's what I was saying, is that they're just realistically not even a competition. Even with mass numbers, they just aren't good. As a 3v1, I shouldn't have been able to take any of those guys down. I shouldn't have been able to get a knockdown on any of them. But his two friends literally just sat back and were sniping at me. Man, I'm not sure if that's you guys rolling out or if Sky got anybody in the chat here. I'm not sure. You got like 3 Ornithopters heading your way, bro. At least 3. It's always fig tree, isn't it? If it was fig tree, it'd probably be like a it would, instead of being a Zerg of 40 people who are all bad at the game, it'd be a Zerg of like 500 people or more who are all bad at the game. But yeah, I get where you're going with that. Yeah, even with the wings at full repair, they're really, really bad. That's why I put the rockets away. We are not pulling out the rockets because we will lose. In a dogfight, we will lose immediately. I cannot take but like maybe 1 or 2 shots from a rocket and we're going down in a dogfight. So it's literally pointless. We'll be rocking the boost, and then if we get shot at with rockets, we'll be trying to pull them down to that island. Yo, what did I miss? Oh, J-Wolf. Sorry, I totally missed it. Totally missed you there, brother. You didn't miss much. We just popped in with a quick 3v1 against some noob guild, and we managed to take one of them down before the numbers overwhelmed us. And then when we came back, when I spawned back in, I was going to actually pop the... Damn, we don't have enough aluminum. I was going to pop the chassis on their thing. But it actually wasn't the chassis of the team that we were just fighting, so... It was the chassis of, somebody on Sky's guild. Alright, well, we got our rockets back, which is good. $11:30. Let's go fly back out that direction and see if we can find these twats. I need vehicle fuel cell. Ah, fuck it, we're fine. We're full. We can glide all the way across this desert 3 times over at this point in time. Good to see you, though, J-Wolf. Hope you're doing well. Why did we swap PvP back there? Was it that control point? We must have passed the control point. Hey, Juxt. Good to see ya. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hey, I get it, J-Wolf. Family first, always. What do we got down here? Did you see what I see? This thing's already busted. He's already busted, man. Somebody already popped this thing. Damn. Get wrecked, bro. Oh, we're on G6. Is that where we are? Yes. Yes, okay. Is this a private server? No. No, we're on public servers. Even if we were on a private server, once you enter the deep desert, you're technically on a public server, though. I get what you're saying. On a private server, connected to other private servers is probably still a bit of a weird experience. Nope, we're just on a, I don't want to say dead, but, like, floundering server. It's far from dead. It's definitely in a bit of a floundering state. There's one strong guild on the Harkonnen side, and then the Atreides side is a bunch of PvE Andes who are, Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. No, I'm not in a guild. We're rocking it solo right now, Jux. But, like I was saying, these guys are a bunch of PvE players, and they've basically formed a pseudo-Zerg, if you will, in an attempt to kind of, like, rise up against the team that's out here. But these guys suck, bro. Like, I've not seen any competition from these guys. Oh yeah, come on. Yeah. Come on. I'll toy with you. Come on, bud. My wings are fucked, so you land a couple shots on me, pal. You got it. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Come on. Don't turn around. I don't want to leave him. I don't want to leave him in the dust. Get a couple rocket shots going, bud. Don't. No. No. Come on, you don't want to get some rockets from the ground thrown at ya? I couldn't tell if that was a black head and white body. Because that would be fermentally unstable, and then the white head and black bodies are on the dust. Those are the dusty people. I don't even know if they're going by dust anymore, because it seems like every time they gain numbers, they lose just as many numbers. It's weird what's happening on this server right now, Jux. It'll be interesting to see what happens over the next couple weeks. Can't tell if that's an ornithopter or a rock right there. Got an ornithopter in the sky, though. That's fucking... That's the fermentally unstable. Don't start throwing rockets at me, asshole. Are they not here anymore? Maybe that's why that guy didn't follow me, is because he knew that they were over here. Dust more like crust? Genuinely, though. Like, not even jokingly. They're not very good. They were farming spice with a carrier and a sand crawler. And I was able to roll up on them solo, and they had 4 people to defend that carrier. And I was able to pester them as a solo for so much longer than I should have been able to Like, their skills were just not there. Granted, that was their first week in the deep desert, so I was hoping maybe they would get better as time went on, but they're like heavy PvE players, bro. They just come out here and get their stuff thumped every day. Do I have a las gun? Kind of want to give you? No, I've got one, yeah. Carrier surf them. Are they farming with a carrier right now? I don't know what you mean by carrier surf. Are you talking like literally standing on top of their carrier? That'd be wild. Man, what a strategy that would be. How would you even get onto their carrier in the first place? You'd have to be good enough at pocketing your ornithopter while you're falling, which with the way they make this thing nosedive now is a pain in the ass. Oh, we got it. And then we would just need to land on that thing. Oh, I get exactly what he's saying. But we would have to get over top of it and then land on it. And then realistically, we could at any point in time fall off of that thing. Because when I was trying to carry Ray, dude, he kept glitching off of that thing. So we may land ourselves in the middle of the deep desert. The middle of the sand tile. But yeah, I could imagine that would work very well. Especially because once you break an item on an ornithopter, you can still fire at that broken item and the damage will just transfer over. What's funny, Sky, is with this guild, that sort of strategy would probably be possible. Any other guild, and I would say that they would probably just sacrifice a little bit of damage on their carrier and end up rocketing you from the top. Though that would still be kind of hard to, like, function out. But this guild in particular, bro, when they're trying to defend their carrier ornithopter, they're so scared. They just get hit a couple times and they just back off. That's some dirty brown sand right there. Gross. Well, now I'm wondering where these assholes went. Like, where did these guys even decide to go? They just bail out right away. $11:43. All right, we're looking at about 15 minutes here, give or take. In between 15 and 45. $9 Eastern, you had a tournament inside of the arena, huh? With just your guild, or did you manage to get other people out into the arena? Because I'm telling you, you're the only peoples I see out here fighting PvP. Everybody else is just out here farming resources. You actually got other people. Wow, surprised. Do the thrusters take a lot of fuel? Not seemingly. Like, I use my thrusters way more than I should as well, so you would think that I'd be burning through fuel, but not seemingly. I'm glad you brought that up, though, because I don't have any fuel cells on me. Yeah, Sundays are a bit weird for me, so I take Saturday off from live streaming, but I have to reset my schedule, so I typically run overnight live streams, and then I reset my schedule so I can run to church on Sunday with the family, and then I have to literally flop my schedule again, almost immediately back to run these live streams. So, what was I doing at 9 Eastern? At 9 Eastern, I was asleep. When did I fall asleep? Bro, I only got like 4 hours of sleep, I think, or something like that. 3. Yeah, no, it was 4. Got 4 hours of sleep. That's not bad. That's about typical. Hey, Juxt, churchman. Not much of a churchman. I don't like the organized religion, bro. I'm way more about relationship. My relationship with Jesus is way more important to me than any sort of church. But thankfully, we've found a church out here that's non-denominational. It's a come-as-you-are type church, which is what I need, bro, because that's just what I need, man. Like, I hate going to churches and feeling judged. That's not what Jesus was about. Sorry, you missed your reply, Kaden. Oh, that's all good. The thrusters seemingly don't take up that much gas. They really don't. And I abuse my thrusters. I use these things way more than I should to do things that just you wouldn't typically use them for. So no, it doesn't seemingly use up a whole bunch of fuel. Now, like on the Assault Ornithopter, that might be different because when you're on the Assault Ornithopter, you're boosting while you're in non-hover mode. So I'm probably using up the non-hover mode, because right now I'm not using any gas gliding around. So if I boost, I'm only using boost gas. But in Assault Ornithopter, I'm using gas like this and then gas from boost. That might like add up. You know what I mean? Well, that's awesome. Yeah, they might not take any at all. And especially on the Scout, where you're using this in glide mode. Thought I saw a base down there. You're using the Scout in glide mode, so realistically, yeah, you're probably... They very well might not use any fuel, but that would be weird if it didn't use any, because I'm pretty sure the scanner uses fuel. I might be tripping on that, though. Yeah, see, Electros is saying the scanner blows through fuel. I'm telling you it does, which is weird. Yeah, you can glide around and scan, and then, oh, look, buried treasure. Bada boom, bada boom. Man, I'm telling you, we can glide around, and if I... Wow, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. If we can glide around, if I continue to scan, we're going to start losing fuel, bet. Like, a lot of it. I'm pretty sure I could, like, see it physically. Yeah, see, I just used it, and I saw it drain it. Whereas then I'm using booster, and I'm not seeing any fuel drainage. If it is, it's minimal. I would say more than some, dude. This scanner uses a lot. I remember when we were first experimenting with buried treasure to put together that video that we made about the buried treasure. We were absolutely just ripping through fuel. Oh shit. Bro, my mouse battery's about to die. I'll be right back. Yeah, Evil. As soon as you are pushing religion over relationship, you lose sight entirely, and you can definitely tell. You can definitely tell a church with the Holy Spirit apart from, you know, these fake-ass churches, bro. Like, I need grace in my life, dude. I don't need you, looking down your nose at me, you know what I mean? And just as much as I need grace in my life, like, everybody else needs grace in their life, too. So, like, you don't need to be looking down your nose at people, you know what I'm saying? Like... Yeah, bro, I hate organized religion. My faith in Jesus is all about relationship, dude. Saved by grace through faith, and that's alone. My works can't get me there because my works are, bad. Have I ever streamed Helldivers 2? I don't know if we've streamed Helldivers 2. I played Helldivers 2 for a little while. I don't think that was... I wasn't streaming at the time. I wasn't live streaming at the time. I'm not even positive if I ever made any... Oh, shit. This might be a running theme here for a little bit. I'm like digging through scrap batteries to try and find the golden one. Come on, just get there, you son of a bitch. Get there, get there, get there, get there. Any raids today? Yeah, we knocked down... Did we knock down a raid today? We knocked down that one base, and we're waiting on the storm to actually connect with another base. But here, give me a second. I can't tell, like, my battery level just by freaking looking at my battery. So I'm gonna go try and find at least one more scrap battery here, so we've got one more replacement should this one start to die on us. Last thing I need is for the mouse to die and we're gonna land in the sand or something.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's worse than that, Evil Box, man. Like, yeah, for sure, like, the mega churches will put you off of going to church. But it's worse than that, bro. Like, they don't actually, like, they don't actually show people what grace is, dude, which is what...
Sector weather alert.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Sandstorm is approaching.
What was it? What are we looking for here? There's 2 of them on our list. Funnily enough, one of them is right here. So let's pop off right here. This is a noob one. This is the one I'm not worried about. So let's pop off right here. I want to see where the storm is going to be at. Oh, man. Actually perfect. Actually perfect.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, yeah, but good. Where's it coming? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Yep, G5's one of them. I think G5's the secondary cause, though, you know what I mean? We still have yet to see Canned come in the chat to
Sector
confirm or deny whether or not that, Man, is that not going to be far enough south? It's not, is it? It's... Wait. Oh my god, it's not, is it? Let's hit G5 first, then. It genuinely doesn't look like it's going to be far enough south. Again, bro. Again, it's going to be saved from the storm. I'm so pissed off. The storm should just sweep through the entirety of the deep desert. Just whole thing, every whatever.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Something just happened.
Subversion.
First off, we've got some action. We got some stream snipers in the chat. I heard him drop it and park it. He might be dropping and parking it because of the storm. We've had some weird circumstances work out like that before. Like he's running from the storm, so he just drops and parks his ornithopter. AK coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We appreciate ya. shield already popped. I wasn't paying attention. Nothing. Something. Not really. Actually, I needed that fuel cell. Somebody's in an ornithopter on this island, though, you guys. We're gonna try and get him. We're gonna try and get him. Take him down. Actually, I don't know if I have time to try and get him. We need to fly south. I forgot. Never mind. I don't think it hit it enough. Like, I'm fairly certain it didn't hit it enough. It's gonna be another another near miss on this base here, pissing me off. But surely we're gonna scare the guy on this island at the very least, right? No, what the hell? Like, did he know that he wasn't alone? I don't know. Yep, randoms. We've got one more base that's on our list. Other than that, I think we've scouted the entirety of the deep desert so far pretty thoroughly. But we've got one base that's on our list, which is incredibly tucked in and keeps narrowly avoiding this storm. Like, this might have been the time that knocked it down, but realistically, I don't think so. Unbelievable. That's 3 storms in a row now. And it's 12 o'clock, so the storms are actually coming every hour on the dot. I'm not sure if this guy has rockets. We've got to ignore that temporarily, though. Let's temporarily ignore that. What the fuck, dude? Bro. You dumbass. Oh my gosh, dude. Yep, saved again. Spared yet again. Is that a thing at 12? Storms come every hour? I think storms come every hour regardless, but I've had it... Hold on, did you hear that? I've had it to where storms take 2 hours, so I think the later in the night you go... I think later in the night you go, the further apart they are. Yeah, buddy, get him! This one here, I don't think, is that Sky? Is that for mentally unstable? It might be. I can't tell for certain. He's dead, that one's dead, take this one. Yep, that is for mentally unstable right there. Jeez, bro, he came flying up. He wasn't playing around. I'm gonna pop this chassis. I hope so badly that these are the assholes that triple teamed me 3v1 and thought they were so damn good. I hope so badly. Nice, bro. Were these the guys? Did you get the kill on this guy? I couldn't hear him. What was his name? Do you know what?
Really died in the cockpit.
What was his name? What was his name? Do you know?
I don't know. Big Randy. It was Big Randy.
Gotcha. I don't know if that was the guys. Come on, bro. A bit faster would be nice. Here we go. Watch it. This you coming in? Watch it. We got assault coming in. Pop that down.
Oh, it's ours.
I didn't know it was theirs at first, bro. After you see the black cockpit and the white body on that thing, then you kind of can tell. But even then, it's like hard to be for certain. Come on, dude. Increase the hitbox on this, bro. It shouldn't be so hard. Yo, there's still titanium in this thing if y'all want to come grab it. Yeah, screw those guys, dude. I don't know if it was the team that was pulling the 3v1 thinking they're all good or not, but screw those guys. I'm glad Sky rolled up because he would have gotten away for sure. Just got crushed. They always do, man. Goofy ass teams. There's a bit of a panic move on their part. Another forward operating base right here, huh? Weird. Man, they set them up all over the place. I'm almost positive that's a fermentally unstable, like, checkpoint. I don't even know, dude. I don't know what you want to call that. But yeah, like I was saying, Naku, before that got all crazy, is the storms, from what I understand in the deep desert, happen in between 45 minutes and 1 hour and a half, but it's an RNG in between 45 and an hour and a half. Recently, they've been landing every hour on the hour, which is weird. But then again, like I was saying, later on in the night, it seems to, like, be every 2 hours even sometimes. I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, if that team wants to come out and keep farming stuff for us, I don't mind. I don't mind, not one bit. I'm honestly looking for this asshole. What's funny is the team runs around in numbers. The Dust team, they run around in numbers, like numbers protect them, but they don't do anything with their numbers, bro. Like they don't do anything, dude. Instead of turning at me and trying to jump up and fight back while I'm rocketing them or anything, bro, they just got in their assault ornithopter, did a bit of a panic move, and then eventually got knocked. It's like weird. Yeah, not as much loot as when we took that carrier ornithopter with his buggy full, but I'm not going to complain about 1,000 titanium. We'll take it. That's 1,000 less titanium that I had to mine. Too bad I wasn't any spice, though. A slice of some titanium cheese, yes. Yes. When we took down the carrier that was sand crawling, these guys pushed it into the desert and thumped it so fast that I was only able to get 700 of the spice off of it. They're fucking maniacs, bro. They didn't want the spice at all. They just pushed it directly into the desert and thumped that thing. I'm sitting there trying to loot spice off of it while they're pushing it. We could have cleared like 80% of that load had they all just taken a storage container full. Nah, dude, they weren't having it. These guys are out for blood when it comes to that team. I'm gonna run out of stravidium fiber again. The bag drops when the worm eats it. Oh! Does it really? Huh. Interesting. Does that count for a person too? Damn. We had that one guy that we chased into the safe zone the other week and he got eaten by the worm. I wonder if it's possible that all of his gear dropped on the ground. Surely not, because then he would have been able to just go back and pick it up. That's got to be like a vehicle-specific thing. Otherwise, you could turn this game into full loot somehow if you managed to figure out how to successfully thump people. Yeah, I didn't even realize that off of the vehicle it drops on the ground. It makes sense. I thought I brought some bodies back, dude. I guess not. Shit. These wings are trashed, bro. Somebody catches me with one rocket, dude, they're done. Horror is gonna test it a minute. Let me know. I don't know how you're gonna test it. Sacrifice yourself to the worm with like some fiber on you or something. I'm sure the worm actually eats the inventory. I doubt it drops the player's inventory, because that would mean the player could just come back and pick up their loot then, which is not the case. Man, Caden, the Haga Basin base is a bit of a castle right now, but it's only about 40% complete. Sycamore, good morning. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Gotcha, gotcha. It's only about 40% complete, Caden. I genuinely need to get on completing that thing. But typically I think, like, you know, putting out, like, doing a live stream where we do the build is fine, but it's like not quite as entertaining as even just flying around to the deep desert like this. Looking for some trouble to get into, you know what I mean? At least with this, there's like always the possibility of something random happening. See, this is the kind of stuff these morons carry on their person. Like, why is he walking around with all of that on him? Nobody knows. Literally, he's got 5 medium fuel cells in his assault ornithopter. Brother, the 5 medium fuel cells is gonna last you all day long. You do not need that many. We're running this character exclusively solo. When they come out with character transfers, Caden, we may actually attempt to put together a guild on another server. One that has like a few guilds that are popping off against each other, you know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm thinking. But yeah, we're running this one exclusively solo, and we're close to possibly re-rolling another character just to have 2 deep deserts that we can scout out. You know, so if it's like this one's not popping off with bases, we can go see if the other one is. But if you start doing stuff like that, eventually one server is going to overtake the other. Why are they just parked there? Why are you just parked here? What are you doing? You just waiting for them? Oh, shit!
Move out the way, man!
You fucked up, bud. You fucked up, bud. You better pocket it. Pocket it faster, pal. There you go.
Yep.
Pussy, motherfucker.
Jenkins. No Jenkins! Get him!
Why is that draining my stamina? Now they have a pussy flying in. I can juggle 2 things at once, bro, all day. I can't tell if that's Sky. That's not. This is the douche. Oh. I'll let him 1v1. Oh my gosh. Bro, he's using the shotgun to stun lock him. It's so
How much
nasty.
fire you want, brother? I'm giving you the shotgun shells you wanted, buddy.
Gosh, it's so nasty. The stun lock on that thing is disgusting. Adios. Uh-oh. 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 Go, go, go. Stamina regen, stamina regen. Oh, actually, you know what? We're fine. Chase me, bud. Is that him? Why is it not telling me who that is? You fucking twat. Come here, you motherfucker! Stop running! Man, you better put a shield on. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Almost, but almost. Close but no cigar! Close but no cigar! Uh-oh, uh-oh. Close but no cigar!
Later, buddy. Later, buddy. What's up, buddy? Hey, what's up, pal? Hey, your buddy Skyward's a dog shit.
You notice... Oh, fucking Christ, I'm hitting the wrong button. You notice how we 1v1 and these guys don't? Am I out of bandages? No. That's not good. Is that another person there fighting up there? It is. Alright, so we got another person that we can actually work with up here. Yeah, we're done actually 1v1ing these guys. These pussies don't know how to 1v1.
There's fucking three of you.
Oh, come on, dude. I got a 5-second cooldown on my thing because I messed up, bro, so I'll be up there in a second. Time to kill is a bit bad. Mithril coming in. Yellow chat. Yellow name. Never seen a yellow name before. I don't know if that's Botrex that made your name yellow or what. Yeah, you better come fucking catch your boy, bud, because you know if you leave him 1v1, I'm gonna eat him. Eat him alive, pal. Okay, I desperately need to find some bandages. Is that fiber? It is. Huge. Huge. Worm ate everything in your inventory and the bike inventory, huh? Interesting. Were you inside of the Haga Basin? By chance? Because I'm wondering if that makes a difference. No, we're actually somewhat working with Dirty Mike and the boys to deal with some dirty, low-life, no-honor fighters over here. Some people who have a real hard time actually jumping into some good PvP. They like to team up 3-on-1 versus people. I gotta give it to them. Their one homeboy is actually pretty damn good at, how far is that? 75? Their one homeboy is actually pretty damn good at catching the defense. He comes to his boy's aid constantly, bro. Missed. Ooh, I just took a big chunk of some fall damage there. I'm trying not to expose Sky's, or whoever the hell's ornithopter that is. I can't tell if that's good or bad. It's probably good, because they're firing at this guy. I'm so fucking sick of this dispenser blast, dude. You pussies can't 1v1. Y'all suck. Oh, watch out. Here they come. Here comes the cavalry. You had your chance at 1v1s, pal. What just hit me? Alright, huge. That might actually help us get some health going back. I'm almost positive I'm missing a shitload of chats, but I'm trying to deal with this shit, so just bear with me. Hey, hey, hey!
Can't tell where to shoot, Jacket.
That wasn't very PC.
I don't know who that is.
Please get him up.
Please get him up.
I don't know who's who. I think that's Sky right there. You're done. Goodbye. Adios. See you tomorrow.
Nice. Like we got both.
Bruh, I love how we're sitting here trying to, like, play it cool, honor fight, 1v1, and these pricks just zero 1v1s at all, dude. Every time his boy was in trouble, he'd be there. Unreal, dude.
I was trying to let it be 1v1, but you've been pulling out missiles and running away.
I know, dude. I know. That's why finally I said, it's it. We're done with the 1v1s, bro. It's time. It's time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You don't know what's even more frustrating? This is the island I need, bro. I need this island. I need this island, so I need the heat to die off. Whoa, do you see that? Dude, I swear I heard somebody trying to repair this thing, but this thing is absolutely torched. Alright, let's try and catch up here. Oh yeah, it was in your Haga Basin? Okay, yeah. I got you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That might make a difference. That might make a difference. Zed coming in with the super chat. You're a freaking madman, Zed. Coming in, dropping the 5. It was an awesome kill shot. Yeah, we caught him in the air finally. Finally. Absolute losers, bro, with just loser behavior. Unwilling to drop the 1v1s, dude. And what's funny is, at least I want to say one of the people we were fighting was competent at the 1v1s, dude. The guy, I need to start using Suspensor Blast. Like, I'm thinking, like, we need to drop something, dude. I like Crippling Strike and Shigawire Claw. Maybe we drop Weirding Step for Suspensor Blast, honestly. Because it is such... That's what they're hitting me with, right? When They drain my stamina. What is that? What is that? What is this circle right here? You guys see this? Oh, is it? It's a control point. I'm a moron. That's just friendly. Friendly-ish. I mean, nobody's friendly technically. It's on site with everybody still, but we've got the guild with honor, and then we've got the absolute losers. DD is in full loot? Unfortunately not, Dima. Unfortunately not. We had the opportunity with the lands rad this week to make it full loot, but Atreides is too damn scared. Am I hearing things? Oh gosh, dude, I don't like the auditory. The auditory is not okay, dude. I can do visual all day, but audio hallucinations, dude, absolutely not. Not cool, man. Woo! Yeah, that made my butt pucker up a little bit. There's somebody up at the top of this hill. Oh my gosh, the hallucinations go hard. What was that? Why did it say that? Was that him talking? Did him talking just, what was that, bro?
You alright there, Jenkins? Sounds like you're tripping down there.
Dude, was it your voice that came through in the hallucination as well? When people talk while you're hallucinating, does it like distort their voice? You said something and it
Maybe,
did something.
I don't know.
It does. It
It-
does.
Oh yeah.
You said something and it did something in my head that has just messed me up, dude. Actually, oh my gosh. My stomach hurts, bro. My stomach hurts. That was not cool. I don't play horror games for a reason, dude. I would not cope very well with a horror game. That was not cool. It doesn't look like these guys want it anymore. The guild, when they can't 3v1 people, doesn't want to stick around and fight, you know what I mean? The second that it's like a 3v3 or anything like that, bro, they're out. Yeah, we're definitely going to be turning that into a short because that messed me up, dude. I've never heard that type of audio voice. You could mess somebody up. If they would have kept talking, dude, I might have had to take my headset off. I might have had to take the headset off. If they would have kept talking, that was messed up. And I don't know if you guys can hear it on stream the same way it came through for me, but it shot from the left headphone into like the back of my head all the way over to the right headphone with like this distorted echoing voice of whatever the hell it was that he just said, "Are you all right, Jenkins?" Bro, dude, it's like giving me chills a little bit. Whew. That was not cool, man. I could do visual hallucinations all day. Auditory hallucinations is the type of stuff that'll put you in an asylum. Also, I thought the hallucinations, as soon as they started, there was no extra hallucinations. I wasn't expecting to move and have the hallucinations follow me. It actually is quite impressive, Evil. I've got to give it to him. That is quite impressive. That was quite the experience. Just when I had thought we had dealt with the worst of it, that was quite the experience. And I'm just picturing now, if you happen to know somebody's hallucinating around you, you can mess them up. You can mess them up by spamming some voice chat into their ear, dude. Whew. What server are we on? We're playing on Dugap, Mithril. So we got the Landsrad tool vendor coming up is what they are going to vote in. Oh, check it out. I can actually buy the Emperor's Wings next week. And the Compact Compactor MK6. I would have much rather they picked full loot. But whatever, dude. Young Sparky's going to be there as well, but I don't know how good this is or if it's even good at all. How do you know? 76 people on the Dugap Deep Desert at the moment? Or 76 people in total between all of the sietches? Because I'm actually surprised to hear, in total, all of the sietches and everything. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say, 76 is a bit surprising to hear. If there's 76 people in the Deep Desert, I'd be a bit shocked. You're finally getting the weapon vendor for the first time. Nice, Manu. Big. I wish we got the weapons vendor again, because my Ancient Way's just about cooked. And I was wasting a bunch of it throwing rockets at those guys when realistically the rockets weren't doing a whole lot. Where do I see what's coming out of the tool vendor? Is that what you're asking, Juxt? Give me a second. I need to eat some more spice, but I just desperately don't want to. How do we know the hallucinations are going to come again or not come again? Like, they shouldn't come again until I actually use the spice, correct? We should be good until then. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. The audio distortion that they threw in right there was unexpected evil, that's for sure. I didn't expect that, and I didn't expect it to happen via Sky's voice chat in the game as I'm flying by him. It's just, that was insane. Me having nightmares about that. Oh, that's what I came down here for, was to see if I can finally repair these. Nice, dude. See, that one raid where we managed to take some aluminum from that guy was worth it. Oh, you're wanting to see the player count. No, I got you as well. Wait, that's on Dune. Dune Tools has that. Dune Gaming Tools has the player count as well. Yeah, Jux, there's some really bad dead servers out there, you're right. I look up the player count via Dune status, but it doesn't tell me how many players are in the deep desert. It just tells me how many players are in each individual siege. But if you take a look here, and this can't be correct. So on Dune status, it says there are 4 players in the Abir siege. If we take a look at the menu here, it says that we are in the Abir siege, even though we are in the deep desert. But there's definitely more than 4 people. So I'm assuming that's strictly Haga Basin. It's only talking about Haga Basin numbers there. Well, see, and like if I go back to the Haga Basin, the leg server or the leg siege on Dugap is typically maybe 3 players max. I think realistically they need to start squishing these servers to. You're right, Mithril. Mithril makes a good point. We do play at like the dead time of the server. Excellent point. Still though, even in the middle of the day, it's like the Dugap leg server gets a maximum of like 8. I think the highest populated siege that I've seen on Dugap in the Haga Basin during the. What the fuck? What the hell? The ant from my wall. Now I think I'm hallucinating in real life, bro. I'm on edge, dude. I am on edge. What just happened? The ant that was on my wall earlier, there's no food on the wall, stupid ant, was literally just on my arm. I'm not even positive that I squished it, so it's gonna pop back up again. Too much spice, and now I've got ants in real life crawling on me, or so I think. I don't know, man. That's what I was saying, though, is I've been playing during the middle of the day and even checked the... Let's pop down here and see if anybody's messing around. Oh, this is the wrong island. I've been on during the middle of the day and checked the player count, and it's still like 14 max on any given siege. I'd prefer ants over these camel spiders that we have out here. I thought maybe like the winter killed them off and like they weren't gonna come back anymore. And I thought maybe I was giving my cats too much credit. But no, I was doing yard work the other day and there was a massive camel spider that went running through the yard. I was like, oh shit, they're still here. Ants. Ants. What's funny is if that ant was out in the rest of the house, it would have gotten picked up by the cats for sure. These cats are crazy, man. I've like all the cats I had throughout my life were lazy. I had lazy cats. Didn't hunt anything. These cats see a gnat. I'm telling you, a gnat flying through the air, and I'm just sitting here editing a video or something, and I hear do 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 do. I'm like, what is going on out there? And I walk out, and all 4 of them are literally chasing one gnat around the house. And they'll get it. They eventually get it. Or it disappears somewhere where they can't get it, I guess, but... We are 11 minutes from possible raid time. A brown recluse, Jen? That's freaky. See, with the camel spiders, they're not venomous. They just have a bite that hurts. And they're aggressive. These camel spiders are freaking aggressive. I don't understand why they're so aggressive, but they're super aggressive. Most spiders run away from you. I've had the camel spiders attack me, I swear. They rear up on me. Give me a second here. We've got possibly 11 minutes until a raid rolls through, so I'm trying to figure out... Did they already clear this? No shot. There's no way, because the storm hasn't come through. I'm just in the wrong spot. Yeah, I was in the wrong spot. We're just gonna hide in our hole for a little while here. We've got literally 10 minutes until the storm should pop off. I'm hoping the action on this island cools down. It's been a little heavy over here. Yeah, I know. Your guys' bases all look the same. And there's never anything in them because you guys play smart and take your shit out of them. You clear your base at the end of the night, which is typically what everybody on this server does nowadays. But that's what everybody on every server should be doing realistically, especially with the extended safe zone. It's definitely dampened rating. On your server, EU, there's some life on the deep desert only on the weekends. Exactly. That's exactly how it should be, and that's how most people play it out. Oh, look. There's the storm right on cue. I didn't get a warning in sector, so it looks like it's going to miss this sector yet again. Bro, I don't get it. I don't get it, dude. This happens all the time where we find and scout out a base that looks like it might have some juice in it. This one's like incredibly hidden. And then it just gets spared. Storm after storm after storm, just misses it again and again and again. I'm not even getting a warning this time, so it's probably barely gonna hit this sector. Yeah, brown recluse is nothing to mess around with, Jen. I'd be a lot more freaked out about the brown recluse. I can never tell, actually, and it's funny that you bring that up, because I'm a bit of a anxiety-ridden hypochondriac type person, so when I see a spider that even remotely resembles a brown recluse, I'm like, oh, dude, that's a brown recluse, man. I did the same thing. I do the same thing with, like, bull snakes. If I see a bull snake, I'm like, bro, that might be a rattlesnake. And what's funny is I was actually finally correct the other day. We had a rattlesnake on our friggin' front porch. Yeah, this storm's gonna miss it by a friggin' country mile, dude. I'll get you, base, if it's the last thing I do. I don't know if this is Canada's base anymore. If it is, he changed his door for some reason. But there's an aluminum chest in there. What could it possibly hold? I'll get you. Let's go ride the back end of this thing. Oh, dude, come on. I wish they would let it grind if you're gliding just a little bit, you know? I do not want to be in the storm. My wings cannot handle the storm. Man, it kind of looked like the storm creeped over it, didn't it? Man, it did. I'm gonna go back down and check. Damn it all. It didn't even give me a warning in this sector, but watch this be like the one time it ended up just hitting it anyways. You son of a bitch. I knew you weren't. I knew you were gonna be shielded, but I could only hope. Oh, we'll get you. I'm just trying to think. We haven't seen any other bases, I don't think. There was that one island we got into the fight with the assault ornithopter with, and he respawned very quickly. And it was either because we were on an island with the lab, or because he had a base there, or maybe I destroyed the wrong part of the ornithopter. I'm not entirely certain. Uju, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well.
On infiltration instead of invasion. Surge instead of election.
Something just happened. Hey, Mad coming in, dropping the sub over on YouTube. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. With the YouTube subs, I never know if they're here or if they're watching another video, but either way, we appreciate ya. Doesn't matter to me, we still appreciate ya. You're cooking spice for all of your friends in Harco. You're doing a rave. Classic. I just came off of a spice hallucination that I never, ever, ever want to revisit. They be messing around with the audio hallucinations a bit too hardcore, man. The audio hallucinations are crazy, dude. Crazy. I think it was like right around here where we ran into that assault ornithopter, which is right next to... Jeez, never mind. What the hell? I was gonna say over here, next to this lab. Oh, brutal. Yeah, quicksand with the vehicles, the ground vehicles, is absolutely unforgiving. For some reason, when I land an ornithopter on quicksand, I don't know if the quicksand was bugged or what, but it wasn't as aggressive as if I drove the sand bike into, or a buggy into quicksand, buggy especially. Yeah, when it comes to all the server population problems that they're having, they realistically need to do something. Whether it be mergers or... I think, honestly, if they came out with character transfers, that would just... What that would end up doing is consolidating everybody onto one singular server. Which is why I think we're probably going to be waiting a while before they actually implement server transfers. And I think that's because they don't know how they want to implement server transfers or how to even implement it without running into the problem of just consolidating everybody onto one server. There's no way a storm can outrun an ornithopter? Oh, I mean, it can when I'm swooping like left and right and stopping and looking at these things. I think those storms, even if I'm in full turbo, are creeping up on me. Omni is easier to get out. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Ooh. We might have some happenings over here. Hidden in hollows. OMC? What? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Enterable only by weirding step. The weirding step only works if you have somebody to target. Oh yeah, they're crawling out here possibly, or they were. This actually looks like the dust is turning brown, so this might be old. Yeah, that dust is, you see how the dust is, the spice is like browning a little bit? No, I didn't, Uju. No, I didn't. Rode the worm in-game? I wouldn't say it literally took balls. It, you know, digitally took some balls. Took some digital chutzpah. Found a hidden base with his life scanner. Found someone logged out in a wall. A hidden base on what type of island? Because we actually have a hidden base scouted out, but it's access, so I can access the base on foot. But we also had somebody in the chat earlier talking about how there was an entire base, an entire guild on his server that had their base sunk into the terrain somehow. Yeah, but yeah, I obviously in the deep desert, I was assuming that. But like, is there a specific island that it was on, like a big bowl island, or like what sort of land mass? Because these land masses are copy and pasted. I'll have to look into that. Were they sand crawling a medium field? Is this what I see? Oh, he just jumped onto the worm, huh? Man, somebody went to town on this thing. That's the weirdest farm pattern I think I've ever seen, bro. I've never seen so many dots like perfectly scattered and hardly any of them connected. That's crazy. The server never stops surprising me. Hummingbird wings? No, we just got the regular wings. These wings are tore up, though. You don't remember which island? I'll have to look into that. I'll have to look into that, because that's interesting. And also, I found someone logged out in a wall. You can't log out in a wall, so presumably the person was AFK in the wall. Because when you log out, I suppose you're there for 5 minutes. But there's specific parts of the deep desert. Like, if you become enclosed, if I find a cave where I can become enclosed in, I can log out immediately. No 5-minute timer. I don't know if that's just a bug and I still have the 5-minute timer happening or what. But, what wings are we using? We're just using the regular tier 6 wings. Just the regular Scout tier 6 Ornithopter wings. The Hummingbird wings, I'm not entirely positive. I know the Albatross wings are broken right now and that they are actually worse. The tier 6 Albatross wings are worse than just the regular tier 6 wings. But I heard the Hummingbird are better. But no, we're just using the regular tier 6 wings. Just your plain old regular typical tier 6 wings. G3, yep, this is the base that we raided yesterday. Like I was saying, though, you can't log out and still be in the game, at least not for longer than 5 minutes. So predictably, or presumably, he ran into somebody who was AFK. And that's how they're cheesing their base into the wall. How do they get it into the wall in the first place? And what island is this on? And if we're running off the assumption that the weirding step is the only ability that you can use to get into the base, then if we're running under the assumption that weirding step is the only way you can use to get in the base, then presumably that guy who he used weirding step on in order to get in the base is somebody that's logged on and AFK all the time. So that way, whoever else is flying around can get in the base. Are we a solo player, Blay? Yeah, we're rocking it solo on this playthrough. Yeah, we're riding solo on this playthrough. We've made, like, an unofficial alliance with, what's funny is we've made an unofficial alliance with a guild on the Harkonnen side, even though we're Atreides. But honestly, I don't give a shit which side is which. I picked Atreides because their color is green. It's about as far as my loyalty goes. But we've made a unannounced alliance with those guys to deal with these other dickheads that are flying around. I'll for sure have to check that out. This was the same guy who made that Ornithopter video, correct? The flying tips video? He put together like an 8-minute or more video going real in-depth on the Ornithopter. I haven't watched any of his videos. I watched a little bit of the Ornithopter one, and it's very well put together. So that's why everybody who comes in and is like, you got any Ornithopter tips? I just try to push them to him because you don't want to get tips from me, bro. We're just flying free out here, you know? Whoa! Oh, it's not a base. Damn it all. We got jebaited. Okay, cool. What's weird is that you would see that he would find a team of dupers out here in the deep desert. I guess it opens up a new field for base raids if you're on a server that's smart enough to pull off some cheeky stuff like that, OMC, but this server couldn't even manage to figure out how to make pentashield bases. So I haven't even been able to raid a pentashield base because this server is filled with one competent guild and then a bunch of goofballs. Jarama. Pretty positive that's the fermentally unstable patches right there. But that's like not the same that's not the same variant. Same colors, not the same variant. But they had somebody rocking the same colors but not the same variant earlier that we almost broke the chassis on, so we'll let it slide. You think he turned around? Maybe we don't let it slide. I think he turned around. Oh, look at this too. I didn't even see this. Hold on. What's PvP like as a solo? I'm also solo, but I've tried to avoid PvP so far. Give me a minute. I'll try and give you my best answer to that question. That's another dirty brown spice field. Nice and dirty, gross. Are the goofballs the ones blowing up all the farmers, or is that the competent guild? You're a little confused. I think both. Probably a little both. The competent guild is definitely the one who's thumping all the farmers, that's for sure. That's for sure. But I would use the term farmer, like, loosely. I would use the term farmer loosely. Because realistically, it's the other guild trying to knock out some spice on their little spice collectors, their little dust buggies, whatever you want to call them. But no, the goofballs are the ones who are building up the weird bases out here that are just strange. You just run into the weirdest bases out on this server, I swear. Why did that ornithopter have a flag over it? There wasn't a flag. They turned on their mic. Is that the flag you're talking about right there? It was drama. I've never seen drama before. OMC, on that video, was he using the build tool in order to spot bases? Or was he just literally using the life scanner at walls? I'm gonna have to watch that video because I'm having a hard time believing that you would just shoot your life scanner at walls. Unless, of course, you were like flying around with your thing like this and then all of a sudden a yellow box appears but is clearly in a spot that's just not a spot you can't get to. This game gets so much hate, but you love everything about it, aside from the fact that you have to do group PvE content as a solo for tier 6 gear. Well, well, well. I like the game too. I think the game's got a lot of solid bones to it. I think that the end game PvE content is easily soloable. It just takes way longer than obviously with a group. It's very much so balanced for a group. What pisses me off is the end game PvE is trash. Its difficulty is very artificial. It's got artificial difficulty. Where's the difficulty come in from with the tier 6 labs? Oh, well, they make you fight the enemies in waves, and they make the enemies bullet sponges, and they make the enemies' abilities have a very low cooldown, and they make the enemies reload faster. All of that's artificial difficulty, which just drives me up a wall. Unfortunately for PvE players, the end game PvE just sucks. In my opinion, the game truly ends at the A section of the deep desert. Like, that's where the PvE content of this game ends. The tier 6 PvE content is basically for gear to get into PvP. And then back to Blay. PvP content as a solo is rough. It just kind of depends on what server you're on. Like I keep talking about, this competent guild, they'll actually get down with solo fights, and they don't use their numbers to bully people per se. They'll typically let the 1v1s play out. Now, if there's 3 of them and I'm doing a 1v1 and I end up taking one of them out, I can promise the other 2 will jump in, so I would technically have to take, but I would have to do it one at a time. It would be one at a time. But I think that's not your typical gameplay. I think that's gonna be few and far between out here in Dune Awakening. Whereas in now, we're dealing with a guild that is incredibly disorganized, functions more like a Zerg, and have 0 honor when it comes to fighting, bro. Like, they don't care how many numbers they have against you. They actually would prefer to go into a fight with more numbers. And I've actually seen it just earlier when we were fighting them, and then it finally turned into a 3v3. They bailed after they lost when it turned into a 3v3. They immediately bailed. They didn't want nothing to do with it anymore. So, did I get the static needle, Slick Rick? Yes, we did. It's in fact the worst blade in the entire game. I would avoid using it at all costs. It doesn't work at all how you would think it works. And I know this for a fact because Dirty Mike and I did a bunch of testing on it. Guess what? F1 3805 coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, Slick Rick, the static needle does not work or function at all how you think it would. The way it reads is you think it's going to do some extra, like, shield damage to your opponents and drain their power. No, does not. No, it does not. Right now we use the worst blade in the game. Hey, OMC. Can always count on OMC to be pushing for them likes. Even at 17, though, that's not too bad. Not too shabby. What's our build? Our build is incredibly unfinished. Incredibly unfinished. That's what our build is. That's like my best explanation of it. Also, needs to be reworked. I think we're gonna start whipping out the Suspensor Blast. I think we might be popping Suspensor Blast, swapping out Weirding Step for Suspensor Blast. But yeah, let me see if I can Let me see if I can pull up the class build that I put together for this thing. Damn it, that's not it. I can't find the skill builder, man. All of these web pages are just not popping up the right thing. Let me try one more time. Oh, here we go. I think this is the active build that I have currently. If I'm not mistaken, that's like the literal build that I'm running right now. Down to the T. And because I'm running solo, and I don't want to swap between skills, because I'm running solo and I don't want to swap between like every 48 hours, I'm always doing random stuff. I could be farming, I could be fighting. You know what I mean? So we actually have a lot of points sunk into the planetologist class to help out with the vehicle mining, with the fuel-efficient pilot. I fly around on my suspensor belt like crazy, so we've got the overcharge and the conservation of energy, and then this compaction thing. So I've got a lot actually sunk into planetologist, which realistically could be spread around the rest of these to kind of bolster it, but I just really do not feel like swapping back and forth and back and forth. Just did a raid, but it was a failure. Bunch of empty chests. Adam, that's about what you find out here in the deep desert anymore. Like we were talking with Sky earlier. You basically just run some forward operating bases. Treat it like a mission. You set up the base, you do your mining, you take the stuff out of the base, and you're done. I actually like the planetologist class more than I thought. And when I made my second build, I skimped out on a few of the things in the planetologist class, and I felt the difference. Like the compaction thing right here. This was rough, farming sand without it. You're not wrong, Dima. You're not wrong at all. That's why I pointed out, is like I have a lot of points sunk into planetologist that would be better off spent elsewhere. But I don't feel like swapping them all the time. Yeah, I was farming without compaction, and I was like, dude, this sucks. This sucks, man. It's like one thing to lose out on the boost from the cutter ray. That's one thing. But to lose out on that compaction, I felt that. Another streamer did some testing with it in PvE and found that it does work. Might just be PvP that it doesn't. That's so interesting that you bring that up. Are you talking about the static needle, Adam? That's interesting that you bring that up, because I was saying that using this thing in PvP, or sorry, in PvE is actually like shredding through the AI in the tier 6 PvE. Man, the crawler yield one is great as well. Mentat also has the gear durability passives that are nice. Yeah, I need to unlock Mentat. I've been lazy. I don't want to quest. I don't see myself questing anytime soon for real, though. I don't use the sand crawler, but I'd imagine that... Oh, I thought that was a base, dude. I was like, what is that? I'd imagine that if the sand crawler is something you use, that it'd be, Is that what I think it is? Reload! Don't run! Looks like they came... Nope, I was gonna say, looks like they came and picked up one of their assault ornithopters, but no, they didn't. Get in there! Oh, you were there, pal. So you're saying things that I don't understand. I've never used a crawler, so I don't understand. So you get you get a better yield if you drive slower. But then you're saying at the end of the day, it's fastest to just gun it. So I'm assuming it can go like 20 kilometers per hour, we'll say. And you're supposed to go at 5 or 7. And 20 ends up being better. The assault ornithopter came this way, didn't it? It's about that time, Adam. It's about that time. That's what I'll be doing eventually. I need to go back out to the Haga Basin and grab some bodies. Okay, gotcha, Sandeep, gotcha. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I need to roll back to the Haga Basin and get some bodies so I can craft some more of the plastanium and the spice that I have out here, because I do not want to carry that shit back, dude. Already carrying all the materials for the stuff to build the base back is annoying. Like, that in itself is like 4 trips. I gotta remember, too, to save the base, man. Damn it, if I forget to save the cheese grater, I'm gonna be pissed off. Nice. Yeah, we've cooked up a decent chunk of melange and plastanium in the past couple days as well. Between the base and the Haga Basin and out here, we might finally be at enough to actually slap down that large spice refinery in the Haga Basin. That'll end up like choke holding us for what we can bring out here next week, though. But next week, I'm not certain what we are going to bring out here. I know at the beginning of this week, I was like, I'm not going to bring anything to process stuff with. And then we ended up bringing everything to process stuff with. So I don't know, man. We'll see. I think we're going to end up taking the cheese grater back out. That might just be our deep desert base from here on out. Big-ass cheese grater. But we'll see. We'll play it by ear still. I'm still up in the air whether or not we're gonna eventually try to reroll. Cause like I keep saying, like if they came out with server transfers, what would end up happening is the most populated server would just get more populated. And all of the servers that are dwindling in player count would just have their player counts hit even harder. So I think realistically what they're going to come out with first is server combinations. I know, but then when it comes down to it, Adam, it's like the spice is heavy and a bitch to move as well. Might as well turn it into melange, and the titanium. It's like there's no way. I'm not making all those trips of titanium. We got about 30 minutes until the next possible storm and 2.5 hours until the reset. Do we play with other people? Not currently, Sandeep. Currently, we're solo. Currently, we're riding it solo. But as soon as they come out with server transfers or... as soon as they come out with server transfers or they start combining servers, we may end up joining a guild, or we may end up trying to form our own guild. We'll see how that all ends up playing out. Damn, bro, just a little bit too late. No, we ain't. Hello! You really farmed this without your ornithopter on you? You're a madman. We'll leave him be. I don't care too much for fighting the farmers, even though it's the only sort of like, it's the only sort of rewarding PvP that you can get into in the sense of like shit that you can get out of it, but it's not that fun. Oh, there he goes. There he pops his ornithopter down. What's his play, though? You think he's got a base around here somewhere? We'll have to keep an eye on that guy. Let's do a quick check of it. Did you guys hear that? I think I just heard something. Let's see if he comes flying into this island here. Is there a finger on this island? Let's look for the finger. It's over there, I think. Oh, come on, you son of a bitch. There you go. This would be the island to sink one into this hidey hole on. Right here. This makes me wonder if, like, this is the base he ran into, because technically you can get into that base without a weirding step. But I could also see running into it and thinking that you needed a weirding step in there because the entrance is so hidden. No hiding a base from me. Okay, he didn't go there. Not from what I heard or saw. Let's like do a glide by on this island and see if he possibly swooped down here. I don't know why, but I feel like that guy might have a base around here. You don't often see people mining the spice without their ornithopter out. But that is the second time I've seen it, so it's not like you never see them doing it. It's just weird, because predictably he's only mining it one inventory at a time then, which is incredibly slow. There's another one of their bases, their forward operating bases. This thing's empty as hell. See how much land is under there though? It's like I could see OMC being right and there being like a lot of easy ways to cheese under the map, maybe. I'm not certain. I'll have to check that video out and see. Was he naked? No, he had gear on. He had gear on, so he wasn't doing like the respawn method. But even with the respawn method, you would have to fly back to your base. You know, like even with the respawn method, you would have to fly back. It does cut off half of the trip. And I guess, like, he could just be sacrificing durability. Yeah, but then you're only taking it one inventory at a time. Like, if you're gonna come out to the deep desert and only farm your personal inventory worth of gear at a time, or of spice at a time, you might as well just go farm spice in the Haga Basin, bro. You know what I mean? But look, he's chunking off a lot of this. And I think it's like, I think the main reason you do it is because you can avoid being spotted. I had to fly pretty close to it before he spawned in. Hey, Lone Twist, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I saw one that was talking about riding out to the spice fields naked, but it had to do with dropping a respawn beacon at the nearest island to the spice field, and then you would respawn at the beacon, go farm the spice, take your ornithopter of spice back to your base, and then you would rinse and repeat. You know, you'd respawn at the beacon. This would save you half of the flight time. But that video came out when there was no safe zone inside of the actual deep desert. There was only that A sector of safe zone. Like, look at this island right here. This isn't one that I pull over and check very often, but that's a pretty thick cave. I'm just thinking that guy had to have deposited his inventory somewhere. You would assume all the way in the safe zone, but maybe not. He's dropping the spice and collecting it like that Mad. Mad. It's a 15-minute drop timer, isn't it? That kind of still supports my theory that he's got a base around here somewhere. That's smart, though. Oh! Oh, he could still do a full inventory in his scout ornithopter. I like where you're going with that, Mad. You might be onto something there. It probably was what he was doing. You go out there, you put your ornithopter away, you farm up an inventory, you drop it. You farm up another inventory, you drop it. You farm up another inventory, you drop it. All in one pile. When you're ready to leave, you pull your ornithopter out, you pick up your mats, you fill. You pick, you fill, you pick, you fill, you pick, you fill, you're out. And that way, you're never at risk of losing your ornithopter unless they jump on you as you're pick and filling. And you could tuck yourself under it. That might be the meta strategy right there, actually. I like that, Mad. You actually just brought logic to that whole situation there, and it is good. It is good. Isn't there a 15-minute despawn timer, though? But that despawn timer of 15 minutes might reset every time you drop something on that pile. What the fuck? I'm flying back to that thing. I'm flying back to that to see if there's anything on the ground. Can you go to a different siege, fill your ornithopter, and bring it back to your own siege? Yes, absolutely, Juxed. I just put a video out today, actually, talking about that. But to summarize it quickly, essentially all you're going to need to do is take your ornithopter, even with a full inventory of stuff, out to the world map. When you're on the world map, exit to the main menu. You don't have to. It's a fairly simple method. But once you're on the world map, you exit to the main menu, and then you can swap sieges, and then boom, it's that simple. Bada boom, bada bing. That's a good point right there, Adam, is if they didn't get their ornithopter out when the worm was coming. Yeah. Because they would presumably, while they're mining, have to pull out their ornithopter and jump up. Yeah, you can fill your ornithopter up, and it doesn't change at all. You can still swap sieges, no problem. Did I pass the spice field? What the hell, bro? I flew right over the spice field. It should mark on the map. It's so dumb. This happened the other day. Where the hell is it? It's not this far down. Just get way up in the air. Well, that's what I want to go check and see. I want to see if that was the method he was using, but I can't even find the spice field now. Is that it right there? Oh, that's just a shadow. Bro, I swear that's the G8 island. That must be it. Or is that just a shadow that tricked me twice in a row? Bro, it's just a shadow, damn it. Okay, it's not a shadow. It is the spice field. I'm a moron. Look, he is. Keep farming spice for me, bud. I'll be right back. That's crazy. What a crazy method. That's crazy, man. Smart, though. What was the method again? He's pocketing his ornithopter, and then... I wonder if when a worm comes, if he can fly in the air for long enough. Can you get high enough up with the, Oh, fuck, dude. That's some testing that's like, do you really want to risk? I'm gonna have to go out, like, butt-ass naked with nothing but a full suspensor belt. My question is, can you get up high enough in the air, with your Shigawire Claw and your suspensor belt to, like, make the worm change direction? You know how I reset the worm's aggro by getting in my ornithopter and going up and coming back down, and it resets the worm aggro so we never gain worm aggro? I'm wondering if you can, like, apply the same method to what that guy's doing. Because essentially, he's just farming out that whole field, and he could even have... He might even... Man, dude, if he even had, like, 1 or 2 people helping him out, they could just be rolling out and picking up the spice that he's leaving on the ground. And just, like, a constant, like, stream of, like, filling an assault ornithopter and taking it back. Boom, 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 boom. Like, we just filled our inventory there. Took 500 spice from the poor guy. But he's got plenty. He took plenty. But yeah, he's just sitting there with his ornithopter pocketed, farming spice, and then dropping it. And then whenever he's ready to leave, he whips out his ornithopter and fills up its inventory and bails. And Mad's saying that you can drop almost an infinite amount of the sand on the ground. So you could have like 8,000 sand stacked up there, and he just like has one last back and forth, back and forth, back and forth he needs to do to get all of it. Interesting method. Interesting method. Every time I see somebody on the ground without an ornithopter farming now, I'm going to have to pull over and pick up some spice. I'll take 500 spice for him. We'll call it the spice tax. I'm just glad that Mad was able to come in and put some logic to what seemed like an incredibly illogical choice. Because my thought was, as soon as he filled his inventory up, he'd have to bring his ornithopter out and fill his ornithopter up, at which point his ornithopter would be out for the rest of the farming trip anyways, so what's the real point of that? Touch it or refill it, huh? Damn, so even if you just touch the loot, shuffle it around a little bit. Interesting. But yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that if you just add something to it, it resets that 15-minute timer. That makes total sense. Man, every time I see a powered down base, we just have to check. Nope, still has a sub thief. If it's no power and no sub thief, that means it was a cheater that got banned. That one has a sub thief. Just out of power. We're definitely going to save the cheese base loan. Whether or not we decide to rebuild this monstrosity every week is up in the air. We're definitely gonna save it though, cause this is like a 4-in-1 blender. Or sorry, damn it, fuck! I just gave away one of the in-ones. It's like a 4-in-1 cheese grater that has some functionality to it that just really revolutionizes the cheese game. So. That doesn't make it any less of a monstrosity, though. Like, this base is a monster. Alright, we got about 9 minutes until we should know what's going on here. I'll be right back here in a second. W Move, love the content. 2 minutes behind, don't want to miss anything. Yeah, if you touch it or refill, hey, we appreciate you, Mad. Save it and put it on the market. Yeah, we might bring it out for a few weeks. It's a lot to build, but if it's in blueprint mode, it'll be easier to put these walls up in blueprint mode rather than the free build that we did on the way when we first put this thing up. I'll be right back. Alright, well, hopefully this storm doesn't delay on us here. And, double hopefully the base doesn't get spared. We'll see what happens. Oh, would you just pull up already, you son of a bitch? What is that? It's a hair clip. I was like, we've spawned in some sort of like bug mob ever since that hallucination, and now we're under attack. There's a giant dead beetle on the ground. Oh, it's a hair clip. I fuck up. I knew something didn't feel right. Right into the wall. Right into the wall. Okay, we're good. Another little, stop-off base. You're standing and gaming, Savvy. Yes. Savvy is, quite savvy. He's picked up on the fact that we are standing. Yes, indeed. So when I sit down, man, it's like I've got this pinched neck, shoulder that goes on, and it, like, absolutely just starts to throb. And when that starts to hurt, bro, it, like, shoots into the neck and shit's like a pain in the ass. And what's funny is my kid has a computer desk, and with his computer desk, it's like a standard desk, but he's just a kid, right? So he's just tall enough, and I see him standing all the time, and I was like, are you comfortable standing while you game? And he's like, looking at me confused. He's like, yeah. And then when he sits down, he's like, I'm not as comfortable sitting as standing. And so I was like, is that a thing? Like, should we give that a shot? And sure enough, dude, I prefer standing, to be honest. How do I keep such a high glide speed? Your speed is max 182. 182 is typically where we land as well, other than when we're hitting our booster. When we hit our booster, it's at 180, or no, sorry, 212. But if you're stuck at 182, I don't know, glide down. We'll have to get back up in the air and see. It's tier 6 wings, tier 6 engine, tier 6 generator, and then the tier 6 unique booster. Maybe angle your sight down just a little bit, but 182 sounds right. You're fat, you're jealous, you're losing weight though. I don't know how to respond to that, but that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about it like that. My dad's a heavier set person as well, so I'm not certain if he'd be able to stand. You know, standing actually, I say it's fine and I like it, but after the live stream, I go to pick something up, and I'm like, hey, oh god, because my lower back, dude, the lower back, it just like tenses up. I've been recently doing some stretching though. Like I said, I gotta start doing some freaking Pilates, man, because the Pilates guy is at like 83 years old and there's video clips of him doing like somersaults on the ground and then popping back up. There's no way I could do a somersault on the ground right now at my age. Not pop back up right away. That's for sure. Let alone 85, dude. If you ask me to get up out of my chair at 85, I'm gonna slap you around and say, get out of my face. Bitch, I'm old. Leave me alone. Fuck off. Stiff. Yep. Absolutely stiff. We might run into a situation here. You see no storms coming. And the last storm was exactly an hour ago, and we were talking about this earlier. We might now have run into the situation where the storms aren't going to pop up on an hourly basis anymore, and it's going to be more of like an hour and a half or two. And now, if this base that we're trying to raid here keeps getting spared from the storm, and it's 2 hours per storm, this is where it really gets frustrating. The juice guy was 90. I don't know who the juice guy is. You will not catch me jogging at 90 years old. I will not leave my house at 90. I'm not going to make it to 90, I hope. Like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. But yeah, some people's bodies are just, they take care of them. I gotta take care of my shit. Hey, Sycamore coming in, dropping a sub. Absolutely insane. Dropping a tier 1 sub. Sycamore, we appreciate you. As a matter of fact, we appreciate all of our recent subs lately and all of the gifted subs, and Zed over on YouTube and all of our members over on YouTube. You guys have absolutely been insane. As a matter of fact, I've put a little something together here to start to, you know, celebrate and acknowledge the members and the subscribers a little bit more as they come in. It's a bit cringy, so I mean, like, hey, you know, maybe close your eyes and mute the stream for I think it's 40 seconds here, because the cringe do get a little bit thick. But let's go ahead and have a little bit of fun with it, huh? Give this a shot. Oh, what the hell is that? Is that a disco ball? I don't know if my voice actually comes in over the music. Last time I did this, it did not. But hey, we appreciate all of our members around here. We appreciate all of our subs around. Who's that? Who's that? Anybody know who that is? Huh? Anybody? Can anybody name who that is? I'd be shocked if somebody knew who that was. Oh, look at her get down though. She's got that energy, dude. I need that sort of energy. That's the Pilates I should be doing, maybe. We'll do her dance daily now. Look, see how her hips are moving? My back's way too stiff to move like that, bro. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, though. We appreciate you guys around here. You guys are wild. Quite the show. That happened at 5 hours and 34 minutes into the stream. Great. That way I can come in and double check the audio on that. That way I can double check the audio on that and make sure we get the levels all working properly. But yeah, that one's for all of the previous subs, as well as Sycamore. We appreciate you guys, and all of the previous members, as well as Zed coming in, dropping them super chats. We super appreciate you guys. And should only be up from here, you know? We'll start to dial it in, get all the bells and whistles rolling and stuff like that. But bada boom, bada bing. Doesn't look like we had a storm hit this hour, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Savvy coming in with the follow over on Twitch. We appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. If I had to guess, this is the same Savvy from YouTube, but hey, we appreciate you. Anybody got? Nobody knows who that dancer is, huh? I knew it was a bit of an obscure reference when I picked her. It's an obscure reference that I absolutely love, though. Absolutely love. An iconic moment in history. Ah, you didn't know I was on Twitch. I think I've got a link to the Twitch in the YouTube description of the live stream, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we run it live on both. We give it a... What's that black spot right there? Is that just a texture missing? Oh, it must have been. Unless, perhaps... Let's play into OMC's theory here with these hidden bases. No, so there's not a base here. Because even if they somehow tucked it into the rock, it would show up. It would most definitely still show up. So we'd be able to spot it like this. We'd be able to spot at least the vicinity of it, that it was there. DNA coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We appreciate you. But yeah, we run it live on both platforms so people can kind of pick their poison. Watch wherever they feel most comfortable watching. Let's pop over to this area right here. Excuse me. Who put this island here? Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that realistically we're gonna give this server another week. Because there has been a bit of a bell curve with an uptick of action out here in the deep desert. My concern is that they're not going to come out with character transfers anytime soon, because that is just going to exacerbate the problem of having a bunch of dead servers and one overly populated server. Right? If there were server transfers, everybody would be trying to transfer into the most populated servers. So what I'm thinking is we re-roll a character into the most populated server, so that way we have two that we can bounce around on. Like, we could bounce around, raid and mess around on this, and then, you know, bounce around and raid and mess around on the other. You know what I'm saying? kind of what I'm thinking. I just don't know. I don't know if I'm going to re-roll live on stream or if we would just... Because when I re-roll, we're going to be grinding out the quests. And I swear that is just, bro, beat my head against the wall boring. Even gliding around the deep desert. Like I'm saying, right now at least we have the opportunity of like random events happening where we randomly run into people. Like anything can happen. When I'm beating my head against the wall doing a quest, that's exactly what I'm doing. It's just beating my head against the wall. So I'm not certain if we would end up re-rolling off stream, knocking out a bunch of the quests. Because the thought process is we could quest out until Ornithopter. Quest out and just purchase the Ornithopter and try and like turbo speed the grinding with that. Or even potentially take it a bit slower than we typically do. Maybe even take it a bit slower than we did before and like grab the buggy and get like a few thousand of each ore. Killed at the loading screen likes that idea. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens because I really don't want to request. I really, really don't. Also, there's still a lot of stuff that I could do on this server in, say, like the Haga Basin or something like that. I need to finish my build. I need to finish my castle. That castle is driving me nuts. It's driving my OCD insane. Flying up on it, not built. But honestly, it's probably like another 6 hours of building to finish that thing for real. Bruh, is this the hole Dirty Mike was talking about? Dude. This is, and this is where he popped in, and I was standing right there healing. That's crazy. I was like, this son of a bitch stream sniped me, but this just happened to be the best spot for him to jump in, and I just happened to be right there. That's insane, dude. That's insane. Craziness.
Someone, there's someone here. Interloper!
Excuse me. Pardon me, coming through. Chest is probably going to already be looted. That or Mike's laughing in the chat, so he's going to be sitting right here behind his hole. He's not in his hole. Oh, shit. Ah! What are the circuit gauntlets? That's something that comes out of the Landsrad rewards that I was semi-interested in. Scared me. But I was only semi-interested in them. Well, that sucks. We could have gotten a buggy boot out of there. Preferably, we would have gotten some Emperor's wings out of there. So we got some gloves. What gloves do I have on right now? Pincushion. Circuit. It's heavy armor. I do need to start like mixing and matching my heavy armor and my light armor. So that actually might be a good upgrade right there. Circuit gauntlets are heavy tier 6 gauntlets that reduce all power usage by 10%. Sea Harrower, that's nice. And I like to fly around. That's like one of the big reasons that I put so many skills into Planetologist is because I wanted to get up to conservation of energy. And damn, actually, the gauntlets themselves are better than the tier 3 conservation. Shit, I could maybe like swap that out. Damn, bro. I might not even need the Mentat skills in order to run the lasgun with that. Is there a higher tier of Emperor wings? There's a tier 6 Emperor's wings coming out of the PvP ship inside of H8 of the Deep Desert. Higher than tier 6? No. Also, the tier 6 Emperor's wings can be purchased from the tool import from the Landsrad tool person, so. I could use them both, yeah. Well, I'm not going to re-roll out of Planetologist anytime. I'm not going to re-roll just to get rid of that. So for currently, we will. And like I was saying, I do need to start swapping out some of my build's light armor with heavy armor. Suspensor jacket. Oh yeah, I already have the Suspensor's jacket. Idaho's charge, I've already got that. Yeah, so we can fly through the air. Honestly, I should realistically I need to put this death from above. Any attacks using a weapon will have bonus damage. We get death from above going. Oh, damn it. Whoa, what the hell? Scared me. Let me get up in the air here. %, damage while suspended. If we pair this with the 15% heavy weapon damage, we're absolutely like blitzing with our Ancient Way rocket launcher. And if I even did something like Energy Capsule, which increases range damage by 35%, if we did Energy Capsule into rocket launcher while flying through the air, that might be dangerous, bro. That might be dangerous. That might be real. That might be real right there. Our Ancient Ways damn near cooked though, which is why I don't want to swap into that death from above ability yet, because it's like that only really comes in handy when I'm flying in the air trying to take out an ornithopter. Like that's when that really comes in handy. Yeah, we really had the storm skip this hour, or it hit so low or so high I didn't see it fly by. So I'm seeing it now. I'm gliding at 187, but if you notice, it's because I'm looking way further down. If I pull my nose up, I land more at the 183. I forget who asked that. Yeah, the more I pull my nose up, the less altitude I lose, but the less speed I have. We did it. Boom. Nope, nope, nope. That needs repaired. These wings are absolutely cooked. I don't think I'm spec'd into the proper things to, like, prevent these wings from getting so damaged. Because they take a crap ton of damage. Do you know what you need for the fastest possible ornithopter? So when it comes to ornithopter speed, there's only a couple things that are going to actually dictate your ornithopter's speed. So you're going to need wings. The wings affect your overall glide speed. You got to be careful when you're looking at the albatross wings, because the albatross wings, from what I understand, are all around worse than just the regular tier 6 wings. So just regular tier 6 wings outperform albatross, but hummingbird tier 6 wings are better than the regular. I'm not 100% sure. The wings affect your glide speed, though. That I'm certain of. And then the second thing that affects your speed is your engine. So if you get tier 6 wings, tier 6 engine, you should be flying at max speed. A tier 6 boost module does help, but that's only with boosting, obviously. Like, gliding, you're still going to be maxed out. And then the generator doesn't affect your speed, but it does affect your heat buildup. So I swapped over to a tier 6 generator, so when we're firing rockets with the ornithopter, our heat buildup isn't as, bad. We can fire a few more rockets, balance that a little bit easier. But I believe if you take a look here, you can actually jump in and go to the ornithopter itself, and if you hit left alt, you can see these have a glide. Oh, that's tier 5. You can see that these have a glide speed of 180, a turn rating of 10, and an agility of 10. And then if we go over to the, hang on. Albatross wings are better only when flying with engine, not gliding. So the albatross wings might actually work really well on the assault ornithopter then. Did my stream just cut out? What the fuck is happening, you guys? Whoa! Come on now, what is going on? Is my stream up? Are we live? Mike! How's your server side running, Mike? You doing all right over there? Because we've got problems over here. Oh yeah, this ornithopter might have just gotten cooked. I'd be more upset if my wings weren't already at 50%. Well, it's good to see that we are still live. You sold your static needle for 350k? I think that is 350,000 more Solari than it's worth, so that's nice. I mean, it would be nice to get some sort of response from the game in some way, shape, or form. Like, hello? I don't think it was a zone cross. That was a bug that I've never seen before in my life. My camera, like, inverted in on itself, and I was looking inside of my ornithopter. I've never seen that. That was wild. You got stuck in your ornithopter earlier rubber banding and had to log out and log back in? This is looking like a log out and log back in situation. I'm a bit confused. Typically, it'll just boot your ass from the server. I'd prefer a full boot. I'll just relaunch it. We'll just relaunch the game. Absolute worst case scenario, we got eaten by a worm. That's worst case scenario right there. Oh, that'll be a sit down and figure out what we're doing next type situation there. My pin, to be fair, the pincushion stuff that I'm wearing is worse for wear as well, so that's kind of due for an update also. The hummingbird wings for assault are better for the ornithopter turning and agility, so much better than the standard. That's what I was saying before everything just hit the fan right there, Matthew, was for the assault ornithopter, the albatross wings actually is what I was talking about. Because those are better when you're not gliding, that might actually pair really well with the assault ornithopter because of the fact that with the assault ornithopter, you don't want to be using the glide while you're using the boost. You want to be in non-hover mode while you're using the boost. So the assault ornithopter albatross wings might actually be where it's at if those in fact are better. If I missed a storm, I'm going to be more mad than anything. I guess the worm death would suck. The game's telling me, it's saying, re-roll on another server, man. What are you waiting for? I'm waiting for the bell curve. I'm pretty positive people are starting to roll out here in the deep desert. Each week it's getting a little bit more interactive. Assault has albatross. I have albatross on this assault. I'm 80% sure now that you've said that. Killed at the loading screen is thinking exactly what I'm thinking. That's funny. The helicopter can go. I'm not too worried about the helicopter if that gets taken by the worm. My inventory getting taken by the worm would suck. That's where things would get murky. Though, in the past couple of days, I've built up enough spice melange and plastanium to realistically be able to replace all of the items. Harmony is popping, Mithril, and that's what I'm saying, and that's why I'm worried that they're not going to come out with the character transfers soon. Whoa! Who said that they've actually... Somebody said the other day they've actually gotten better at making you spawn where your ornithopter was when the game crashes. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, dude. That's a good one right there. They finally figured that out, it seems, which is nice, dude. Huge. But that's what I was saying. They're not going to come out with the character transfers because if they did, everybody in NA would transfer over to Harmony, and then all of the other servers in NA would be more dead than they already are. So I think we realistically are going to re-roll another character sooner rather than later. It's just a question of whether or not I do that on the live stream or if I try to knock out all of the quests off stream and figure it out from there. Because I swear, dude, the live stream where we went and did all of the quests, it was like literally, it was an 8-hour live stream, and I swear to you, 40% of that live stream was spent on the loading screen or on the main map. Yeah, it's a fair point, Mithril. That is a fair point. That is a fair point, and realistically, I actually wouldn't even be able to do the quests right away anyways, so we probably still would have to do, like, our speed run to Sandbike and then move on forward. Probably work into like steel or possibly even possibly aluminum sort of schematics before we started knocking out the quests. Demento coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We appreciate ya. With the YouTube subs on the streams, I never know if they're here, if they're watching another video, but either way, we appreciate ya. Just trying to listen. Big lag now on this server. Big, fat, stinky server lag. I'm wondering if I'm the only one who got booted. Alright, I really think that this is a good idea. So far I've time-stamped out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different shorts that we're going to be able to make, hopefully, out of the live stream. I think that's what we're going to start trying to pump out and do. It's always a pain in the ass because it's like I never know what time, what moments happened, but we start time-stamping it out. J-Rod, yeah, another speed run possibly. Hey, Dil Holio coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, hope you're doing well. One thing I can say for certain is that the Twitch follows are most likely here, I would assume. But we appreciate ya. You know, I think we've maybe had enough, like, traction on Twitch. We could maybe get away with turning off the verified chatters on Twitch. The only reason that I have that on is because frickin' what time is it? It's 2:30. All right, so we're an hour and a half off of the reset, and there's got to be a storm coming within the next 30 minutes. Oh, the only reason I have the verified chat on is because previously the only chatters that we would get over on Twitch were people trying to sell me their art and or people trying to sell me on buying view bots, both of which are incredibly annoying to deal with. Oh, big fall damage right there. Lots of bots on Twitch, and see, that's it. And that's why I put it on verified only, so I didn't have to deal with, oh, hi, how are you? I've never seen this game before. What's this game about? Oh, by the way, do you want to buy my art? Gosh, dude, it's crazy. My problem is with that whole situation, it's hard to tell if they're even real, actual artists, which they're probably not. Or if it's just a massive bot farm, yeah, trying to sell you on some, like, AI art shit. Because to me, it's like, if they're real, actual artists, and they're just out there putting in that grind, you know, casting the net, hey, I get it, man. I respect the grind. You do what it takes to get your art out there, you know what I mean? When I make a YouTube video with a thumbnail and a title that's somewhat clickbait, dude, like, hey, man, I'm just doing what I need to do to get my art out there, you know what I mean? So I respect the grind, but it feels like it's just literally AI bots that are programmed to cast the net rather than a real person casting the net. What is that? Is that possibly a base? Oh my gosh, it is. It is a base. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. I'll tell you what this base is. This is Dirty Mike's dirty hole. He probably stands over here like a hobo with his hobo getup. This is definitely... Okay, I'm not going to say for certain. I'm actually going to say this probably isn't one of their bases, because what is this, dude? My gosh. This is the kind of goofball stuff you run into on this server. A little 2x1 with a light, bro. Like, they're decorating out here. They're out here in the deep desert in style, man. Hey, they want to be able to see their porch when it's nighttime, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the cynic in me would agree with you, Killed. Dampier's got 2 people on his server built with pentashield bases. I've yet to ever run into one singular pentashield base on this server. Actually, that's a lie. There was one pentashield base that we ran into, but it wasn't built proper. It was like a piss-poor attempt at a pentashield base. Nice. If the base is juicy enough, there's nothing wrong with waiting for a storm to knock it out. That kind of secures the fact that you'll know that they're not, we don't hear any gunshots going off, so presumably there's nobody down here, but I am curious as to whether or not this chest is getting camped. This chest was getting camped so hard at the beginning of the week because people thought that this stupid sword was going to be best in slot, but it's in fact worst in slot. Yeah, this chest doesn't get hit at all. Actually, this sword might be best in slot for fighting PvE, surprisingly. I don't know if you're still here, Dirty Mike, but apparently some people did some testing with this static needle on PvE, and the power drain effect that you expected it to have actually was coming through. Which I'd have to agree with, because I could be tripping, but this thing absolutely was shredding through the tier 6 PvE. But that might be me just convincing myself of a placebo effect. That's what I heard from somebody on stream, is that somebody else tested it against PvE and it actually is effective. But I think the blade I was using before this was a duraluminum unique schematic. It was not a the blade I was using before this was a duraluminum unique schematic with only 100 damage. This one has 138. So it's only 38 damage, and it seems to be making like a way more substantial difference in the PvE than just 38 damage would like assume. Storm incoming? Alright. Can of Soup's got a storm up on his server, so predictably we shouldn't be too far behind here. In 20 minutes, it'll be 2 hours since the last storm. Uncle Ted's shack. It does look like a shack back there, you're so right. Man. Ah, man, can of soup. I hate those storms. You're killing me. The ones that are deep north or way far south, it's like, man, stupid. They should just make it to where the storm affects the entirety of the deep desert. It's just like one massive ass storm that sweeps through. That would be more interesting in my opinion, because that would force people to find a spot to park for a second. Rather than just flying around the storm or north or south of the storm. I feel like this island right here, this type of island, is not one that we check enough. This just looks like the type of island to have some sort of hole in it. It was, so was Adam. Adam saying it was Dusty, Shay, and I don't know who that is. But they were testing the needle out. It's irritating that we have to do so much like in-house testing on this game to figure out what the numbers are. I shouldn't have to pause in the middle of a fight and ask Dirty Mike if my sword is doing shield damage to him, just to have him find out and say, no man, it's not draining my power at all. I'm like, oh, okay. That's good to know. Hey, Destructo coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. I got nothing. There's nothing wrong with a strong accent. We watch Mika play Deadman mode, so I think we can handle an accent or two. Unless, of course, it's French. You never handle a French accent. Ugh. Oh, come on now. We've got to be within 15 minutes of a storm hitting. I can feel it. We've got 15 minutes until a storm hits the game or a storm hits my eyes because I'm going to be crying. I was just kidding about the French thing, Adam. I was just playing. And we had some action earlier, but it sure has died down. Let's see if we can find a finger on this island. Is that the finger? Is that the finger with the hole? Yes, it is. Look. Finger? Hole. Nice. Very nice. Hopefully this type of hole carries over into the next week. Because I will make a video on this. We're going to be exposing your hole, Canned. I'm sorry. I've got to figure out a different way to phrase that, actually. Canned, we're going to be exposing your hidden base spot. Not your hole. Dilholio had to verify his account just to drop the chat. I'm so sorry. See, that's what I was talking about. It's like now I think we got a decent amount of people that swing by. It's like maybe we can get away without. But at the same time, it's like if I turn that off, then all of a sudden we have art bots flooding the chat, adding to a list of shit that I'll have to take care of. I'll be right back. All good. Hey, I appreciate you. What's the plan? Hopefully we have a storm smash through this base that has just been avoiding our clutches by like a hair. Earlier in the stream, a storm actually even hit the sector that this base was in, so it said, warning, storm will be in the sector in X amount of minutes. But it just didn't quite hit the base dead on enough to kill the power to it. And then it's been, I think, 3 storms since that it has just narrowly evaded our grasps. There's been a lot happening in between, but... Oh! Oh. Okay, this rock looked like an ornithopter. I got jebaited. But yeah, we got like 10 minutes till the storm should be popping off, and then 60 minutes until Jeez Louise, we went rocketing to the ground after we picked that thing up. 60 minutes until the reset. I am, like, desperate for this storm to hit this base. It's gonna be one of those nights, though, where we're here at 7 a.m. and the storm still hasn't hit it. I just want to snap my monitor in half because this base is surviving longer than it should. This whole island has been just like a freaking hot spot of action, too, that it's like, look at this base, man. It's so hidden. I'm gonna get that ass, base. I'm gonna get that ass. Okay, just imagine, okay, for a second, all right? Maybe the blade sucks against fighting other people, but maybe it, for some reason, cheeses through the shields of bases, okay? It was worth a shot. It is a crazy spot. It's a crazy spot, and what's crazy about it is there are multiple islands, not just ones like this that have that. This one has it, but that's a circle one as well. I swore we found another one. Where was it, man? One of these islands is a bowl island, but on the map it doesn't look like it would be.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead
And
of
it has a hole in it as well.
intimidation.
It might have been this one right here. Like this one has a hole in it. This one I bet does as well. I think all of the bowl islands have one in it. Lena coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we have a storm. It's not going to hit this sector. It's going to avoid this sector again. Shit. Oh my god, they called it, bro. It's a far north storm. That sucks so much ass, dude. Storm number 4 that base has avoided. This one it avoided by a long shot, though, whereas in all the other ones were close, way closer. Yeah, can of soup. It looks like the storms actually... That's so weird. Yours was a far north storm. This one was a far north storm. I'm wondering if the storms are more tied to the servers than we had previously thought. Your storm went off about 25 minutes before mine did. Yours went off about 24 minutes, 25 minutes before mine did. And yours was far north as well. And there's been other people in the chat who have had storms hit right around the same time as well. Who else was waiting on a raid? Somebody was waiting on a raid to pop into that pentashield. Yours was right to left. Yeah, this is right to left as well. Sucks I don't have any bases scouted out here. Oh wait, yeah we do. Yeah we do. We're hitting up the crack shack. Crack shack. This thing's next to some spice fields too, so there's a small possibility that there's some spice inside of it. Where was that other base that we had located? It was G5 with the camp, but we hit that. Was it G8? Did we hit that one as well? Or was that weird one in G8? Or was that the one with next to the camp? I don't know. I don't remember. We already hit the G8 one, I think. Yeah, G8 is what we hit first. Oh my gosh. not 100% certain where this crack shack is at. Just in case there is a bunch of, like, say for some reason there's like a shitload of spice in this base, because this base is actually close to a couple medium spice fields. We will be able to plop down our own sub-fief and take it over. That's why I want my building tool somewhere that's accessible, somewhere that's pretty immediately accessible, at least on my hotbar. Just in case, for example, we break into this base, find out there's a bunch of loot here, and right as we find out there's a bunch of loot, somebody shows up, right? We can slap a sub-fief down. Or if there's even, like, too much spice to transfer, which, again, get our hopes way too high for this little crack shack here, but... I'm not 100% certain where it was at. It was right in these islands, though. Right in between this? Is this where it was? Where was it, dude? Is it in this right here? Fuck, dude. Yep, there it is, there it is, there it is. What the hell's happening to my laser, you guys? You guys see that? What is happening, bro? Stop playing games, laser. Stop playing games with me. I don't even know if it's doing damage. Okay, it is. Stop playing games, laser. You goofy. This looks like this actually, now I'm looking at it, looks like a fermentally unstable operation here. With the way it's gotten cleared so efficiently, though, this is actually the smart way to run a base. You shouldn't be leaving it up at all. Not with anything in it. Though, I'll take that aluminum. I need that. There's a respawn beacon here? Why? It's stuck. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with that laser. What is that, a tier 1? It's a tier 1 welding torch. Yeah, no, that's not fermentally unstable. This is some dumbass guild. I bet these are the goofballs, bro. The one guy who was in here crying earlier. Because all he can do is, team up, couldn't take down no little 1v1s. Should they had tried, would they have failed? That's something that their goofy-ass guild would put up. I lump them guys together, though, when realistically they're not lumped together at all. It's a bunch of different groups. Which doesn't help with the organization, I'm sure. Crying in your deep desert trap house right now. There goes the crack shack. It's gone. No more shack over there. Weirdos with the light bulb on their front porch are no more. We got 60 minutes until the daily reset, and whoa! Worm flying right at us. Big lag. $60 minutes till the daily reset, and we haven't scanned many of the, ooh, what's going on over here, huh? Well, now you always gotta fly by and look for stuff on the ground. Like if it was somebody who just looted it and left it, and was coming back to pick it up. That's what I was saying, though, with that base. That base could have had some juice in it, because there's a medium spice field that spawns there. There's one that can spawn there. Apparently one that can spawn here. And plus there's a few small spice fields scattered in this area as well. Could have been the juice, but wasn't the juice. Is there a cave on this island too? Did you guys see that glowing white thing down there? Like, I know there's a lab here, but there was a glowing white thing as well. Might have just been the light shining, how the light reflected or whatever.
Instead of election. On intimidation.
Donald coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We haven't scanned these islands on this side so much today, and so now that we have a guaranteed hour in between storms here, plus the daily reset, which might screw things up even more, we're gonna go ahead and like swoop through these islands on this far side. I say every single week it'd be so dumb to build in the F zone, and then every single week people build in the F zone, you know what I mean? Where's our base? Inside the safe zone. Our base is the cheese grater. It's quite the masterpiece. It's quite the piece of work. It's basically this futuristic cheese grater that can do so much more than just grate cheese. Just wait. When I get there, I'll give the pitch. Evil's just been waiting for me to hit that pitch all night. He's just been waiting to call me out. Big Cheese. Big Cheese has their hooks in me with their promotions. Or with their sponsorship. Big Cheddar. Is that what I think it is? What are we looking at here? What did I say right before we walked up to this F zone that's literally right next to the safe zone? Like, realistically, I have no clue why somebody would base up right here. It's the strangest thing. This looks like a forward operating base of the Fermentally Unstable, but just scaled up. What is this thing, dude? What the fuck is this, bro? What is this, dude? Why? Why? Mike, this is not yours, is it? I raided your crack shack? Oh no. Your shack is gone, Destructo. I'm so sorry. Well, this is the strangest thing I've ever seen inside of the deep desert here. This is where they park their buggy and they got a little drop hatch that they go down and then they enter their 3-tiered basin. Dusk gave you that welding torch as a joining bonus? I hope you're joking, man. I hope you're joking. I thought it was Dust. I've been calling them Dust. The dusty assholes. The dusty folk. Well, we got another one on the list. That one's the weirdest one I've seen in a long time. God only knows what could be in that. Still, there hasn't been a storm that has swept across that would have hit that. I knew Mike knew it. I knew Mike knew that crack shack. I knew it. Come on, go back, baby. Back, back, back. Alright, well. It was worth a shot. Let's go check out the cheese grater. I'll show you guys all of the greatness that it has. It's pretty revolutionary, you know? Does it grate cheese? Of course it grates cheese. It also does 3 more things. 2 of which you would never, ever, ever expect a cheese grater to do. Alright, here we go. Obviously, you've got your typical 3-sided cheese grater here where you can either shred it, you know, this is for if you have a lot of cheese to shred, the 3 holes, 2 holes, 2 holes. These are simple, you know, just regular amount of cheese to shred. What's a cheese grater without a cheese slicer as well? You gotta be able to slice square hunks of cheese with your cheese grater. Otherwise, it's not a very good cheese grater, am I right? But that's not all. Hold on. Before I go, and I show you guys the revolutionary design that really takes this cheese grater to the next level. Let's go ahead and show off some of the safety features that this thing has, because I know what you guys are wondering and you guys are worried about. I'm gonna cut my hands on this thing, aren't I, Fringe? Well, let me tell you, no, you're not, because we have this beautifully ergonomically designed handle up at the top here that you're just gonna be able to grasp so perfectly. We had a team of scientists put this together. It's incredibly comfortable to grab. You'll be able to grab that with entire safety. You won't have to worry about shredding your hand at all. And then if we move on into some of the revolutionary aspects of this here, for example, what if you want to do a little bit more than shred your cheese? Maybe you want to try and make like some Cheez-Its in the oven or something. And what do you need to make a proper Cheez-It? Well, you need cheese paste. How are you going to make cheese paste? Let me show you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm introducing to you the very first cheese grater slash blender mix, where if you just slap that button right there at the top, all of these blades will start spinning and it will turn all of your shredded cheese into a nice, fine, mushy cheese that you can then do whatever you want with. I don't care what you do with your mushy cheese, but I said there was 4 aspects to this blender, and I meant it, to this cheese grater, and I meant it. What's another form of cheese that people absolutely love and need and just have to have on hand all the time? That, of course, is cheese sticks. And I know you're thinking, there's no way that your cheese grater can make cheese sticks. Yes, it can, let me tell you. You just pop this open, you pop this open here, you heat your cheese up a little bit, and you shove it down into these holes, and bam. You're going to have yourself some perfectly cut and perfectly sized cheese sticks. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the 4-in-1 cheese grater. Go ahead and send that pitch on over to the Shark Tank, and they'll be picking this up ASAP. ASAP. But wait, I'm not done yet. Oh, we'll work on the pitch before we actually get to the Shark Tank. The pitch will be dialed in by then. Big Cheese will force me to dial it in. Gosh, these wings are so cooked. I think what's most incredible is I didn't anticipate building... When we first started building it, it was like, okay, this looks like a cheese grater. But then it just slowly evolved, and now it's a 4-in-1 cheese grater. And when I was initially building this roof, I was like, this is dumb. I don't know why I'm putting all this through. But then randomly, when I was doing the cheese grater pitch on another stream, I saw that. And I was like, it's so perfect. You can make cheese sticks with it, bro. It's another unintentional outcome of just one of the ugliest builds I've ever put together. But, man, I've just fallen in love with this thing. It's like, it's my 5-in-1 cheese grater, man. I love that thing. Can you place down, like, a blueprint on a base that's already created? Because we might have to incorporate that into the castle somehow. Hey, did you miss any raid bases? Yeah, you missed us knocking down a crack shack that had a little bit of some nothing left over in it. Bit of a weird headlight on the front of it, dome light. And, other than that, a storm has passed over the base that we have scouted now 4 times. And wildly enough, we've also scouted out a base that is maybe one of the most interesting bases that I've had the opportunity to possibly raid in quite some time. So we'll see what happens with that thing over there. Very, very strange base that we've got our eyes on. As a matter of fact, I want to make sure that we have things set up proper to knock out a 2-in-1. This one is so close to my base that this should potentially be where I'm at when the raid's gonna pop off. Still hasn't let me get that. I know. This happens to me a lot, Lindsay, Caden. It happens a lot. That's why the storms drive me nuts. The storm should just cover the entirety of the deep desert. It should be no question whether or not it's going to hit the deep desert. Like, the last storm that popped off was all the way on the north side. And Adam just caught one that's on the north, directly through the center. Adam just had one that's coming from the north and going directly down through the center. You guys have a hole in the back of your base. Oh, no, you don't. It looked like you had a hole in the back of your base. Weird. That right there is just an empty forward operating base. That's not on the raid list. Just trying to think, man. Like, this is probably where we're going to be close to. Whereas in the other one, we're probably not going to be close to. This one's closest to my base. Let's see. This is in the 6th sector, so it's more in the middle of the map. Whereas in the other one is in the 2 sector, which is at more of a risk of having a storm pop off from that side. Here's what we're gonna do. This second base, even though this first base is more hidden, this second base has actually piqued my intrigue. From northwest to southeast, gotcha. Dill Holio, are we gonna be streaming tomorrow because you need some sleep? Hey, you go get some sleep whenever you need to, man. We appreciate you. Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. Right, running around the same time, typically starting at like 10 p.m. Eastern and running on through the night. Typically. But hey, we appreciate you stopping by. You have yourself a good one. You take it easy out there. Yeah, this base over here has piqued my interest more than the hidden base. Just because of how frickin' strange this one is. Realistically, it looks like a forward operating base with some extra steps to it. So, I mean, in reality, it's right next to the safe zone too. So in reality, it's probably empty. However, it's definitely piqued my interest. It's a weird looking base out here. Naruto, boring game. Boring name. Boom, roasted. Got him. Got him. This is it, Caden. I don't know if you're still here. This is the second bit of juice that we have going on tonight. What exactly this weird base turns into, God only knows. If I had to predict, this is an empty forward operating base made by the goofballs that continuously make super weird, goofy bases on this server. Like, look at this thing, bro. It's obviously like a dune buggy base. And so you would assume that everything gets taken back, but these people are goofy, man, so God only knows what's going on here. It's a buggy base set up on an island with aluminum, which is even more strange. Oh, I guess there's some titanium right here. Wormy's doing something over here. I don't know if that's a crashed ship he's taken down, or if it's possibly somebody farming spice that he's going after. I don't know. Let's find out. Get that lower back pop and it's like, wow, what the hell was that? What we're gonna do here is scout out the islands on our way over there, because we may potentially run into some people trying to double tap that chest. Though it's been quiet tonight. Ever since we had that fight with that guild, and then Sky and whoever the hell else was in that fight. Ever since then, man, it's been slow. Don't think you're gonna bother tearing down the structure. You finally moved on out, Adam. Nice. You keep reminding me of the shitty process that I'm gonna have to go through, which I have to do every single week. Coriolis starts in 15 hours. It's one of those things as well where it's like, I might do it tomorrow, but then if you end up waiting for tomorrow, they end up, Destructo coming in with the sub over on Twitch. How are you doing? Hey, we appreciate ya. We appreciate ya. Did it work? No, it didn't. I have to actually pull up the thing, and we'll get it rolling that way. Hold on, why the fuck isn't it happening? Hey, I don't know if this audio is balanced at all. This is the first stream we have the celebration for the subs and or the members coming through. But we appreciate you, man. Hey, anybody know who this lady is? Anybody know? That's a bit of an obscure reference there. If you happen to know what that is, I would be shocked. I would be shocked. And you know what? You see how loose her hips are, bro? I can't get that loose. We need to start trying, bro. Start working out that dance. It's like a pseudo's Pilates thing. Hey, we appreciate you. It's annoying that I actually have to open the OBS to shut that down each time, but whatever, there it is. We appreciate you, Destructo, dropping that Prime sub. You're a legend. It's a shame the deep desert wipes your base. You'd like some fancy architectural masterpiece in the deep desert, but spending the time to rebuild it every few days? I'm right there with you, Harrower. It's more so the back and forth transfer to make the base function that drives me nuts. Isn't that dancer from the video in Thailand or the Philippines where the government coup is going on? Harrower's got it down. It's from Myanmar when the coup went down. Yes, sir. Harrower nailed it. Mad kudos to Harrower right there. Yeah, that's the Myanmar coup dance. Hey, Mr. Crizzo coming in with the sub over on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Guy Bry coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Hi, how are ya? We appreciate ya, and we hope you're doing well. Did I see that invasion behind her? Yeah, we should have tried to find a green screen where all the trucks come flying in. Can of Soup seems to get it also. Yeah, like I was saying though, it's the transporting in and out of the materials to make the base function in the deep desert that's more annoying than transferring out the It's Burma. Even the people there hate the name Myanmar. All right, we'll call it Burma then. I put our odds at running into somebody over here at 15%. But we are coming up to the server restart, so maybe it's a bit higher than 15. Adam G leveling up to level 4 over on YouTube. We don't have much use case for the levels yet, but there should be loyalty. There should be loyalty points being divvied out, which will eventually tie into a loyalty system where you guys will be able to trigger some other stupid events we have. Some other stupid events that we have lined up other than the dance. That's not my shadow. Interesting. Very curious where that guy's flying to. Makes me wonder if that's where the Burmese python comes from then. Adam? Very interesting. My dad used to own a Burmese python when I was growing up. I've got pictures of me as a baby with this, like, 6-foot python crawling around me. Yep, it sure is. Very interesting. I suppose you learn something new every day. And I'm guessing they don't want me calling it the Myanmarese python. They want to stick with Burmese. Gotcha. Alright, we'll stick with Burmese then. Myanmaresians. I see, I see. Makes me wonder... Oh no, Burmese pythons do not give birth to live young. Did you guys know that there are certain species of snakes that genuinely do not give birth to eggs? They pop out, they pop out live babies. Live babies. The, not the ball python. Man, what snake was he? What snake was he breeding? It was ball pythons and something else. Red-tailed boas. Red-tailed boas will spit out live babies. Rattlesnakes apparently do the same. Frickin' weird, man. Garter snakes do that as well? I did not know that. Those are the ones with the orange stripe down their back, right? I've always called those gardener snakes because I'm a moron. Like, I've always referred to those as gardener snakes because I find them in the garden. Or for a while, I think I called them guard snakes. Fuck, I didn't mean to fall all the way down. Guard snakes because I thought they were guarding something. I don't know. I was a kid. You do something and say something as a kid and nobody corrects you, and then you're an adult calling them gardener snakes. And somebody's like, what are you, stupid? It's a garter snake, you dumbass. And one of them is gardener? Oh, great. Here we go. Here we frickin' go. Is that a person? That was either a person or an AI right on my back there. You sneaky son of a gun. Dirty Mike, you dirty dog. I know you're in here. Pop out of your little hole, Mike. I'm gonna grab my bracelet just in case we get in a fight and I need to run away, and then I'm gonna come and get your ass. Dirty dog, he's not in his hole. Stoner Gaming, how you doing? Good to see ya. Oh, gotcha, Adam. The only ones I've ever seen are the ones that are black with the orange stripe down the middle. And they smell like shit. They do. I couldn't agree more, Horror. And some of the players move suspiciously AI-like, especially on this server, so... When you have a player who's not moving around like an AI, you can assume that it's the fermentally unstable guild. And if they whip out that stupid fire shotgun, you can basically say for certain. Vile! Coming in with some form of raid. We appreciate you. We most definitely appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Anybody popping into the chat? Hi, how are you? I hope you're all having an amazing night. We'll be here for 20 minutes hoping that somebody shows up, and if not, we're going to be catching that server reset. We're going to be so lucky as to get... predicting Emperor's Wings out of it, which is what I want. Though we have the Lands Rad coming up where I'll be able to purchase the Emperor's Wings, so maybe the Buggy Boot is what I want out of that, but realistically, I'm not going to use much of the Buggy Boots, so maybe what we're really after is some PvP. So maybe we fight these guys to draw people in. Make these guys make some noise.
I require assistance.
Shields up. Shields up.
Lag, dude. Huge lag.
Found them.
Hey, buddy, with the... Hey, buddy, guys, stop shooting at me for a second, okay? Time out, time out, time out. All right, now keep firing. Keep the noise coming in, please. Yeah, a lot of people talk up that water scanner vial, but man, I just really haven't seen much of like a use case for it. I haven't been in many situations where I'm like, I wish I knew a little bit more where the person was at. But yeah, I guess like if you were able to scan them with the water scanner, you would be able to tell a little bit faster if they were in fact moving around like an AI or not.
Shield on.
Access granted. Oh, you dickhead. Joffrey, come on.
Enemy found. Yeah.
So predictable the AI is in this game. Still frustrating. Yeah, I hear a lot of people talking up the life scanner, but like I said, there's only been I can't even count any scenario where I'm like, man, I wish I had the life scanner on me and I would have been able to like track that guy a little bit better. Typically, all the fights I'm in, they're all face to face. And I haven't been in many situations where people are like ducking behind a rock. Because that's where a life scanner and having like somebody scanned could really come in handy. If they're ducking behind a rock and they're popping out to the right or left and you have them scanned, you're going to know which side they're popping out on. I could have life scanned the treasure room to scout. That's fair. That's fair. And in that scenario, I would have known exactly where they are, so I could have come and dived right on top of them. It's a good point. It's a really good point. Because in my head, I'm like, even if there was somebody in here scouting them, it's like I would have come and wanted to dive on them anyways. But now I would have known. A lot of loot campers, thanks to it. Yes, you guys are making really good points. Because in the previous, on H2, there's that like wall that they can clip into and hide, but they can't hide from it if you can scan it. They can't hide in there if you can scan in there. Do people really just camp the entrance of the lab? I'm on a weird server, man. We need to re-roll. I think we're eventually gonna end up re-rolling. We're on a weird server here. Everybody else in the chat's experience with the deep desert just does not ever line up with mine. 20 more minutes, 19 actually, until the server reset here. Hopefully the server reset itself doesn't reset the storm counter. As a matter of fact, it's entirely possible that we have a storm start to sweep through in the last minutes before the reset. In which case, we're going to have to respawn and fly back to get back to that base. Your deep desert is kind of dead, sadly. Just 3 big guilds doing PvP. Every other guild are PvE farmers. Man, at least you've got 3 guilds doing PvP. Currently, as it stands, the only actually fun PvP that you can run into on this server is with the Fermentally Unstable guild. Everybody on this Atreides side is a bunch of PvE Andes. All they want to do is come out here and farm. And the Atreides side has recently banded together to stand against the Fermentally Unstable. So these guys are trying to create a bit of a Zerg, if you will, to like mount up a defense against these guys. But realistically, because they're a bunch of PvE Andes... Oh, nice, dude. Oh, shit, yeah, we just got the buggy boot as well. Mike, you better fuck off me, bro. I'm not down here, and I'm not catching the reset on this thing at all. So Harkonnen, it's unfair. These are the only guys on the Harkonnen side that contribute to the Landsrad. So when they do win the Landsrad, it's because these guys pulled all the weight. And then for like 3 weeks, this Shy Guys guild was at the top, and this board was basically immediately completed. And that tells me that the Shy Guys guild was heavily duping. So like 2 weeks in a row, Atreides won on day 1 because the Shy Guys were heavily duping, which is just sad. It just sucks, man, for real. And it's just unfortunate because there's just not enough. All the other Zerg that's banded together are literally a bunch of PvE Andes. There's maybe like 1 or 2 of them in the entirety of it that are decent at PvP. They were using a carrier to sandcrawl a large spice. Okay, what did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys? It's gonna hit it in 8 minutes. What did I tell you guys? Oh my gosh, now I have a buggy boot on me too. I can't just dump this here. Son of a bitch. What'd I say, bro? I said this happens before the server. How many minutes do we have? Like 15 at least, I think. Damn, I wish I'd have gotten my Ornithopter a couple minutes ago when I first got the boot. Shit. It says 8 minutes, so it's going to be coming from that side, which is not good because there's the raid that I'm most interested in is on that side. Yep, and I'm going to be flying towards it. I just gotta keep my eye on that sector there.
Sector weather alert. A large sand.
There's nothing wrong with that, killed at the loading screen. I just feel bad for these guys because they've literally got no competition out here, and the competition that is trying to mount against them is not much of competition, and these guys are freaking ruthless, so they'll thumper their carrier and their sandcrawler every time they catch them out here with it. Which is eventually going to shut this Zerg down. The Zerg will eventually quit. They're basically killing off their competition before it can even build itself up, but if they didn't... If they didn't do that, what would end up happening is that Zerg would end up having way too much I mean, it says the sandstorm's approaching, but I don't see it from either side. I'm flying, and it's counting down the minutes faster and faster and faster, so it's got to be coming from this direction. Which is good. That gives me more time to work with on the server restart here, but it's going to end up screwing me. I might need to dump myself off and pull a respawn, which means that we would lose out on the buggy boot, which would suck. But at the end of the day, a buggy isn't something that I typically farm with a whole bunch. I mean, we are probably going to start bringing a buggy out here into the deep desert, but...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Maybe this is a fake sandstorm. Could be a fake one. I've had the weather thing go off and then no sandstorm roll through before. If you're going to keep playing after the reset, disconnecting on the loot room is a good... That's what the original plan was. But honestly, the raids always take priority. All I want is the Emperor's wings out of that loot. Yeah, see? It's exactly what I said. It's hard to tell if it actually caught it. Alright, well, y'all might be mad at me, but we're dumping this buggy boot off. Mike, if you can make it out here, there's a buggy boot on the ground for you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Bit unfortunate here because I'm not 100% sure it's actually going to break that shield. It looks like it hit it pretty dead on, but we had it earlier smash F6 pretty dead on, which it's going to hit F6 like crazy this time. But curiosity is going to kill the cat. I want to see F2. I want to see F2, baby. The hidden base is one thing, but this is something else. This is a base that is just weird, bro. You formed 6 Harco guilds together and you're up to 32 now? Nice. Yeah, you had some of the Harkonnen, and that's kind of what happened on this server is the Atreides had no standing inside of the deep desert, but they've kind of banded together. And now they've got more numbers than the other guild, but there it is. They've got more numbers than the other guild, but they're nowhere near as talented. They have no idea what they're doing. Is somebody already raiding this thing? Why won't it fire? Oh, come on now. Fuck me, we went in the wrong way. Typically, I'd go for the generators here, but it looks like these guys have way more generators than they actually need. So I think sub-thief is the play here. My god, just a generator factory here. It's hard to tell what's even going on with this base even, to be honest. I think this is going to take us up and out of the base, which isn't what I want to do. But fuck it, these guys have so many so many in here, so many generators in here. I'd have to break all of them. You're making a big place to go up to a hill. 8 minutes until the reset. Even less time to finish knocking out this base. I knew this would take us to the top. Let the confusion sink in, bro. Is there a sub-thief here or not? Starting to think there's not even a sub-thief here. We'll check after this wall. I don't have the required permissions. What the fuck with this base, bro? It's empty as hell, just like I expected it to be. It's just a massive forward operating base. But I'm still not convinced. Sub-thief is probably under the generators. Any of these could be a floor, actually. It's a good point you just brought up right there. Under, yeah, we'll check. I think we found it. It's got its shield back up. You sick bastard. It's an empty base. But I do think that we found it. Let's just do another check around here, make sure there's no sorts of, like, spots where they could be hiding loot. Because this base is shaped very strangely. Threw me off. I didn't expect to run into 3 rooms of generators. I would have had to take out all but one of these generators, bet, in order to shut this power off. It's got to be under this one right here. You can hear it. That being said, this is just a generator. This is just a bunch of generators. I'm not seeing any sort of, like, possible loot up on the top. I'm not seeing any sort of, like, possible loot anywhere, to be honest. Brutal! Yeah, because these go up all the way through. Bop, bop, bop. This is just a buggy room. These guys even demolished their chests. Typically, they'll leave their chests. Let's see, are these foundations? Yeah, they are. Yeah, typically they'll leave their chests. These guys didn't even leave the chests, bro. They demolished the chests as they cleared out as well. Well, good on them. F6 will be cleared by the time we get there. Yeah, you're 100% right. You're right. We totally messed that up, Stoner. We should have been able to find that sub-thief so much faster. There's a brain fart. I was more so confused by breaking out walls and finding generators. Like, honestly, just fucking dropped the ball here. Like, we know damn well to pull this. We know damn well to pull the building tool out and search. Like, that's how you search for hidden loot as well. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. I don't get to raid as often anymore. We're a little bit rusty. Hey, Vile, we appreciate you stopping by. You have yourself a good one out there. Take it easy. Oh, good point, Matthew. That's actually a good point. I wouldn't have had to take them all out if some of them were out of fuel cells. Excellent point. I heard rustling in the leaves. Sounds like it's just the wind, though. All right, we've got 4 more minutes until the reset here, so we're just going to camp out on this island. F6 has a spot that needs to be raided, and then obviously we need to come back and take our vengeance on this F2 so we can delete it entirely. What's weird is the first time I didn't notice the hole. I didn't notice the hole on the side, which sucks. If I did, I might have come and, like, inspected the base a little bit further. Because it looks like somebody already came in for an attempted raid. This hole's already busted. So somebody came in for an attempted raid. They went here, and then they didn't go there, but they went here. This was a hole up. And then they saw a room full of generators, and they backed out. They just were like, nah, fuck it. Forget about it. I wouldn't make it back. Like, realistically, I got a minute and 42 seconds. I'd rather just lose the buggy boot. The buggy boot I wasn't worried about. If I had Emperor's Wings, I'd be a little bit more upset, but the buggy boot's good, don't get me wrong, but honestly, that's more of like a guild. That's more of an item that's tuned towards guilds. The buggy boot that I have on currently is fine. I don't even do a whole lot of mining in the deep desert. Then I have not done a whole lot of mining, and I've done 0 mining in the deep desert with a buggy, so that would realistically be what you want it for, is for if you're mining out here in the deep desert. Get some extra stuff in that buggy boot, but it is what it is. I'm just hoping that the server reset doesn't reset the storm clock, so hopefully we end up running into a storm within 50 minutes. $60 until the reset. Yep. Big old chunky reset coming on in. This goes over 2. 1, 2. Is there loot possibly inside of this chest? Well, now I'm fucking kicking myself in the ass. This goes over 1. There's 1 room here. There's room here. There's room here. Shit! There's room in there for loot. Man, dude. If that loot room isn't emptied and these guys survived 2 people trying to raid their base, I mean, kudos to them. Rookie mistake on my part. I should have been able to find... Scared me, bro. That scared me. Yeah, are you seeing what I'm seeing, Stoner? There's a room there where there could be some loot. Just when I thought that we had, like, searched it all and it's like, ah, it's just generators, there's actually a spot there that could be some loot. I should check to see if it's foundation, but I don't think it was. Damn is right. Damn is right. And down it goes. 15 more minutes, and then we'll be rolling again. I'll be right back. 2 minutes and it's coming up. Ray's got the server reset on fast mode tonight. Your rockets disappeared after detaching your rocket launcher and then attaching it back on. Bleat, that is the most annoying thing. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's meant to be a feature, but they literally just delete themselves. I've lost at least 1,000 rockets because I forgot to take them out of my stupid rocket launcher before I detached that thing. It's the most annoying thing. I am so sorry, but that it just happens. They're gone. They're gone for good. Gone, gone. Yeah, I've cooked at least 1,000 rockets. Dumped 1,000 of them into the void. Are rockets in your launcher just because they are in the ornithopter inventory? I'm not sure what you mean. I know there's a bit of a visual bug when you don't detach your rocket. Like, say you have a rocket on your ornithopter that's filled up with 250 rockets. If you don't detach it, but you pocket your ornithopter and then you bring it back out and you look in your rocket storage, it's going to say you have none, but you in fact have 250. You lost your MK6 launcher because you detached it while mining and didn't realize it dumped on the ground. Ah, that absolutely sucks. I've almost lost several. I might have actually lost my thrusters because of that. And then I pulled out a fresh set of thrusters. That or we accidentally triggered that repair bug on the not the launchers, not the rocket launchers, but the boost. Yeah, last night when I was looting that one of those bases that was decaying, I had to pull my storage out and my my boost seemed to disappear. But then I went back to my base and my boost was in one of my chests, so it could have been another boost. I have multiple of them, but who frickin' knows? Large delay on comments? Ah, brutal. Sometimes a delay will like start off because of some blip of lag, and then just progressively throughout the night it will get worse and worse and worse. I mean, it shouldn't matter which one I freaking log into, right? Dugap's not up, though. I'm in the deep desert, though, so what's it really matter? I've got no delay set, but that's kind of what happens. And now it very well might be delayed 15 seconds, I don't know. I don't want to mess things up by spawning into a siege that I'm not technically on, even though we're in the deep desert. I don't want some stupid bug happening where we lose our shit for no reason. There it is. There's the leg siege. We back. 77 viewers and only 17 likes. Hey, we can always appreciate, or we can always rely on OMC to come in and be asking and pushing for them likes. We appreciate you, OMC. Even 17 ain't too shabby, though. Not too bad. Alright, you know what I meant to check? Let's go back down here and check real quick. It's a foundation. It's 3 foundations. It's 4 foundations. That's not a foundation. That's a roof. That's a foundation. It's just more foundation. Okay, hold on. Let me check from the inside. Like, that's just a foundation. There's no room there for loot. And these are just foundations. Aha! No extra room for loot, unless it was, like, hidden back here or something, but... These are just foundations. I don't think they can hide anything under these. It's like a 1.5-minute delay on the comments, huh? Damn, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty damn rough. There's not much I could do about it at this point in time, though. Can of soup made it in. You think my death box is still there? You think it got deleted on the wipe? I bet it got deleted. I don't remember where we were at when we finally jumped, probably like right here. Testing delay. OMC's testing the delay. What are we at? Was that a 1.5 minutes, OMC? It could be a possibility that it's like popping through bot ricks as well. That might be causing the delay. Only a 32-second delay. What about that one? Was that pretty immediate? Because the... Oh, wait. Botrix came up with your only 32-second delay chat not too long after it popped up on the YouTube. Seems like there is some sort of delay. Like I said, sometimes it'll like happen early in the stream and then just progressively get worse and worse and worse. Stoner's giving us the rough estimate of how long it took, all right? I'm being attacked by a moth. This is true, OMC. That sometimes on the user end, it'll do that as well. Very true. Very true. If somebody's complaining about a delay or saying that there's a delay, I typically will just take their word for it and will assume that they would have already made sure that they're like caught up with the live stream. You know what I'm saying? But yes, you are correct. Sometimes you yourself may fall like a little bit behind. Mick, endgame. The endgame loop is definitely server dependent, and there are certain times where it's a lot more entertaining than others. This endgame loop of raiding, you know, was popping when the server was popping, and when the deep desert didn't have the safe zone brought up to halfway up to it. But yeah, definitely depends on what you have going on. Server-wise and competition-wise. Because I'm sure there's other people in the chat who are in their deep desert. I get it all the time, and they're like, man, I'd already gotten rocketed down if I was flying around the deep desert like you are. And that's because we're playing at like a dead time of the server, to be honest. But on top of that, it's not that populated of a server. We've got about like 1 to 3 guilds out here who are even any sort of like realistic competition. Other than that, it's a bunch of weird solo players. And I'm not saying playing solo is weird. I play solo, but these guys are weird. And they also happen to be playing solo. This is definitely mining time. And you're 100% right, Mick. They need to consolidate these servers in these worlds. Couldn't agree more. I'd imagine that they're going to be doing I'd imagine that they're going to be combining servers before they end up releasing server swaps, which is why I think we're going to re-roll another character on a more populated server. No Discord yet, J Wolf. Sketchy, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Endgame is mainly just duos shitting on solos, out trying to farm to make it to tier 6 gear. Yeah, that's a lot of what I hear people having to go through as well. Thankfully on this server, the one guild that provides any sort of like fun PvP is also very good at dropping the 1v1s and leaving it at that. We got another guild kind of forming out here who thinks they're going to come out and throw caution to the wind and and 3v1 somebody and then teabag them. So they might catch my shit list sooner than later, and you might see me thumping a fucking ornithopter or two.
Who's that?
It's nobody.
Someone's here. Enter the house. Help! Identify yourself. Identify yourself.
Oh, I didn't get to run through? That's not fair.
I got you. I need help.
I got caught in it, damn it. I'm on fire.
Your water is mine.
Hey, that's enough with the fire, man. That's enough with the fire. You guys messed up now. Man, what was that scream? Did you hear that scream this AI just let out? That was brutal. That was nasty, dude. Why did access just get denied like somebody was trying to run in that? Oh, it's because I'm close to this.
Shields up.
Yeah, done. Is he gonna revive? Is that what's going on? Uh-oh. Nope. Didn't get it off. Hey! Oh, and we got the Emperor's wings out of it. Huge. Frackin' huge. I'm pretty sure these Emperor's wings suck, but I would like to test it for myself. Buggy boot would have been nice, but you know. It is what it is. Will PvEers want to change servers at the cost of all of their progress? I think OMC, if I'm being honest, I think PvEers would not change servers. I think those are not the people that want to change servers. The people who want to change servers are the people who want to actually be engaging in some like guild versus guild PvP with some competition. So no, I would argue that PvEers would not change servers. They would actually probably be excited that the PvPers left their server so they can now just come out here in the deep desert and flick each other's buttholes and stuff. Whatever they do out here when they're by themselves, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what they do. Got chased off at F6 twice yesterday by rocket ornithopter folks who could hit a barn door with a Gatling gun. That's funny, bro. That's kind of like me. Sometimes I'd be throwing rockets with my ornithopter. They ain't even coming close. They ain't even coming close. I'm doing good, Sketchy. I'm doing good. We're doing all right around here. We got a couple of raids lined up still. If we can manage to get another storm to fly through just perfectly, we'll be able to knock them out. One of them I'm going to ignore. We're going to be going for the sneaky raid next. I'm not entirely convinced that there's any hidden loot at the first raid that we just attempted, but unfortunately, Made a massive rookie mistake and failed. Nope. I think also, OMC, you bring up a decent point. PvE players might actually be upset with server mergers, man. That's what blows my mind about this whole situation. Sycamore is like, and this is why the game's bleeding players, in my opinion, because when the PvE players finally get out to the deep desert and they realize that the PvE that they have to look forward to is very artificially, the difficulty is very artificially inflated, they just immediately lose interest, and there's no reason for them to grind the tier 6 gear because the PvE is basically non-existent. Sakari, you happen to rather love the reroll and rerun of progressions. That's because you're accustomed to permadeath roleplay servers on Conan. Rerolls are just a new start. You know, support first responders actually was in the chat yesterday, not yesterday, but the last stream, talking about how they basically re-roll a character and then they grind up to the assault ornithopter and then they re-roll the character again. So you're not the only one that does that. That sounds exactly like something I would have happen to me, Matthew, where I blitz into somebody while they're on the ground, and then when they get in the air, I just can't land a single shot. Some nights I'm on point, and some nights I just can't get it together, man. That's funny, though. You're not the only one, though, Sakari. You know, the Coriolis is set for tomorrow. Meaning that, you know, any of the bases that are inside of the deep desert tonight are all getting pulled out. Realistically, I'm surprised we're even running into the deep desert as is. But realistically, they'll all be getting pulled out tonight. So maybe while we're off stream, I'll move everything out of the deep desert. And then tomorrow, I'm going to save the cheese grater as a blueprint. I got to remember that. But then tomorrow, maybe we begin the process of re-rolling a character and jump on to like Harmony server or something tomorrow. And begin that process of re-rolling. Since we're on the Deep Desert Coriolis Storm anyways, there's not much that I could be doing throughout the night while we're waiting for it to reset. Chances are there's not going to be any raids out here to partake in. Seems like a good time to try and pop off on a reset. Did you guys hear that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Conan has a huge single fall permadeath PvP roleplay community. That's wild. I know nothing about Conan, but single death modes are brutal. Like hardcore mode in RuneScape is absolutely unforgiving. Hey, tier 6 Emperor's Wings in the bag. Harmony is where you play? Yeah, Harmony is the server that's really popping off right now. I'll do a little bit of research later on tonight and kind of see if I can figure out if I can figure out, because there's Harmony, is there something else that's similar? You know what I mean? Is there something else that's close to Harmony, or is Harmony just by far the most poppin' server? That's kind of how I feel when it comes to games like Black Ops and the multiplayer shooter games, Sakari. So I definitely get where you're coming from. I really just cannot. Oh, we're not in the deep desert. Every time I hear that noise, I'm like, we got somebody to go fight. Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from, because the die respawn to me is just so boring. And then in like Dune Awakening, the PvP with no permadeath or no like hardcore loss is just the same, bro. Where it's like you're risking nothing, you're gaining nothing, you know. Done moving out of the deep desert. Very nice, Adam. Very nice. That's what he was doing. I don't think so. It should at least be 70% loot. I think a flagging system would work really well in this game, Dampier, where if I attack somebody, I'm then flagged, and then I can lose 70% or even 100% of my loot. I think a flagging system would work really well. It would make people think twice about who they're attacking and who they're not attacking. It would give PvE players a reason to fight back, because if they fought back against somebody who flagged against them, then I have a sneaking suspicion that this guy's gonna try and come back to this thing. Right? Think he could see me? 100%. Yes. And that would give the PvE players a chance and a reason to fight back, because if they get attacked and they fight back, they don't get flagged. So if a PvE player fights back and wins, they get the stuff. But if they lose, they still just lose their resources. And then me as a secondary PvP player, if I see a PvP player attacking a farmer, I can go after the PvP player, because so that way I can like take down and get their gear. Any nooks and crannies inside of these rocks? Not that I've seen on... The only island that I've seen with the hole in it is the Big Bowl Islands with the hole inside of it. That's the only island I've seen with the actual hole in it, but... That doesn't mean there's not more. You were watching the server numbers for EU the other day, and you just started a new character on the server with the best ping and the highest numbers. That's kind of what I was getting at. That's what I was kind of getting at with Harmony. You know, is it like, is there... Like, what ping do I get on Harmony? I have no idea. And then is there another server that's similar with better ping? Or, like, how bad is the ping on Harmony? I don't know. All questions that we'll have to figure out. I think I've already checked these bases. Yeah, they're all in the safe zone. I'm assuming that's how people are getting inside of walls. You got to be on a server with some smart people in order to expect them to use mechanics like that. The server is not filled with smart people, bro. Every single night I log on, I'm proven yet again like why we have some of the weirdest players on this server. Some big old weird goofballs doing some weird things. The kind of hidden spot that I was talking about though was less of a void in the terrain and was more of a hole in the rock. You know, the base spot I'm talking about is less of an exploit and more just of like a hole in the rock, like a hole in the rock. I have no other way to explain it. Man, they broke into your base. Hey. Did they break into the juicy base, though? That's what we need to check, isn't it? No, they did not. Yeah, see, this is less of like a void and more of just like an actual hole in the wall. This like opens up and goes in there and there's like a little hole in the wall. Like a little cave. Give me a minute. You hear what I hear? Where are you running? Why are you running that way? Did he cook it past this island? Surely not. Why the hell did he come this way? Damn it, I lost sight of him. He took off east. I should have attacked him. I shouldn't have thrown rockets at his ornithopter. I always do that, man. I always do that. Realistically, I don't want to freaking fight these guys. I just want to scare them anyways, because I don't like fight. It's not rewarding PvP for me to get into a fight with somebody who's farming. It's funny for me to throw rockets at somebody and maybe scare them and blow up their ornithopter. That makes me laugh. Never thump their ornithopter. Just blow it up. Knock them out of the sky and get a good laugh. I mean, like, realistically, if he was farming and he was based up in this area, he would have just been farming in this area. There's still stravidium and titanium all over this place. He could have just went east to then go south. I don't know. Maybe he was confused on what direction he was going, and then he turned south. How to make money fast? Your fastest way of making money is going to be through radiation suits. The MK4 radiation suits sell for 6,000 a piece, and the MK5 sell for 15,000 a piece. That does require being able to craft, like, aluminum and stuff, but it's definitely the fastest and most consistent way to make money. That one is not dependent on servers. You just sell the radiation suits to the trading post. You gotta have a server with an active market to be able to sell something like the Ancient Will, or the Ancient Way. Caleb, bro, still playing? Yeah, we still out here. We still got a base to raid as well. Sakari's got a good point as well. The A-Line labs are around 40,000 Solari a run. That's decent money as well, and some good resource grind, as well as the duraluminum schematics. Having a good stockpile of duraluminum schematics would really serve you well for if the server you're on ever implements a full loot system. The compact compactor I could see actually selling pretty well, even if you're on a somewhat dead server. But honestly, some servers' auction houses are just literally dead. Like this server's auction house, for example, the only two things that you could probably reliably sell on it, three things maybe, because I sold a good chunk of fiber. Fiber was selling decent on this auction house. But then you got your plastanium ingots and then your spice melange. Other than that, you ain't gonna get shit to sell on this server. Realistically, we should be 15 minutes max away from another storm here. Whether or not it's going to hit where we need it to hit, that's the question of the day. If it's a complete miss, we're going to end up swapping out to a storage and then just going and doing some farming or something. Maybe roll back out to the Haga Basin and grab some bodies real quick so we can process the rest of the shit we have out here. Sorry, rockets for your ornithopter or rockets for your handheld bazooka? Because rockets for your ornithopter are in the just tier 1 weapons fabricator. Rockets for your ancient wave, these ones right here, are in the tier 2 inside of the ammunition section. Really, Sakari, not a single PvP zone build in the deep desert. That's crazy. Ever since they expanded the safe zone, I see them less and less out here, but still every single week there's at least a handful. We're going to defend our loot here for a little bit while we wait for this storm to roll through. I got to piss real bad as well. For the Ornithopter, yeah, your Ornithopter rockets are in the tier 1. I think it's dumb that they split that up. A tier 2 weapons fabricator should be able to craft everything the tier 1 can. And the same thing goes with the advanced survival fabricator. Like, all of a sudden in the advanced survival fabricator, I can't craft something as simple as a full suspensor belt. Have we lost our mind? It doesn't even make sense. You're right, Sakari. There is no reason that you should be building inside of the PvP zone. Little forward operating bases that are used as a temporary place of storage and always cleared out before you log off 100% is the best way to build out here. What they need to do is they need to incentivize guilds to build in the PvP zone by making it to where their resource refineries will output 1.5 times the normal amount. So instead of crafting 10 plastanium ingots, it'll output 15. I think that would get some guilds at least thinking twice about building out here, or possibly working out some ways to start refining out here, even if it's like a daily process. While they're logged on, they move all the stuff out, something. Sobieski, mass of players destroying bases today. I'm assuming you mean because of the storm tonight. And I'm guessing you're talking about there's a mass of players breaking down their bases and taking it out into the taking it back into the Haga Basin. Yeah, that's because if we take a look here, the Coriolis storm is going to reach its apex in 23 hours and 10 minutes, meaning that 23 hours from now, the entirety of this deep desert is going to be wiped. I do like how to craft MK6. You have to use the advanced fabricator. That way I'm not scrolling through the MK1 through 5 stuff. That's a good point that you make there, Zed. That is a good point, because in the other fabricator, you are scrolling through. I think if they had like a better sorting system and a better UI, that wouldn't be a problem. But I get what you're saying. That's definitely a good point. It is nice knowing that if I'm going in that fabricator, the only power pack in there to craft is the MK6. I can't accidentally craft the wrong one. You know what irritates me is that they would just leave this... Like, break it down, you know? Just break it down. Oh god, we f***ed the game up. Just, they left such a big mess, you know? Whoever raided that base left a big mess. Realistically, forward operating bases are all that I find on this server anymore. And honestly, right here, this one that we're dealing with is in all likelihood is just another forward operating base. It's just one that's much more well hidden, and also is surprisingly on the most populated tile this week in the deep desert. Speaking of which, since we're 23 hours away from the storm, I wonder if next week's deep desert has been leaked yet. I'm gonna go take a look at that. Because here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking off stream we're going to clear out of the deep desert and set this account up inside of the Haga Basin with everything ready to go and push back into the deep desert. Not to make a processing base, just strictly to make a base that we are using as a hub just to come in and cause some mischief out here. Why does this top of this rock formation look like a model of clay? Not sure which one you're talking about. But it probably has to do with my graphic settings if I had to assume. We've got them cranked all the way down. Down just dang near about as low as they can go. Yeah, we set up a base next week in this deep desert just specifically to cause some mischief in. And so I think tomorrow, for tomorrow's live stream, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to end up re-rolling a character on another server and grinding that out for 6 or so hours before we swap back over to this character and set up in the deep desert. I think that's it. And then it'll give me like 2-3 days maybe to build up that second character so we could potentially have 2 separate deep deserts that we can start to check. Actually, OMC, I heard that's how Unreal Engine 5 works. I heard they actually have a bunch of people inside of a factory, and when games like develop land masses and stuff, what Unreal Engine 5 does is they have all their employees mold out of clay, like the environment that was crafted, and then they just import that into the game. It's like a 3-step process, 6-step process. Tons of hours of work. I'm just playing. I have no idea. I have no idea. Set up a control forward operating base to own and control the Titanium Island or Stravidium. Yeah, right, bro. Yeah, right, dude. As a solo, that'd be impossible. As a solo, that'd be impossible. We could very well set up a base here and like camp here, and I guess you could potentially do something like that. What would end up happening is we would piss off the fermentally unstable guild real quick, and they would have 5 people literally camping my forward operating base. Are we from Allegory? No. No, we're on Dew Gap. We're on the Dew Gap. I'm expecting a storm to hit within 10 minutes here. If it doesn't, we'll fly back out to H8 or something, try and run into some people. I don't frickin' know, man. Last 24 hours of the deep desert here is always the slowest. But they would have 5 people sitting outside of my forward operating base making damn sure that I didn't get any loot out of it. Because as soon as the storm hit it, they are going to raid it. I'd have to come in here with like a completely empty inventory and a boost on my ornithopter and fly in and out of this spot with just an inventory of titanium, which would take for frickin' ever. I like allegory better, but yes, I'm pretty sure that's what he means. I don't know why these guys never come and pick up their ornithopters. Is this just guild behavior in action here? They're like, forget about it. Oh God. What have I done? They would have to come detach everything, but still. That's impossible. Because I'm not on your server. Yeah, no, I got you. Not I, my friend, not I. Though I'm sure there's a little... Scared the shit out of me, guy. I'm sure there's little scavenger raiders all over the place. Jeez, that guy scared the living crap out of me, bro. Nah, you cannot, Caleb, unfortunately not. You may possibly be able to do that when full loot is active. Unfortunately, on this server, unless Harkonnen manages to win when there's a vote for full loot, as you can see here, this Atreides these PvE Andes will never vote full loot. They're too scared. They're too chicken shit. Unfortunate. I think possibly with full loot you can disassemble other people's ornithopters, but I don't know that for certain. Someone busted up my little shack. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro. Has it passed the 50 mark yet? It's not. It's just about there. Yeah, all of those inventories have been cleared. There was like 1,000 titanium. We took 500 out of that one. I don't know what was in the one down there. We cleared all of these. That ornithopter down there was empty by the time we got to it. Same with that one. So, we cleared all of them. Somebody found out that someone busted up my little shack. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm assuming they're out at their shack then, which means they're probably harvesting spice out there. Maybe they built another one. We'll have to see. He shouldn't have divulged that much information in the chat. Now we're on to his ass. I'm gonna wait like 3 more minutes. I'm gonna wait like 3 more minutes before we take off, because I swear right when we take off it's gonna be like, storm's coming. Spice Wizard, yeah. Spice Wizard, somebody busted up my little shack. I'm assuming he farms on those spice fields and stuff, so we'll have to go try bust it up again. I just farted, I'm not sure if you guys heard it. Classic fart jokes though, am I right? Classic fart jokes. To take down his little shack. I'm sure he'd believe that. Hey, very nice, Adam. Very nice. Haven't missed much, J-Wolf. Haven't missed much. We had the reset and we should have potentially had a storm hit already, but it has not. Somebody in the chat has divulged that their little shack has been broken into, which tells me that somebody is potentially out here at their little shack. So we're gonna go see if we can't find them and maybe cause a little bit of trouble, cause a little bit of mayhem. Unfortunately, actually, let's do this before we bail. Because this puts us on the opposite side of the island, and this is the next base, opposite side of the deep desert. This is the next base I want to raid for sure. So let's go ahead and pop this bad boy down. Beautiful. Why should Atreides be PvE players? Atreides shouldn't be PvE players. It's not a game geared towards PvE, in my opinion. The PvE in the end game is boring as hell. Boring as the rest of the PvE, except for it's even worse because its difficulty's artificially inflated. Atreides on our guild is entirely PvE. There's maybe like 5 that partake in PvP, and I'm one of them. Nah, J-Wolf, we've had a couple of storms hit right on the hour mark. But the later in the night you go, the longer apart they are, is what I think we've determined. But yeah, the later in the night, the longer it seems to be. So I'd imagine we're gonna be sitting here. I bet we got like another 30 minutes until the storm, since it didn't pop off. Let's go see if this guy's trying to re-shack up over here. His medium spice field's going off like crazy, so all the early morning spice farmers might be popping down. Way too much. Oh yeah, that's what I meant to look up. Is the next week's Deep Desert leaked already? I want to see if they added more land into the PvP zone. They said in the patch notes that they're gonna add more land into mostly the PvE zone. The word mostly there being the qualifying word, and it's just I'm leaving myself a little bit of room for hope that they actually dump in some extra land out here into the PvP zone as well, which might facilitate more building. It might facilitate more ground combat. I don't know, man. We shall see. Hey, well, he didn't put the shack right back in the same spot. That doesn't mean there's not one around here somewhere. There's a medium spice field out here, it looks like. So we're gonna roll up like we're just some regular old run-of-the-mill PvE Andes. We just want to farm some early morning spice. It's not a spice field, it's just a shadow. The shadows tricked me yet again. Wait, no, it is a spice field. Never mind. Double bluff. Double bluff. Just keep an eye for people in the sky. Somebody was definitely here. Somebody was definitely here. But where? He maybe just tapped the spice and is looking for like another little shack to set up, perhaps. Spice Shacker. The wizard Spice Shacker. The Spice Shackin' Wizard. The Wizard of the Spice Shack. Base in that cave back there? So they can't, unfortunately, they can't build anywhere on this island. All of that's a no-build zone. So if it was a cave on this island that you're talking about, he can't. He literally can't, unfortunately. I frackin' wish. Yeah, the red box is a big no-build zone, and then for some reason it adds in a second no-build zone right here. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what for. Like, why? Why would they do this? Because it's the very entrance of the lab? I don't know. It's like that small box was the original no-build zone, but they expanded the no-build zone because of people farming the schematics. I don't know. Like, even then, it's like you could only expand it so far, and they could just move right on outside of it, like that base was right here. Oh, no, you're good, you're good. Better safe than sorry, in my opinion. You don't want to leave one of these... You don't want to leave one of these bases unharmed in the clear. Not today. Any good loot in the labs this week? No, none in the labs. Some people might argue that the static needle is a decent grab. I would say it's the worst. It's the worst sword in the game, but apparently it's decent in PvE. And honestly, the experience I've had with it in PvE is really good. So it is decent in PvE, but it's ass in PvP. So, but they won't do that for people building over nodes. Isn't that true, Skull Eater? Do I think they're dropping some content? No. No, I don't, Peter. Sorry, unfortunately. It's going to be until October before we see a side story paired with a cosmetic drop. Mind you, the last cosmetic drop that was a part of their 4 DLC package came with a total of 3 statues. So, yeah, it's going to be till October. And in October, when they drop the first DLC, I think that's going to be a good indicator of how much of a drip feed the content is going to be for Dune Awakening in the future, which is unfortunate. Hopefully not unfortunate if they drop like a banger of an update in October. I don't know. Honestly, Peter, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea, and you know, there's a lot of games coming out too. A lot of games coming out. My second half of the year is actually like jam frickin' packed. Like my second half of the year is jammed. Yeah, mid-August even, Matthew, with the first DLC, it's expected to be a side quest, a side story paired with cosmetics. And like I said, the first DLC that they launched, which they launched with the game, was 3 statues. So what are the cosmetics going to be inside of the DLC? 3 variants for the 3 Ornithopter variants? I don't know. 3 Ornithopter variants and a side quest. I don't know. In a perfect world, what would end up coming out is... I don't give a shit about the cosmetics, but in a perfect world, what would end up coming out is some form of substantial content. Not just like a simple side quest, not just like a simple storyline quest, like some substantial content coming out. Needs to happen like ASAP, but it's not going to. I think the very first substantial content that we're going to see inside of the game is unfortunately going to be with next year's expansion update with the whole Water Wars thing. But you got a coworker always have escaped from Tarkov wipes. He's sick for 3 weeks. I bet he was sick for like a couple months then on this hardcore wipe. He had to get that grind in. I think Matthew's playing the optimistic side of things, whereas I play the I don't want to say pessimistic, but we'll say pessimistic. What I like to call it is realistic. I play the realistic side of things, which is even in October and November, even in August, even with these next 2 upcoming DLCs, they're not going to be substantial. The first substantial bit of content is going to come with the first expansion, unfortunately. It is what it is. Tarkov, for me, is just too complicated. If I'd have started playing Tarkov right at the beginning, that maybe would have been one thing, but currently, as it stands, it's just way too complicated. I don't feel like learning all of that. Steep learning curve just to, like, compete in the game. More Twitch drops, as you're talking about what sort of content we're going to see come into the game. Lone Twist, yeah. Yeah. Another battle pass. I mean, quarterly cosmetics that they're dropping. Totally not a battle pass. Don't mix those two things up. I think OMC that the Haga Basin provides enough content in this game to justify its price. For sure. There's hundreds of hours of content in the Haga Basin. So honestly, like, if it was bigger, sure, there would have been more, but I'm fucking telling you guys, if they kept spreading out the game, but they kept the PvE in this game is redundant, bro. You fight the same enemies at the very start of the game as you fight in the middle of the game, as you fight at the very end of the game. So even if they expanded the Haga Basin and made the Haga Basin twice as big with twice as much content, it's twice as much of the redundant-ass PvE. That's the problem. They need a substantial update that comes in and actually revamps the PvE and adds something into the game that's worth playing. As a PvE player, your game ends in the A sector of the deep desert, because the PvE out here for a PvE player experience is garbage. And once you get out here and you realize all of the artificial difficulty, you're going to realize how redundant the rest of the PvE of the game was. Because I didn't care how redundant the PvE was when I was in the Haga Basin, because the Haga Basin was fun. It was a fun playthrough. Even with the redundant PvE, it was fun enough. Out here in the deep desert with the artificial difficulty, it's just ridiculous. It's just nonsense is what it is. My prediction is that with the very first DLC coming next year, very first expansion, sorry, not first DLC. My bet is with the very first expansion coming next year, the Water Wars expansion, is that it's going to be a full PvE expansion. They're basically going to sideline PvP would be my guess. And they just better hope that they can get some creative PvE flowing. No, you're 100% right, Mick. That's why I'm saying the Haga Basin and the content in the Haga Basin more than pays for the price of the game. And you don't realize how redundant the PvE is or how boring the PvE is until you're out here in the deep desert trying to take down some PvE, just to realize how artificially difficult it's being made because they have no creativity. The 36 chambers brings up a decent point. He says the expansions, when we don't have expansions coming, we have one expansion coming, the waterways, and then there are 2 more DLCs coming. And technically, all 3 of these are labeled as DLCs. The first 2 DLCs, the first one is labeled as a side story paired with cosmetics. The second DLC is labeled as only cosmetics. And then the third DLC is called The Water Wars, isn't even labeled because that's what we're predicting is the that's what we're predicting is that's what we're predicting is going to be the first expansion, is the Water Wars. But you are right, the 36 chambers. This first expansion, this first DLC in October could very well come out with like 10 new side quests and maybe a new chunk of the Haga Basin, and maybe we can frickin' cross our fingers and hope that it's going to come out with some revamped PvE in some way, shape, or form. Something new, something fresh, right? And you're entirely right. That's possible. I'm playing the realist card here, though, and saying that I'm pressing X to doubt. What games are we waiting for? Me, currently, I'm waiting on Borderlands 4, The Outer Worlds 2, Clockwork Revolution. Those are the 3 that I can name off the top of my head. But I'm also waiting on RuneScape 3 Leagues to come out and old school RuneScape Deadman mode. RuneScape 3 Leagues comes out in a couple of months, and Deadman mode comes out towards the end of the year. How hard would it be to add some more enemies? Skull Leader, it would be so easy for them to add some more enemies into this game. Ridiculously easy. They are not creative enough to do so, and I think that's apparent with how the game shipped. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The PvE inside of Dune Awakening was developed as an afterthought. The developers developed the PvE in this game as an afterthought because their main goal in this game was to get people into the deep desert end game loop where they're doing guild versus guild fighting, where they're grinding for the end game resources, and then they had to pad out the rest of the content with PvE, and so it was developed as an afterthought. It's so obvious with how brain dead the AI is sometimes. It's so obvious with how copy and paste all of the labs are, all of the points of interest are, how copy and paste all of the enemy types are. It's very obvious that the PvE was developed as an afterthought, and it's a problem that they're gonna need to solve. They're gonna need to solve that problem. Hey, Steve 2RK coming in with the sub over on YouTube. We appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. RuneScape Leagues. Sorry, RuneScape Leagues. RuneScape 3 is coming out with Leagues. RuneScape 3 is itself an MMO. What was that? What was that? I just got attacked by a flying fucking ant, I think. I squished the other one, and now they're out for blood. RuneScape 3, as it sits, is an MMO, and RuneScape 3 Leagues is a seasonal game mode that typically runs inside of old school RuneScape, but they're bringing it to RuneScape 3 this year, which is going to be interesting. And then old school RuneScape Deadman mode is a competitive PvP tournament style game mode where when you die, you lose all of the items on you, which is per usual for RuneScape. And then 10 of the most valuable items inside of your bank. So it's a very hardcore PvP mode. And I grew up playing RuneScape, and basically I've always played to PK in RuneScape. So I'm really excited for Deadman mode. And when it comes to leagues actually allows me to play the game and experience the game and experience things in the game that I don't typically do because I don't PVM in the game very often. So that, like, in a nutshell, is what RuneScape 3 Leagues is. If you've never played RuneScape, then Leagues is a decent spot to jump in on, and it'll allow you, because RuneScape's an MMO, and it's a very grindy MMO. Leagues is like a boosted experience rate, boosted combat power, all sorts of like boosted stuff, little tricks and treats and bobs and bits and bobs happening with it that kind of change up the gameplay compared to the normal game. It's a good way to experience the game in a rapid, sped up format. What games do I have the most hours on and how many? In my Steam library currently, it's probably sitting on Dune.
We got him.
Zed coming in with a super chat. Absolutely, you're a madman, Zed. You're freaking insane. I'm glad that you got a good laugh out of me being attacked because I'm still not positive if I got that thing out of my beard. It's like, I'm not sure. Or what it was even, so... I shouldn't have killed the ant earlier. We've officially started something that I'm not going to be able to finish. But let's go ahead, get it rolling again. Do we got the dance rolling? We do. Hey. I think we can do it for the super chats as well as the members and the subscribers. Then we get this lady coming in. I got to work on this. I got to work on my hips here. Let's just do the hips. We'll worry about the hands later. This is just nice hip. I think hip fucking feels good, you know? Ooh, I was doing that around town thing the other day. Oh, knocked Stoner off the stream doing this. But man, it's nice for your hips. If you guys don't do your hourly stretch, you ought to be doing it. All right. I have no idea if the audio on that is balanced at all. I'll have to check. Mosquito, possibly. The mosquitoes do creep in through my window. For sure. But obviously ants do, and that was a big chunky ant. Big old giant ant. I'll be right back. It was subdued audio, thankfully. That's good. That is good. The very first scene that we put together was similar to that, but the audio was blaring. The audio was frickin' blaring. You wait for this and hope Vampire's Bloodlord Rising, huh? I've never even heard of that. What do I think their original idea for the game was then? You missed the first weeks, you didn't hear about it. Their original idea for the game was to have big, massive guild versus guild combat and faction warfare start to develop out here inside of the deep desert, with the Lands Rad meant to be like the weekly thing that these guilds are grinding to compete with each other against. And because there's no proper area to facilitate any proper guild versus guild combat, that fell apart. And that's what their goal for the game was to push people into this end game PvP loop with a guild, for sure. It most definitely wasn't to get people hooked with the redundant ass PvE that they put out. I can tell you that for sure. You know? Like, you don't copy and paste the same PvE code, just incrementally making it harder throughout your entire game and think that this is what's going to be drawing people in. Because it's not. And like, I always got to preface this because people get mad. There's hundreds of hours of content to play in the Haga Basin. So you can, like, I'll bitch about this game all day, but there's hundreds of hours of content to play in the Haga Basin, and you don't get irritated with how redundant the PvE is until you get out here in the deep desert. And I feel like the reason it's so irritating out here in the deep desert is because it's artificial difficulty. The difficulty is completely fake. Hank 757, howdy, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. When they reduced the total number max on servers, their PvP endgame had the rug pulled out from it. You know, it wasn't even necessarily that OMC. I thought that was going to be a problem as well with the whole, what, like 300 player cap in the deep desert. But realistically, most servers never even got close to that. You know? Most servers never even got close to that. You live in a swamp in Florida. Every time you open the door, 5 fly in the house. Damn. Would be RS3 for you before archaeology. Your count is very near maxed. Nice. Very nice. I've got a maxed combat in RuneScape, but when it comes to skills, I'm not much of a skiller. Man, what time is it, bro? It's 5:30. I mean, we gotta be like minutes away. I was hanging here because I expected like an ornithopter to roll up, a storm to fly through, something. Frickin' something, man. Yeah, the end game loop's decent, man. There's some balancing problems with it. The end game loop of PvP and guild PvP is decent. They need to facilitate guild PvP better. Like whatever developer came up with the idea for control points, they need to get fired, or they need to get sat down and told why this was such a bad idea. And then whatever creative director okayed this shit idea, they definitely gotta go. And I'll fix the idea for them in literally 30 seconds. Are you ready? You make the control points spawn once every 6 hours in a random portion of the deep desert. Let's say this island, for example, is the next control point spawn. 15 minutes before the control point spawns, a big notification goes out to the server and it says, a control point is going to spawn in tile F6. What this does is it gives 15 minutes for the guilds from both factions to get their shit together and get out to F6 and get ready for a fight. When the control point spawns, it's live for 15 minutes, and let's say it's a slightly bigger circle than what they have over there, and it's live for 15 minutes, and whichever faction controls that control point for the longest out of the 15 minutes is going to walk away with 10,000, maybe even 15,000, that number can be adjusted, points towards that land's rad tile. Boom, I just literally scheduled and organized guild versus guild combat for you. That can take place on an island without worms, which is the main problem why guild versus guild combat can't be facilitated right now, because you're fighting when you're carry or farming. Boom, send the idea to the devs and tell them it's free. Tell them it's free. I won't even charge them, bro. It's totally free. I stole the idea from Throne and Liberty. So don't think that I'm, you know, some genius. I stole the idea from Throne and Liberty with the scheduled guild versus guild combat. Literally that easy. It's that easy. But they just don't think twice about it and they just slap it out, which is why, again, I say this all the time, I've got no sympathy for developers that lose their jobs. I don't. Because most developers nowadays are in studios who are pushing them into projects that they're not passionate about. You know what I mean? Like maybe somebody from Funcom, when they joined Funcom, was really passionate about Conan Exiles and developing Conan Exiles, but they got put onto the Dune Awakening team and they're not passionate about this game at all. And you know what? It shows. It literally shows. I know it's a perfect idea, Ivory, because it's been tried and tested in Throne and Liberty, and it was some of the most fun guild versus guild combat in that game. So it's such a very simple concept. Pretty sure Asmongold says this all the time. The best form of game there was again. What was that? I'm assuming it's way too small for the camera to pick up, but we're officially under attack. That's the second time it's come and hit my face, like at Mach 9 too. I think it's aggressively attacking me now. It just made me take the L too. Just made me take the L. Unbelievable. Bug PvP. That's what you were saying. I'm getting more PvP with bugs than I am with people. I see what you're saying now. Oh my gosh, I think I see it on my computer. Some sort of flying beetle with furry legs. It definitely would, 36. I think for sure, organizing the guild fights like that. And that's just one of the many ideas that they could have implemented. And if they'd have had developers working on the game that were actually passionate about the game, those are types of ideas that probably would have come up. And am I a little bit cynical? Yes, I will concede to the fact that I am a little bit cynical and a little bit lacking empathy, which isn't typical for me. I'm not typically lacking empathy, but it's like, man, you get shit games and it's frustrating. It's like you get shit games with shit design and there's no need for it. But overall, you enjoy the game, and that's such a good point. And I have to bring that up. I have to bring it up every time I'm talking trash about the game. I thoroughly enjoy this game. It's a good game with solid bones. It really is. I have a lot of problems with this game, and I'll be very vocal about those problems with this game. And that goes for any game. You know what I mean? The same thing happened with Once Human. And what was funny with Once Human is, like, those videos... When Once Human came out and I was making videos about it, they were popping off. We were doing really good with Once Human. The live streams weren't popping off because I wasn't live streaming, but the videos were. But the second that I started talking trash about the game and pointing out the major flaws with the game, dude, community turned in like a heartbeat, bro. They got super mad. And I'm like, look, you guys, I'm not here to placate. This is why I got mad at whoever we banned from the chat yesterday. It's like, I'm not here to placate and sugarcoat things and lie and not at least share how I'm honestly feeling about things. So, yes, the game has good foundations. Yes, I will shit talk the game relentlessly. You know what I'm saying? It goes both ways. That's exactly what they get paid for, 36, and they get paid to do it, and they did a bad job. And some teams need to get axed. Not with Dune Awakening specifically. Dune Awakening has been, for all intents and purposes, a financial success. And I think that when games are financial successes, even with like piss poor design, piss poor implementation of certain things, if the game actually is a financial success, then I don't think it's fair for people to lose their job. And I would be a little bit sympathetic for devs losing their job over a game that was objectively a financial success. You know what I'm saying? But when a game comes out and it's shit and then devs lose their job and then people are crying like, oh, but devs lose their job, I'm laughing, bro. I'm literally just laughing. And I'm like, okay, dude, anybody loses their job in any situation if they're not performing to standards. What do you mean by that, Sakari? What's the difficulty shit? To me, this endgame PvE is artificially made difficult, which is just boring as hell. It's not fun. A bullet sponge of an enemy to make it difficult is just irritating. Bruh, this server just popped on and we already got people like camping this thing? What the hell, dude? To be fair, somebody might have just rolled in just the same way I did. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That's another thing that they do with the AI. That's less artificial difficulty, though. So, like, the AI being able to track you through walls and basically fire on you whenever they get the second of an opportunity to fire on you is a bit irritating. But the artificial difficulty I'm talking about, bullet sponge, reloading faster, skills cooldown. Oh, I thought that was an ornithopter coming in. Skills cooldown faster. That's artificial difficulty. It comes in waves. Now instead of one group, you have to fight 6 groups. What are we doing? Are we not creative enough to come up with another form of difficulty here? I missed something, Adam. Unless you work for the government. Remember how they showcased PvP in the first show? Several streamers exposed how poorly designed the combat in 5 minutes? Yes. If the test team couldn't catch that, it's no wonder things got only worse afterwards. Sycamore. The test team should have caught that for sure, but the developers should have caught that. The developers, I'm convinced, did not play their game legitimately for more than 2 hours. The one thing that will have me dying on this hill that the developers did not play their game legitimately for more than 2 hours is the fact that the game launched without a deposit all button. I've said it before and I've said it again. It does not take more than 2 hours of you legitimately playing the game before you get to a point where you're depositing water into a cistern via your leader gens, and immediately you should be able to recognize that having to spam click the button is bad game design, and immediately that should have gotten fixed. The devs, if they did play their game for more than 2 hours, were literally spawning themselves in resources, spawning themselves in full cisterns of water. No, dude. Absolutely not. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And you can't even make the argument of, oh, the deposit all water button was something that they knew needed to be added, but they just couldn't get it out before they shipped the game. It's been a month, you guys. How hard can it be to add this functionality into the game? If it's that hard, it's because there's spaghetti code. And again, I don't want to shit on these developers, bro, but their spaghetti code breaks every single update. Something breaks. Somebody brought up yesterday that they patched out a repair duplication bug, or a repair bug, a repair all bug. They patched it out and then did like several iterations of that patch just to have the first iteration of the bug spawn back in after their latest patch. Dude. I don't know what you want me to say, you guys. I can't sit here and glaze a company that's doing shit like that. As good as the game is, as much fun as I've had in the game, I can't sit here and just deny reality. I don't even remember the guy's name who came into the chat yesterday. He was like, do you think if you were more positive about the game, you might be able to get more people to try it? First off, I highly doubt anybody watching my stream isn't already somebody who's playing Dune, okay? We're not that big of a creator. As crazy as the support's been, I mean, right now we got 15 viewers on Twitch, which is absolutely wild, and 96 on YouTube, which again is freaking insane. But as crazy as the support's been, we're not the biggest creator on the block. So me glazing a game for no reason other than glaze it isn't going to bring people into it. And if it did, it would be bringing people in under false pretenses that the game is good. That the game is polished. Sorry, the game is good. The game is good. Gray coming in with a follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you stopping by. I gotta catch up on some chat here because I've been ranting for a little bit. They don't just bug them for hit points, they supercharge their abilities. Yep. Yes, they do. And they reload faster, and their hit points is higher, and all artificial inflations of difficulty, which is ridiculous. Anyone underperforming gets fired unless you work for the government. You're right, Adam. Except for in development companies as well, apparently. But even in development companies, as soon as your underperforming hits the company's pocket, your ass is grass. It's also annoying how the AI bullets go through boxes. Yeah, there's a few of the boxes, hit boxes, that aren't functioning properly as well. That's something that the actual QA testers should have figured out. Like, I'm not expecting the developers to figure out every single bug. A lot of it should be figured out via the QA testers. But a QA tester's job is to, like, literally do the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, trying to replicate a bug. So at that point in time, like, I can't really blame them either, because that's a boring-ass job. Unfortunately, the sad truth is most of the things in the game have been deliberately designed to prolong game hours. Matthew, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because you've just spawned in a whole nother point of contention here. Because you're 100% right. If, for example, we have the stupid Landsrad rewards collecting system, do you want to know what you need to do in order to collect the Landsrad rewards? You need to visit 25 different House representatives scattered in 25 separate parts of the map. What? What? Why? Whose dumbass idea was that? In order to travel to Awoken, what do you need to do? You need to travel to the world border, and then what do you need to do? You need to get on the pointless world map and wait 30 to 40 seconds for your dumbass little ship to fucking wander its way over to Awoken or Harko Village. Bro, I know they're talking about expanding the world map later and adding in content to it, but how about we delay pushing the world map and forcing people into this extended content for no reason until there's actually some shit to do on there, huh? Maybe that's an idea we should swing past people. Pretty damn solid. Sakari, 96 watchers and 27 likes. Hey, that's 10 more likes than it was when OMC was asking for some likes. So I appreciate you guys. Absolutely legendary. Even 27 likes is insane. If I ever stop being frank, sincere, and transparent, OMC, I'm going to need you guys to come in here and slap the hell out of me. Testing stations being cleared half of the time is the reason you could play the game, so you hope that stays for solo. I'm a bit... Oh, being cleared so that you can run through them. Yeah. The PvE as a solo is doable, but the wave by wave by wave PvE is just annoying. It's just not fun to do. It's just annoying. Some arguments why I feel sorry for the creators of Dune. 1, 20% of the revenue goes to Steam. 2, 20% goes to Unreal and 20% to copyrights. Individual workers are paying 70% taxes in Sweden. So maybe not as much of a financial success as they needed it to be then, Base. And if that's the case, I mean, if the game's not a financial success, which I would argue is got to be impossible at this point in time, the game did pretty damn well. But if the game wasn't a financial success and I was a developer, I'd be worried that my neck was on the chopping block. And if I was the developer who came up with the dumbass control point idea or any of the other stupid ideas that I've pointed out, I'd be definitely worried, bro. If I was the creative director, I'd be shitting bricks if this game didn't do financially well. I'd probably be writing my resignation letter just to avoid the firing. If the company is owned by Tencent, then they should really be worried then at that point in time. We should be a little bit concerned if it's owned by Tencent that there's going to be some sort of MTX slapped up in this, but Tencent doesn't necessarily mean that the company's going to be turned into a shitty MTX venture. I remember when Jagex, the creators of RuneScape and old school RuneScape, were in part acquired by Tencent, if not in full acquired by Tencent. I don't know exactly the specifics of that deal. But I remember when they got picked up, a lot of people were concerned that meant MTX was going to very soon get pushed into old school RuneScape, and it hasn't, so surprisingly not. Damn it all, we have the freaking bug again. Tencent only owns 30%. That's a thing Tencent does as well, is they don't pick up full shares of companies. They don't like full on out. What's TSW? Our server had them claimed within an hour after the server reset this week. Damn, what did I miss? I missed Far Out Man. Far Out Man said something, and I'm missing context. I need to scroll back. I missed a lot of chats here. I'm so sorry. I went on a bit of a rant and missed a bunch of chats. I hate missing chats. Okay, bullets through boxes. I remember that. You think the 2 hours the devs played was base building? I wouldn't be surprised, Hank. And it was base building, and they gave themselves all the plastone that they needed. Unfrickin' believable. Unfortunately, the sad truth is... Oh, yeah, we already went through that one. Excellent point there. A major holiday in your country where all your made developers are out of office is also insane. I don't think that's really insane, Matthew, actually. I think it's totally fair for the developers to get a vacation right after the game launches. If I was a development studio, how I would have it run is I would have half of my team get the vacation right after the game launches, leaving half of the team back to deal with any bug fixes. And then when the first half of the team comes back, the second half of the team gets their vacation. And then the first half deals with bug fixes. And then when finally they're all back, we can start to deal with what's coming next. Like, I think that makes sense. I can't really, like, down them for that, especially considering there's probably a lot of grind that goes in right before you launch a game. Just because the devs aren't passionate about the game, just because they didn't play the game, just because the game has a bunch of shit design flaws with it, doesn't mean that the developers want the game to fail. You know what I'm saying? And I'd imagine that in not wanting the game to fail, they actually put in maximum effort to make sure that it does as well as it possibly can. Dude, I'm missing context to Far Outs, and I didn't find the context. Our server had them all claimed within an hour after the server reset this week. Far Out, I'm thinking you're behind in the stream. Far Out, man. You're far out in the stream. Damn, the likes are up to 44. You guys are insane. Somebody did mention that here, that they made their bank already Lone Twist, and that's something we should be concerned about, especially because I heard with Conan Exiles that they drip feed the content. What is TSW? The Secret World. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming because I don't know what that is, probably played a role in why it almost pushed the country into being bankrupt. Tencent is just an investor, you're right. They never full out buy out companies. But typically when Tencent comes in, they'll push some MTX. They want that profit back, but it's not a guarantee. Matthew, both lead devs being out of office at the same time is absurd. You're 100% correct. That should not be the case. Oh yeah, I came back here for fuel. Yeah, no, both lead devs should not be out of the office. You need one lead dev and the best you need to split the best of your team in half. You got to have good talent still on hand, and definitely one of the lead devs. Man, Tencent just be buying up all of, like, the, buying up everything, ain't they? Crazy. Do I not have any fuel cells? Shit, that might be a problem. Okay, we do have enough water. I just need to go get some fuel. No problem. I was worried that we were out of water and I don't have any bodies. The Secret World was such a great game, but collapsed on itself really quickly. A theme park MMO based on mythology and conspiracy theories. Really? And by MMO, I'm assuming you don't mean MMORPG in your typical sense. Kind of like how Dune Awakening is an MMO in the sense of it's a massively multiplayer online, but it's a survival MMO. Which for some reason just confused a shitload of people right before the game launched. Even when Dune Awakening came out and said they were going to be an MMO and then talked about some of their game systems, I was like, oh, so like a Once Human style MMO. Which is not MMORPG, bro. For some reason, all of us MMORPG fans hear MMO and we start to get thirsty, bro. We start to salivate because they come out so few and far between. It was WoW-like. Oh, really? So it was like your genuine MMO. Interesting. That's crazy. I've never even heard of that. Wait until you see Tencent's gaming AI. They are investing with reason. Hey, I'm about it. AI is going to take over my job someday, that's for sure. That's a really good point, Sakari. There is no, like, hunger bar or anything like that. What would you classify it as, then? Because I just throw it in the survival genre because it's got the building, it's got the harvesting, it's got the, like, resource progression in the same way that your typical survival games do. So, yeah, it doesn't have, like, your hunger bar and shit, but it still has, like, your typical survival progression and starting from nothing and building your way up to something. Give me a second. Multiplayer game with a bit of MMO elements, maybe. I think it's got like 0 MMO elements. An MMORPG, to me, you have to have skills that you level up. You have to have different combat styles. You have to have the... To me, MMOs... Man, you know what I hate about MMOs? And I suppose, like, maybe I'm spoiled or, like, I have... tunnel vision because I grew up playing RuneScape. But you know what I hate about MMOs, even World of Warcraft, is that it's server-based. It's so weird to me that it's server-based, and basically anybody that is on server A is never going to interact with people on server B. That's so weird to me. Like, that's such a disjointed experience. The people on server A are going to have, like, a different playthrough than the people on server B had. Like, maybe the people on server A had a massive Zerg that just, like, massively farmed out the endgame materials and was able to sell the endgame materials super quickly to the rest of the people on server A. But server B had dozens of smaller guilds, and so there was, like, a lot of inter-guild conflict all the way leading up into the endgame, right? It's, like, super disjointed. Whereas if you jump into old school RuneScape, the way that's run is everybody's playing the same game everywhere. You're just on different worlds. And if I'm on world 1 and you're on world 2000, I can swap from world 1 to world 2000 and I'll be in the same spot that I was in on world 1, but now I'll be next to you in world 2000. So to me, it's like that's the kind of connected experience that I expect with MMOs. But nowadays, all these MMOs do this server shit. Which, did I not grab the fuel? I did. Okay. We're just wasting time here. Still no storm, bro. It's been 2 hours since the reset, and we haven't had a storm go through. Unless it was so far north that I just didn't hear it or see it. Suator. I don't know what that is. For like 9 years, that's an MMO. You know, you literally thousands of servers on every day, all day. Oh, so that kind of sounds similar to... That kind of sounds similar to what I'm talking about with RuneScape, bro, where it's like you have your Russian worlds that have, you know, Russian servers that they're attached to, and Australian worlds that have Australian servers that they're attached to. So if I jump to an Australian world, I'm going to have 200 ping, but I can still play with anybody on the Australian worlds, and vice versa. They can hop over to my worlds and this, that, and the other. This game is a survival craft game, but yeah, what Sakari is saying, that there is no survival aspect to the game as soon as you get a leader Jean, because water is the only like aspect of survival to this game. Last Oasis I would consider like a hardcore survival. I never played Myth of Empires. I class this as a low-end RPG TPS. It's Funcom trying to con their PvE supporters into guild PvP. Period. Yeah, and they didn't do a very good job at it because they didn't put together very intriguing guild PvP, did they? Frickin' weirdos. Star Wars: The Old Republic. I kind of felt that you were saying Star Wars, but there was no T in between the S and W, which makes sense because, you know, it's an acronym. You don't acronym the first 2 letters of every word, but that's why I didn't guess Star Wars. Well, it's an MMO in the sense that you play it online with a lot of other players. Was exactly the point that the devs were making when they originally labeled the game as an MMO. And then it confused all of the MMORPG fans, and I knew right away. I was sitting there like, it's obviously not an MMORPG. I don't know why everybody's so confused about what is going on here. It's fairly straightforward. What do I think Dune needs to be an MMO? Dune needs skills. It needs like a skilling system. Like, you start off with level 1 cutter ray, and then slowly as you level up, you get higher and higher. Like, I would consider Valheim closer to an MMO than Dune Awakening, because in Valheim you can level up skills. So if Valheim came out with like massive publicly online persistent servers, bro, that would be an MMO. You know what I mean? Valheim the MMO. That sounds badass, actually. Somebody hit up those devs. They made a shitload with Valheim, didn't they? Bro, somehow try to rework that and make it function as an MMO. Dead ass. That'd be so good. Yeah, make it like an old school RuneScape style MMO where the worlds are swappable. When you have the builds going on in these games, you can't really have swappable worlds, I guess. Like, you can't build your own base wherever you want in old school RuneScape or even in RuneScape. Well, that's what Hank was asking. I am assuming that Hank was asking, what does Dune need to be considered an MMORPG? Because currently as it sits, I do consider Dune to be an MMO. I call it a survival MMO. You can call it a base building crafting MMO. I think that like the whole progression of resources and progression of gear and progression of like material harvesting tools and all of that leans into the survival aspect. I know there's no real like actual survival aspect without anything but water to worry about, but the rest of it leans into survival and then has the MMO where it's massively multiplayer online. You can, you know, obviously the term massively gets used a little bit loosely. Yeah, in order to make it an MMORPG, Dune Awakening would have to have skills, where I start and I'm the lowest tier mining efficiency skill that I have, and the more that I get out of my vehicle and mine, the higher level I get, and therefore the more, like, maybe in order to even mine titanium, it requires level 60 mining, right? And in order to get level 60 mining, you have to mine a shitload of other stuff to level up to 60. You know what I'm saying? That would make it an MMO RPG. But the combat itself doesn't lean into the MMO either, so they would have to rework the combat as well and make the combat like a leveling up system. Like, you start off at level 1 melee if they want to keep their whole like melee and gun system that they have going on, because obviously like spells and stuff isn't going to work inside of the Dune lore. So yeah, you start at level 1 melee, and the more melee you do, the higher level melee you get. And Hank actually brings up a point, like, the survival games, it does get irritating to have to like constantly eat a bunch of food. So I think that Dune going with a little bit more of a laid back method here is smart. I think it plays well into Like, if I had to worry about food and water out here in the desert, it'd be a pain in the ass. Let me see if Final Fantasy XIV was the one that I played. Oh, Final Fantasy XIV Online. Which one did I play? I played the Final Fantasy with the girl with the pink hair. 10? No. 11? 12? Or 13, maybe? Oh, it was 13. Hell yeah. I played Final Fantasy 13, and dude, I loved that game. Isn't there another Final Fantasy coming out? I want it to be turn-based, though. Like, honestly. Like, y'all got me, like, wanting to dive into Expedition 33 because I want to play a turn-based game, but realistically, Expedition 33 being turn-based is probably a story game, and I'm a massive scene skipper, dude. Like, if you told me what was going on, if you asked me what was going on in Final Fantasy 13, I would not be able to answer. '14 was the MMO. 13 was the one that I played. I had a lot of fun in 13. Surprisingly, I don't really have fun in single-player games. I was a bit younger when I played 13, though. A bit younger, living with my cousin, and living off of shitty internet, playing on a PS4. Maybe even no internet at all, I'm not entirely sure. Scum does a nice survival premise, but it's made invalid because every death wipes your body's conditions. Yes, I guess. So, Sakari brings up a good point that puppeteering your character around the map is not role-playing. You bring up a good point. I suppose that I've never looked at the RPG in MMORPG and considered it to be role-playing. Like I said, with GTA Online's role-playing, it's just, that's like a level of stuff I'm not sure I could ever get into. So I feel like Sakari's looking at it from like, no, sorry, I feel like, who was that? Yeah, no, it was Sakari. I feel like Sakari's looking at it from, like, the real old-school perspective, you know, where you're doing, like, the text-based RPG-type stuff, you know? Ghost Dog, Talk of WoW Takes Me Back. You recall playing that for the first time. It was, like, magic, given you haven't played an MMO before. You know, I've never played WoW. I never got into the WoW. I had a couple of neighbors one time who were trying to get me into playing. I think they got me to play the free trial for a little bit, but WoW's super disjointed, man. It really, really is super disjointed. The whole server to server concept confuses me. It's disjointed. I like my MMOs to be fully together, Not gonna lie, you find Dune somewhat boring a game, just fun to hop on with the boys. Dune, honestly, in the Haga Basin, I think Dune is fine. I think the Haga Basin's progression line is actually really good and really entertaining enough to keep you involved, right? It's really involved. And even in the side of the deep desert, honestly, PvP out here in the deep desert is one of the most fun things to get into if you can actually get into some 1 versus 1 ground combat. That 1v1 ground combat is so fun. Even 2v1 ground combat, if you can manage to kite one of them around, can be really fun. Anything past 2v1, and I think it gets really toxic. But, the PvP in this game is a load of fun, and I like flying around in the deep desert because there is always that possibility of something happening. Like anything could happen. Have I played Star Wars: The Old Republic? Are you asking if I played that? No. No. I've got a very limited repertoire of MMOs that I played because I basically when I started playing my first MMO was RuneScape back in like 2005, and we basically played RuneScape forever. That was it, bruh. I'd play Halo Infinite with the boys. No, sorry. I'd play Halo Reach with the boys. Halo 3 with the boys up until, sorry. Halo 4 with the boys. All that shit. We'd jump into Halo. I'd have Black Ops running on my PlayStation. But my real game was old school. Was RuneScape. Man, I'm telling you, Base, I've just never been interested in WoW as an MMO. So I've got a bit of a stigma of confusion, I guess. Oh, finally, dude, a sandstorm. It looks like it's going to be so far north, though, dude. Actually getting dicked again. Is it coming south? It looks like it is. I don't know if it's going to hit where we need it to. Yeah, the in-between swoosh is a bit of a freaking drag. And if you're on a low-pop server, it's definitely not any easier. Yeah, we do finally have a storm rolling through. I'm not entirely certain it's going to hit where we need it to. Not entirely certain it's going to hit where we need it to. Yeah, I hear a lot of people talking up Final Fantasy XIV. That's another community that I'm not sure that I want to get involved with unless I'm going in there specifically to troll the community. Because they get mad when you scene skip, don't they? I don't give a shit about the story of Final Fantasy, bro. I'll scene skip the hell out of that game. And I'm not certain I want to go dive in and piss a community off, you know? That was one of the reasons why I didn't end up going and playing WoW. Because my idea was like, I'm going to play WoW, but I'm going to end up playing WoW wrong, and it's going to piss a lot of people off because I hear the WoW community gets mad when you play the game wrong. And that should be some good fun, getting some mad people in the chat. But I ended up not doing it because I'm like, do I really want to deal with a bunch of nerds mad because I'm playing the game wrong? Yeah, I am a huge scene skipper. Is it me, or did the storm literally just disappear off the map? Like, what the hell was that? It's gone, you guys. I flew all the way back here for nothing because it's not even on my map. And I've never seen that happen before. The disappearing storm. Just make about 15 rad suits MK4 and 5, and that should be a lot of money. Absolutely true, J Wolf. Whose chat did I miss out on? Somebody asking a question. I got answers. Yeah, I'm not sure what I missed. You might be replying to an old message, to be honest. But for sure, that's like the best. That's the best, most consistent money that you can make inside of this game. What the hell, you guys? Just what the hell? It is crazy, Hank. I couldn't agree more. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about... The reason I don't scan the area is because when I'm first rolling through the deep desert, I am using the trails I make to mark which islands I've visited and which islands I haven't. But I'm skipping out on a lot of experience each week by not scanning these islands. I need to start doing that. But anything that's not scouted, anything that's not... Like, there's no island here, no islands over here, none up here, no... Oh my god, the storm was all the way up north, dude. What the fuck? That's not the direction the storm was going literally 10 seconds ago. Oh my god, dude. This fucking base has evaded me all night long, bro. There was one opportunity we had to raid it, and we chose the other base. Curiosity killed the cat. There's no bases over here. That barely got hit anyways, so even if there was a base, it probably didn't even knock its shield. Ghost Dog, you're not wrong at all. And the main reason that I feel like the progression is so messed up and you can fly through and bypass the gear tiers is because the way the PvE works, the way the AI is kind of brain dead. You know, with a steel sniper, I can take down the end game PvE. I really need to. I need to call Big Cheese and see if they've got any like connections out here to the Cloud Seeders, so they can start spitting out some more storms. You're right though, Ghost. It definitely doesn't help with the fact that people can fly through progression and basically skip to aluminum. If only I were so lucky to find a base just chilling here. What a storm, dude. How stupid that the storms can hit the very north end or the very south end. Ridiculous, man. Just have the storms hit the whole deep desert. It'd be more interesting if it was a giant storm that flew through the deep desert. It'd be more interesting. Everybody had to find some form of shelter, you know? Damn. There are 2 tiers findable only inside of the deep desert. OMC, kind of. You have the duraluminum. The unique duraluminum is only inside of the... Oh, I guess you can find that in Sheol as well, can't you? No, that's not duraluminum. That's aluminum, isn't it? The unique duraluminum is inside of the A section of the deep desert. If they added another tier of resource that needed to be mined and claimed out here in the deep desert, that would just be another thing that PvE players are just absolutely flipping out about. So they don't have next week's Deep Desert out yet? I'm wondering what the next week layout to the deep desert is. Huge sad there, Swoosh. I agree. I couldn't agree more. I'm a bit shocked at how little they actually gave PvE players to partake in, considering PvE is most definitely the majority in these games. But like I said, they developed their PvE as an afterthought. They weren't chasing PvE players. They were trying to chase PvP players, and they did a piss poor job at doing that as well. Oh yeah, there you go. There's an item that's absolutely useless. That's still tent. Excellent point. Excellent point.
Who's there? Who's
What are you doing, man? Get off of the wall. Nice, bro. Damn. I mean, 2 Emperor's Wings is kind of a bitch, bro. Like, a buggy boot would have been nice, but it's fine. Oh, I couldn't agree more, Tank. Could not agree more. But technically, it's not also the PvE players' fault that they cannot incentivize PvE. They cannot incentivize and give PvE players a good reason to fight back. As a matter of fact, the only PvP that Funcom incentivizes, this was their big brain idea, is they were like, let's incentivize griefing PvP, otherwise known as ganking, right? The only form of PvP that you can get into that is going to reward you is when you are taking down somebody gathering resources. That is one willing participant versus one or more unwilling participants, which is a problem. If you want to have one willing participant fighting another unwilling participant, you have to make it to where the unwilling participant has incentive to fight back. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. I'm spitting very, very simple, logical facts. The PvE player has no reason to fight back, and instead they just get ganked and lose all of their materials. And if PvP players have no incentive to fight another PvP player, because what happens when you fight another PvP player? What are you at? What's possible that you gain? Fuel cells? Oh, you're so right, Gentle Penguin. Gentle Penguin brings up a good point. Give me a minute. Somebody's hitting this field. I want to make sure. See if we can fuck with somebody. Nope. Not on that field. Gentle Penguin brings up an excellent point, saying they sold the game as PvE with optional PvP, and they had to remove that part from their store page that said it was optional. And that's because a lot of people were requesting refunds based off of the fact that they said the PvP was optional. So people were able to put dozens of hours into the game and then say, I was falsely led into saying PvP was optional, but it's not. And they were getting refunds back. So they had to cut that ASAP. Sakari, you're so right. You can't turn a PvE player into a PvP player, period. These people do not want to step one toe into an area where they are at risk of losing even something as simple as durability. You're right. It's weird. It's weird, but it's so easy, though. Just make MMO-style dungeons, raids, and you can just completely ignore PvP and do the dungeons instead. There's not enough creative talent combined on that team to put together a PvE dungeon that would be interesting doing. I fucking guarantee it. The creative director has to go. The whole creative team's got to go. But the game was a financial success, so it's like, I feel bad saying that. But it was a financial success, in my opinion, based off of the popularity of the IP. And not so much based off of the quality of the gameplay. So it's still a valid argument that the quality and the creativeness of the gameplay ain't it, bro. Y'all slapped the same PvE on a copy and paste style format throughout the entire game, and then in order to make the PvE end game, you just dialed up the stats on them. Crazy, bro. Crazy. I have a bunch of PvE RP players, and they won't, for any reason, partake in even brief PvP, even with us guarding and protecting them. I know. It's so weird, Sakari. They make it look like it would be big guild battles over spice, hence the rocket launcher, buggy thumpers, etc. But they relied on players to do it themselves. You're right, and they actually facilitate no areas for these big scale guild versus guild battles to partake in. You're right. You're right. Are you going to get in a big guild versus guild battle over a giant sand pit when the sandworms are going to be flying left, right, and center? Hell no, you're not. You're going to have a group of scout ornithopters go out there and try and gank whatever carrier's out there. That's it, bro. That's the only type of PvP they've incentivized is ganking. It's crazy. Question, if they released more resources in the PvE area so that PvE players would never have to enter the PvP zone, I think that would be a good idea, honestly. Honestly, because like Sekiri is saying, you're never going to convince a PvE player to join in on PvP, but you might if the PvE player already has an abundance of resources and isn't worried about losing anything and already has a shitload of the tier 6. But at that point, if you can just collect all of the resources elsewhere, for what reason would you come out to the deep desert? Because other than resources, they've developed no reason for you to come out to the deep desert. Control points? Shitty system. I won't accept that as an argument. So aside from resources, there really is no reason to come out to the deep desert. So if you could get them elsewhere, what's going to happen to the deep desert? Which is why I'm saying watch the very first expansion is going to be PvE exclusive or 90% PvE focused. Watch. The Water Wars expansion is going to be a PvE expansion. And I've had a few people saying like, oh, but it's labeled a PvP expansion. Every time they say that and I ask them to show me where it's labeled a PvP expansion, I never see them chat again, so I don't know what the hell's up with that. I would love to see the area where it says it's meant to be a PvP expansion. I want to see that. But I haven't seen it anywhere, and to me, with the way Funcom already immediately expanded the safe zone of the deep desert, which they did as a panic. They did that as a panic move as well. Don't get it twisted. They expanded the expanded the danger zone of the deep desert at the same time that they took the PvP optional tag off of Dune Awakening. And they did that as a 2-for-1 to make the argument towards Steam like, no, they can get the tier 6 resources without partaking in PvP. Oh, and we're going to take the PvP thing off anyways. I think it's funny how gankers claim I'm PvP, yet rely on safety of PvE. There should be no safe PvP if that's what they want. I couldn't agree more. Far out. An easy way for them to incentivize PvE players to fight back and decentivize PvP players in ganking everybody they see would be to add a flagging system into the game where if I decide to attack somebody, I'm going to lose all of my gear except for, say, 3 selected items that I decided I wanted to keep. That way I could still potentially bring out the Ancient Way and my best static needle and maybe one good like piece of armor. But other than that, I'm going to be riding like regular stuff, which would give the PvE players incentive to fight back because if I skull up on them, they can take my shit. And it would also give another PvP player who sees me skull incentive to come and attack me because instead of going after the resources, they're now going after my gear. I nailed it on the head. Flagging system. I know. It's so simple. It's so simple. Again, this is another mechanic that I'm stealing from another game and incorporating into Dune Awakening, which is just, that's how simple it is to come up with good ideas. It's that freaking simple. You take a good idea from another game and you make it work inside of your game. You make it fit inside of your game and work inside of your game. Because I'm just taking the flagging system from RuneScape's sculling system. And RuneScape's sculling system, when you enter the wilderness, is a little bit more hardcore. If I enter the wilderness and I'm unskulled, I will lose all of my items except for 3 items. Whereas if I skull, I then lose all of my items. Yeah, RuneScape is the only one I can think of, but I know some other people, when I was talking about it before, brought up a few other games that kind of run off of that same system. There's too much to farm, and if they implement full loot, they have to drop from PvE. PvP griefers should have constant threat of the Sardaukar landing on their head. I just think you don't have to add in full loot to the game. You're not adding in full loot to the game. You're making it to where a PvP player, when they flag on a person, is at risk of losing their shit. That's not full loot. That's risk versus reward. That's PvP at its core. That's the type of PvP that I live for. You know, we live and breathe the risk versus reward PvP. Not this gank people for resources, and if I die, I lose a fuel cell PvP. Not this, if I finally pull out a 1v1 fight dub, I walk out of there with a fuel cell PvP. It's crazy. Well, and see, I'm not talking about a flagging system like Ashes of Creation is trying to put together with their flagging system, or like New World, for example, put together with their flagging system. I'm talking about a very simple RuneScape-based flagging system where you come out into the deep desert, you're not flagged. The second you attack a player who is not flagged, you gain a flag. And we could even make it to where if you attack a player who is flagged, you don't gain a flag, which would incentivize like PvP players to maybe defend some PvE players, or to a group of PvE players to potentially try and rise up against one of the gankers. Just so many levels of possibility that just immediately get shut off when you go with the stupid style of system that they came out with. I think the lands rad system in this game is another thing that's just completely and totally stupid. It's nothing but a time pad. What industry needs more is more Sid Meier types, a dreamer turning that dream into a great game and series of games. I've never played a Civ game, but I hear that a lot of people like them. That just doesn't seem up my alley. Civ's like an RTS type game, isn't it? I hate RTS games. Boring. I need that adrenaline pumping PvP action going on, you know what I'm saying? Between battle royales or RuneScape PvP, we gotta get some action flying in here. Speaking of which, it's freaking died out tonight, man. Absolutely died out. I'm worried it's gonna be another freaking hour and a half until the next storm as well. Yeah, I like the Ornithopter in this game. I think Ornithopter versus Ornithopter Ornithopter versus Ornithopter combat is a bit unbalanced, and Ornithopter versus person on the ground combat is completely out of whack. But yeah, flying around Ornithopters is a boatload of fun, and honestly, the ground combat, the ground PvP in this game is so good. J-Rod's got an excellent point that water being the only survival thing we have to worry about is decent. Solos have no chance in a guild-based PvP system. It's true. I can't argue that. Especially if you run into guilds that are out for blood rather than out for good combat. Whereas in for mentally unstable, every fight we get in with them, even if their whole guild is on us, it's a 1v1. But that's not your, that's an atypical experience. Typically people are out for blood. Dupers cleared all your lands rat about an hour after it opened this week. That is disgusting, far out. That happened to this server twice in a row, with Shy Guys being the #1 guild 2 weeks in a row, and basically clearing the lands rat 2 weeks in a row. Dude, you can't clear the lands rat on day 1 if you're not duping, especially if you're in a PvE Andy guild that refuses to come out to the deep desert. So yeah, definitely heavy duping by that guild on this server. Shitty. The lands rat is incredibly boring. The lands rat is not great. Have ever found bases of guilds on your world? Not out inside of the PvP zone of the deep desert. Before the safety zone got expanded out here, yes, guilds rarely do that, Sekiri, you're right. We're actually lucky on this server that we have a guild that gets down on honor fights. Granted, like I said, if there was 3 of them there and I beat one of them, I would then have to beat the other 2 of them if I'm wanting to walk away from the situation. But each of those fights is going to be a 1v1. You know what I mean? But no, OMC, before they expanded the safe zone of the deep desert, we would run into small group bases and we would run into a lot bigger bases set up out in the PvP zone. But ever since they expanded it, guilds have no reason, none whatsoever, to build out in the PvP zone. None whatsoever. And that's your typical experience, Swoosh. The type of PvP that we were dealing with earlier with those 3 people who thought they were all super good at the game because it was 3v1, and I still took one of them down. And they thought they were all good at the game, bro. Yeah. That's your typical PvE experience. What's going on here? Load in texture? Oh, okay. All right. This is happening. This is a thing that is happening right now. Huh. Man, dude, nobody's chat. Oh, that's Prox. Oh, that's all chat. My gosh, dude. Nobody said anything since those guys chatted like fucking 2 hours ago, bro. Yeah, tomorrow what we're gonna end up doing is starting a reroll. We're gonna be moving out of the deep desert, obviously, off stream. We're gonna move all our shit out of the deep desert off stream, and then tomorrow we're gonna reroll. Tomorrow we're gonna reroll, and the first portion of the stream will be grinding out that reroll, and then the second half of the stream will be jumping back onto this account and setting up another base out. Oh, I don't have rockets on me. Son of a bitch. My ornithopter wings are at like 0%, so if somebody turned and fired on me, they would break like immediately. Some part of the rock is not rendering. Yeah, that's definitely what's going on there. Wow, look at this little spot right here, huh? Okay. All right. That's a nice little hidden spot as well. Can't really put much in there, but oh. Okay. Now this is a hole. That's a hole. That's a hole if I've ever seen one, you know? That's the type of hole that if you don't have a suspensor belt or a rope, you're not going to make it out of that. I don't remember who it was on this stream that they said they're actually on Harmony, which I believe is the most populated NA server. And they offered me an ornithopter and a buggy, but I'm super weird when it comes to accepting things from people, bro. I'm like really, I'm awkward as hell. I'm socially awkward as hell, which is strange considering that we run the live streams and like seemingly I don't have much of a problem running the live streams. Yeah, definitely putting a sub fief down there and then building a base like out here and then hiding a shitload of generators. They'll never find your sub fief down here. I don't know if it was J-Wolf or I don't remember who it was. Somebody on the Harmony server said they have a ornithopter and a buggy, but bro, just take it, Swoosh says. I wish you could like jump into my brain. If I could have one superpower, you guys, it would be, if I could have one superpower, it would be to force other people to live with my brain for even 5 seconds, bro. I'm telling you. Just 5 seconds in my brain and people will be like, make it stop. Make it stop. Stop. And then I surrender. So you're saying, bro, just take it. And I'm laughing because it's like, I wish it was that simple, dude. I wish. Are we doing yet another reroll today? But it's a private server reroll so we can bank all of our stuff. Oh. Interesting. I didn't know private servers could bank all of their stuff. Very interesting. It has nothing to do with like the fact that I think I'm taking something from somebody that they need, and this more so applies to real life than it does to like games. Like we needed our lawn mowed the other day, and we didn't have a fucking lawnmower. We were out of a lawnmower for like months, dude. Basically, I would have to go out with a weed whacker and weed whack the entire yard, and it was a pain in the ass, dude. And if my neighbor saw me weed whacking my yard and was like, yo, do you want to borrow my lawnmower? I'm telling you guys, he would have had to shove that lawnmower down my throat before I accepted it. You know, it's like a weird it's like a weird thing I've got, you know what I mean? Like typically the way I look at it is like accepting help from people always means that there's something on the back end that I'm going to have to give back to them. You know what I mean? And I'm not willing to sign myself up for that. So it's a weird thing. Hello, how to find a list of good private servers, please. 2020, I wouldn't have the slightest idea where to find a good list of private servers that are popping off. But Ralphie, you're right. There's no incentive to PvP besides the experience. Or if you want to go gank resource gatherers, which typically I'm not a huge fan of. You know, if I'm flying around and I see a resource gatherer, I will throw some rockets at them. You know, if we take down their ornithopter, I'll take their resources, sure. But I'm not going to thump their thopter. I'm not going to try and hit them with that full deletion, you know what I mean? But even the resource farmer ganking just isn't that intriguing of a PvE to me. Am I not on the right tile? I am. Where's the finger? Is that the finger? That's not the finger. Oh, finger's over here. We found the finger. Man, this base spot is so hidden. I know exactly where it's at, and it has still evaded me like 4 times. Like 4 times. Roam to your dome. Cope more, my friend. If your neighbor was weed whacking his yard and you had working lawnmower, I have no doubt you would offer it to him. Oh, you're so right, Lone Twist. Well, that's the twist. That's the twist, is I have no problem offering somebody something, not at all day. I'd probably be the one to shove it down his throat, too, if he wasn't accepting it. Go over there and help him out. But Another like aspect that goes along with, I mean, you know where I'm at, Rome. I'll wait here all day, bud. Come on, come catch me at the finger, Rome. I got all day, pal. But another thing with the whole like the lawnmower example that I was giving is, if I borrow somebody's lawnmower, that means if anything goes wrong with that lawnmower, I feel entirely responsible to get that lawnmower replaced, even if, say, it was something that was going to go wrong with the lawnmower anyways. And if I'm not in a position to pick up and purchase my own lawnmower, then I'm sure as hell not in a position to replace your lawnmower. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of like adds to it as well. A bit of like the anxiety kick with that. Oh, we've been bouncing around back and forth all over the place looking for bases and things to do, but realistically, we're reaching the end of the night here, and I'm hoping that we have a storm roll through within the next 15 minutes here. The last storm completely freaking missed this base. Hey, you're a PvE fan and you prefer exploration to PvP, but I'm not going to hide bases in the deep desert and go PvP. It's either PvP or PvE. Let them make a PvP arena and make guildul fights. It's just not... I see what you're saying, and if that was the PvP endgame that they were going for, I mean, sure, but it's just not what they were attempting to make out of this PvP. Granted, what they were attempting to make did not work. But I think an arena mode would work really well in this game, like something that you queue for, and then you jump into like a 3v3 and you're not losing any durability. I think that would go hard. I missed it, Jay Wolf. No payment to what? I'm confused. If I got offered a TV, or if I got offered a housewarming present from my boss, that might actually be a little bit different far out. It might be a little bit different, depending on what sort of relationship I had with my boss. Like, when I used to work in construction, my boss was super chill. Like, he was super cool. And honestly, he was nice, bro. He would be like, if you need to get your paycheck early, if you need like a cash forward, I'm all willing to give you a cash forward. And he's like, I'll even give you a loan, and then over your next 4 paychecks, I'll take X amount out and we can just pay off whatever I loaned you. Granted, I never, took advantage of that because I'm awkward as hell, but he was chill. That was nice. Willing to steal things from players, but won't take gifts freely given. Ralphie, you got a point there, don't you? Yeah, see, that seems kind of like the boss who'd be like, I gave you that TV, bud. Now you're going to come work this extra Sunday shift for me, right? Come on, man. Arena mode with a reward system. It would definitely have to have some sort of reward system. Any sort of reward system would be more of a reward system than what's going on in PvP currently. Oh, I got you, J-Wolf. I got you. Are you on Harmony, J-Wolf? I thoroughly enjoy the ground combat 1v1 PvP. I really do. And even the 3 versus 3 PvP we were getting into earlier, I dig it. The ground PvP is fun. You're 100% right when you say you cannot please everyone, and what they're going to end up doing, I promise you, talk to the hand, is they're going to, the very first expansion is going to be, if not fully a PvE expansion, it is going to be 80% PvE and 20% PvP updates. I guaranteed. And I feel that way, especially because they literally expanded the safe zone of the deep desert 2 weeks after launch. 2 weeks after launch, they shut the whole PvP zone of the deep desert down, and they were like, hold on. In the PvE zone, can 2 players do PvP if they both want to? I don't know if there's like a dual system where you can challenge players. It's possible. Oh, yeah, I got you, J-Wolf. Tomorrow when we're jumping on and doing the rerun, I'm sure whoever was on that server will pop in. But regardless, we've got a pretty solid speedrun strategy out that got us an Ornithopter in the first 16 hours last time. However, I think this time we're going to end up pushing Buggy, and we may even end up just pushing up to, like, the Steel class, getting some schematics, and then doing a bunch of class quests. But I guess we do need the Ornithopter to probably knock those class quests out efficiently. So it would be Buggy, then Ornithopter. I don't fucking know. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. What about on the shipwrecks? Do I think that's what they wanted to do? No. Absolutely not. I think what they wanted was for the guild versus guild PvP content to pop off in this game. They just absolutely have zero idea how to make guild versus guild content pop. So that didn't work. And now, yes, they're in a panic mode and they're just going to choose the easiest thing to do, which is dump out PvE. And I haven't played Conan Exiles, so I don't even know if Funcom can develop a proper fun-feeling PvE experience. In what I see in Dune Awakening, the answer is no. I'll definitely hit you up, J-Wolf. We may end up, when we swap, we may end up just putting out the call to where if anybody on the stream wants to come join the guild, they can. Because if we roll over to Harmony, we're either probably going to join a guild or attempt to run a guild. You wish I was wrong? I wish I was wrong too, Stoner, but I'm not. It is what it is, dude. It is what it is, man. If I think the Dune PvE is bad, then I do not want to see Conan. Okay. We're fucked then. The game's fucked then. Like, what are we gonna do? What's the PvE gonna ever turn into? Easiest way to get some guild versus guild combat, at least starting to establish, Caveman, I think is reworking the control points into that timed, single spot, timed activity that brings 2 guilds together to, say, fight for 15,000 or 35,000. I don't know, that number can change. But a timed 6-hour control point that shows up at a random spot. You get a 15 minutes announcement prior to where that's going to be. All of the guilds can get their shit together and figure that out. Zeus is 100% right. PvE pays the bills in this type of RPG. 100% correct. And a lot of PvP players have some like false sense of them being the majority. They're not. PvP players are like the minority by a long shot. Jim, he's happy the way it turned out. Happy that it failed. I wouldn't say that it failed. Dune's a financial success, and the game is built on solid bones. You know, it's got solid bones. Do I have faith that the developers are smart enough to craft something amazing with those bones? No, but they put the bones together, so maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm a bit cynical. I will concede to that. I am a bit cynical. But the devs trying new things, I guess, is what we need. What new thing did they try? Like, what was the new revolutionary idea that they slapped inside of Dune Awakening? I guess you could consider the deep desert in itself a new idea. I'll give you that. It's actually decent. A lot of major mechanic problems. You're right. Yeah. WoW has a pretty good PvP system with instances you can join whatever you want for achievements. I hate WoW's PvP system. I hate it. I'm not in PvP for skins. I don't play PvP for cosmetic rewards. I don't play PvP for a badge. I play PvP to take your shit. That's why I want full loot PvP. I want to take the gear off of your body and make it my gear. Your gear, my gear. My gear, your gear when you kill me, right? That's what I want, bro. And WoW's PvP system is not it, bro. It's never been it. It's always been that battleground style system, which to me is just boring as hell. No risk, very little reward. I'm desperate for this game to turn full loot, like on for a week. I'm desperate for a full loot Landsrad to get voted in. Unfortunately, if there was a full loot Landsrad system that was voted in, these Atreides PvE players would just not come out to the deep desert for a week, which is fine. We would still find plenty of fights with the Frementally Unstable Guild, but that's all we would be fighting. I would get my ass handed to me 12 times over by a guild and lose things 12 times over and be way more content than I am right now. Just based off of the off chance, should I catch one of them slipping, I could take their shit. But you're not wrong, Mick. You're not wrong. And if it was full loot PvP constantly, who's to say that the Frementally Unstable Guild would still be into honorable PvP? You know what I'm saying? Because if they got the numbers, why would they risk technically possibly losing a set? In a business sense, it didn't fail. That's why I was saying, Lone Twist. It's been a financial success, which is why I think it's not fair to technically lay off a bunch of employees, but at the same time, it's like the creative director and shit. There's a lot of decisions that were made which are dumbfounding to me. Just dumbfounding. We got about, I want to say, 7 minutes until a possible storm rolls through. Hopefully. Like Swoosh is saying, it's not necessarily about the loot or losing the loot. It's about the wars. It's about the stories. It's about the experience. Yeah. Jim, you're right. And I guess I haven't prefaced it with this rant, but I typically do. We'll post-face it with this rant. I can complain about this game for hours and hours and hours, and I could sit here for days and complain about this game, actually, with all the shit that pisses me off about it. But I still have 350 plus hours into the game, and it's solid. And I didn't really start to get super pissed off with how redundant and boring the PvE was until I got out here in the deep desert and they artificially inflated the difficulty. That pissed me off. The artificially inflated difficulty took it to a line where I was like, okay, dickheads, now we're going to start calling out the redundancy of your PvE everywhere else in the game, which before didn't bother me, but now I'm pissed off. And I can solo the PvE content. We soloed that lab that Dirty Mike came in at the very end and helped us with, but for all intents and purposes, we knocked that lab out solo. It's doable solo, it's just artificially difficult, which is dumb. But all that being said, you know, it's a solid foundation, a solid experience in the Haga Basin. If you're a PvE player, your game ends in the A section of the deep desert, in my opinion. There's no form of fun PvP for you to come out here and partake in. There's no form of fun PvE for you to come out here and partake in. Like, if you're getting really excited to come out and do a deep desert lab, let me tell you that it's just going to be the dumbest thing you've ever run into. You think the drop rates is a bit too high? I think you're onto something there, but once you get into the deep desert with the non-shared loot, it's kind of a pain in the ass. You don't get a chest every single time, but yeah, I get what you're saying. There is not, Mick, there's not. But as a solo, you can coexist amongst other guilds fighting. Like, say, for example, we had the Frementally Unstable Guild with 12 people online, and then we had the Fremen with Benefits with 12 people online, and those 24 people were warring over a spice field. I could come in and cause some problems, right? I could come in and poke at Guild A. I could come in after Guild A shoos me off. I could come back in and maybe poke at Guild B a little bit. You know what I mean? So as a solo, and eventually what's going to happen is one of those guilds is going to pull off and stomp my ass into the ground. And if it's full loot, I'm going to lose all my stuff, and that's fine. That's fine. But, it's actually the thrill of PvP that keeps it alive for me as well, Caveman. You're right. That's why I like flying around inside of the deep desert, because you never know what you're necessarily going to run into. At this time in the deep desert, I don't think anybody's freaking out here. Obviously, what's-his-nuts who wanted to come in here and talk smack didn't want to actually come down and try and talk any smack, but... Swoosh makes up... Swoosh, yeah, Swoosh actually does bring up a good point. Swoosh does actually bring up a good point. There is a bit of a skill gap that can take place, which allows for solos to take on entire guilds. I don't think I hit that skill ceiling, right? I don't think we're that guy. But I've even seen clips in Dune Awakening where you have one guy taking on a whole group of people in ornithopters while he's Bindu sprinting across the desert and using his own ornithopter to bounce way back up in the air while he's firing rockets down at all of these people, you know what I mean? That's the problem with the PvP in this game. It's so respawn, rinse, respawn PvP. It's freaking boring. That's why you need risk. That's why you need risk. It's sad. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna give this like 7 more minutes waiting on a storm here. We might go swoop to the H8. Let's go swoop to H8 and see if we can't loot this chest one more time, I guess. Mick, I will not shy off from shoving my nose into a situation that I should not be shoving my nose into. As a matter of fact, one of our first ornithopter downs, one of our like first full ornithopters getting zeroed out was because there was a guild farming a large spice field that very clearly had 4 people defending their carrier. And I didn't even have rockets on my ornithopter, dude. I was just flying around these guys watching what they were doing, like, huh, this is interesting. I'm watching people harvest spice for the first time, and my stupid ass flies right up into the middle, right up next to one of the big scouts, one of the big guys doing the scouting. And then, like, that dude on a dime, they were like, all right, get rid of this guy. We've had enough. He's flown too close to the sun. And sure as shit, I flew way too close to the sun. They had 4 people on my ass. That was the first time we got our ornithopter zeroed out, and right prior to that, we actually got into fights with those guys and barely made it away with our ornithopter. If it is just one guild, though, like it kind of is on this server currently, like currently on this server, there's a couple guilds actually as of recent, but still only like not a whole lot of competition going on there. And when you're on a... Swoosh brings up a good point. If you're on a big enough server with a high enough population and enough guild battles going on, you got some like politicking going on that you can do for sure. Boom! That sounds like a biggin. That sounds like a big old field over there, huh? We'll ride it out one more storm. We'll figure out some shit to do and fly around and ride it out for one more storm. If one more storm skips over that base, I'm gonna flip out. Freak out. Oh, see Swoosh? Now Swoosh is talking right up my alley. We start causing some inter-guild trauma and drama. And then, maybe even like 2 guilds that were an alliance, we somehow get them to no longer be an alliance. There's a lot of things that can happen once you start, once you start actually, expanding into a server with some peoples on it. Bruh, flying across that with the suspensor belt has got to be the way to go. Frickin' meta. Damn, how long ago was it that I looted this thing? Somebody else might have came and taken this. Somebody else brought up earlier that somebody built a PvP arena, and I've heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot of servers set up a PvP arena. But you're not... If you go into PvP... Like, if I go into PvP right now, the only assets that I'm liable to lose are these right here. 2 vehicle fuel cells and 15 plant fiber and 132 salvaged metal. That's it. This is what I'm at risk of losing. If I banked all of this stuff, I'd be at risk of losing nothing but durability. So it's like it is kind of already risk-free in a way. Rat hit the panic button. Scared the shit. He hit the panic button, but I'm gonna be real. He scared the shit out of me, you guys. I did not see him there. If he would have just stood there. If he would have just stood there, he was fine, bro. He was A-okay, dude. I was not on that. Not on that at all. He was hiding in this hole? Yeah, he was hiding right here. Or maybe right here. He was hiding right here. And as soon as I came down, he popped that one ability and then panicked. And what's funny is he never put on his shield. That's how I know he hit the panic button. He didn't have anything on him. I killed Drama. Oh, poor Drama. Man, drama. Drama llama. Couldn't handle the heat. Because you're a rat. You're a rat, Drama. You panicked like a rat, too. You scattered like a rat. And you ran right into my trap. The worst thing that can happen is someone takes you down where you're farming blueprints, tier 6 or spice, and even that doesn't really matter much. So you can just go back home and farm more. You're right. You're right. And that's why I said that Funcom literally developed a PvP system that incentivizes ganking. That's it. Stay perfectly still. Did you guys see him as I walked past him? Because if he would have stayed perfectly still, I wouldn't have seen him, man. It was based on movement. It was actually based off his ability. He could have moved and I probably wouldn't have seen him. Oh my gosh. You're right, though. Swoosh, Funcom literally developed a system of PvP that only incentivizes ganking and griefing. That's it. Crazy. The only sort of PvP you can get into where you actually walk out with a positive amount... He was hiding right here. The only PvP that you can get into where you walk out with a positive amount of resources is when you gank somebody or when you grief a farmer. ganking is something that I consider to be happening by a group of people. Like, a group of people comes and ganks a farmer. A solo person who just attacks a farmer is just attacking a farmer. Just so you guys know how I define it. I don't think that's the official definition, but that's just kind of... That's it. That's all. It's promoting griefing at the very least. Because in my opinion, it is kind of griefing to attack that's a willing participant against a unwilling participant, which is griefing, bro. And that, I'm telling you, that's not what real PvPers want. I don't want to go grief resource gatherers. I don't. But I do it for fun. You're right, Swoosh, okay? You're right. It is, you do it for fun. I'm not out here thumping people's ornithopters, all right? We just might take a little bit of their inventory. I've zeroed out an ornithopter's body just to repair it so they can respawn afterwards. You know, I'll be right back. You're so right, Swoosh. You do stand to gain more profit farming for yourself rather than taking down a farmer, which is a big reason why I don't like hunting down farmers. It's an... Oh! Drama, you can come back in. I don't need it, Drama. I think this storm's gonna miss what I need it to hit, but... on the off chance it doesn't, we're out of here. Drama! I don't know if you're here, Drama. I know a few of you like to stop by the stream and whinge and moan every time you die and lose your shit. But you can go ahead and go on back to that thing, Drama. Fuck, it's way too north, dude, isn't it? It's way too north. Fuck. Oh my god. This is gonna be one of those bases that just survives up until the Coriolis for some reason because the storm does not want to work with me. Sad, sad day. Ooh, hold up, hold the phone. Oh, it's gonna be so close, dude. It's gonna be so close again. Some people find ganking fun, but that doesn't make it, I don't know what you mean by FPvP. Fun PvP? Or full PvP? I'm not sure. That's actually a big reason why I'm not a huge fan of playing Albion, is the amount of gankers in the game. Not a huge fan of Albion Online for that reason, is specifically. But Albion's full loot, actually, at least, right? Granted, if you're out there harvesting resources, you're typically in like some resource harvesting gear, whereas then if you're farming, if you're out there PvP, you're in PvP gear. I was never really good at Albion 2. There's a big fat learning curve that I just never mastered. Oh, you're right. That's not player versus player. That's player versus unwilling participant, is what I call that. And that's not fun for me. That's not what I'm here for. If it was player versus unwilling participant and I got their gear, okay. Got him. Got him. Oh, bud, what are you doing? Oh, no! Oh, no! It's down! You're good, bud. You go ahead and get on out of here, pal. You go ahead and take off on home, bud. What the hell is going on with this sandstorm? Is it kicking it up north again? Bruh, it came in totally sideways and is now moving at a northward angle. I'm almost like wanting to go fight this guy again now because the storm completely dicked me here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ride this storm. Man, it is just barely catching this sector. We're gonna ride this storm all the way through this I sector here, because there was that one guy earlier who was talking about how I took his base. Julian's disappointed. Hey, we don't thumper people around here. There's no reason to thumper somebody. Hey, it looks like he had a pretty big chunk actually harvested. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a full inventory on him. That's just, again, one willing participant versus one unwilling participant. It's not the type of PvP I'm into. I'm not here to ruin that guy's day or anything like that. As fun as it was to freak him out a little bit, you know, give him a little scare. Fuck him. Give him a little adrenaline boost, you know what I mean? It's not what I'm after. If somebody's dumb enough to build in the PvP zone, I'll take their stuff all day, though. That's different. They're playing the game, that means they are willing. That's a decent point, Ghost Dog. Aside from the fact that they're just not at all actually willing at all. These are PvE players who feel forced into the PvP, but I get what you're saying. Especially if they come out into the deep desert, you kind of enter a bit of a contract there. But in reality, I think what I'm saying holds true in the sense of they're not actually willing participants, which just makes the PvP boring. But yeah, I'm not out here to take the whole 3,000 spice sand that poor guy was out here harvesting. Just give him a good scare. Give him a good scare, pop his ornithopter a couple times. If I would have fully finished him off, I might have gone and popped his storage just to take a look at the loot, but... You're right, Swoosh. You're right. But from their perspective, they're being forced into PvP. They don't want to be into this PvP. They don't want to be fighting somebody in PvP. So that makes it to where they're unwilling participants. And typically, they don't even fight back. Or when they do fight back, we keep getting into these weird fights with people where they don't have their shield up. They're shooting a disruptor SMG at us in the middle of a PvP fight. Even if he had his shield up, the second he fires that disruptor SMG, I'm gonna be able to just hit him with my sniper. Boom. Boom. So it's like we're dealing with people who are unwilling participants and they don't even know what they're doing. I think their perspective is wrong too, especially jumping into a game that was heavily pushing the fact that the end game loop was entirely PvP. I mean, like, it was not an industry secret that the end game loop of Dune Awakening was going to be PvP, you know? With how much damage the Ancient Way is doing, the very next time we end up winning the Weapons Lance Rad, we're for sure going to push into Death from Above. That'll bump our... We're going to push into Death from Above and the Energy Capsule. That way, we pop the Energy Capsule, we start flying through the air, and we absolutely blast people with this rocket launcher. If we add 35% ranged damage to the rocket launcher and then 20% damage while suspended, bro, That is like going to be putting us really close to 2,000 damage per shot. The thing that's the thing Funcom said on live stream many times. The Deep Desert was PvP. Yeah, you're right. No, it's not like people didn't. Stupid fucking wall! I didn't realize I was so far north. It's not like people weren't made well aware of what the end game was. You're right. It wasn't a big surprise, or it shouldn't have been. Some people treated it like it was, and I feel like they got their fun out of the game, and then they were trying to get an easy refund by saying the game does force you into PvP, even though on Steam it says it doesn't, which is why they panic, expanded the safe zone of the Deep Desert, and dropped that tag off of Steam. Ancient Way rocket launcher is absolutely massive. It basically, you just aim it at an ornithopter or a person, and a green bar will fill up. Once that green bar fills up, you know it's locked on, and you can fire, and it's going to lock on. Take them down. Crack Shack right there is gone. They gotta fix the pentashield thing. Having connection points under the ground is basically unrateable. Bombaclat, I'm almost positive that, and I say almost positive because I haven't been able to test this myself, but I'm pretty sure I had some people in the live stream telling me yesterday or the other day that you can actually damage the front of the pentashield walls now. The front of the pentashield walls take damage just like any other wall now. I haven't been able to test this, so I don't know that for sure. You keep the lock when it's charging? When it's reloading? Yeah, I think so. It might need to relock, but by the time it reloads, it should relock. It was more so, Swoosh, I think people like, oh, I've gotten all the fun I want out of this game. Let's find a cheesy loophole to try and catch a refund from the game. That's more so what it seemed like was happening to me. It was people trying to catch a cheeky refund, and then the game devs panicked and expanded the safe zone, dropped the PvE tag. You had a guy nearly destroy your MK5 Scout with an Ancient Way, came back later in his base, but it was empty. Yeah, so people, if they're playing smart, empty their Deep Desert base in the PvP every night before they log off. That is only if they're playing smart. Surprised nobody has come and hit this field yet. I don't know, Bombaclaw. I actually haven't been able to test it, so I'm only going off of what people have told me. Unfortunately, we had a base today with a pentashield wall. I just didn't even think in my head to shoot at the wall to see if I could damage that. Just didn't even cross my mind. Which is unfortunate, because that is something that I do want to test out to see if possibly we could end up slapping down raids on the pentashield bases. Though those don't pop up on this server. A lot of goofballs on this server don't know how to figure it out. Ba-boom. They're not wrong. However, the way they label that is kind of wrong. And if you look at it from the perspective of the person who's asking for the refund, optional PvP implies that you can complete the entirety of the game without partaking in PvP. But you, in fact, have to come out into the PvP zone, especially prior to the whole update they made. You had to come out to the PvP zone in order to collect the Tier 6 materials. So in their opinion, you couldn't... It wasn't optional PvP in order to complete the entire game. Which at that point, Steam would probably just offer an instant refund. If I go boosting by this guy, he's gonna think he's fine. But he in fact is not fine. We're coming for that ass. You're right. If you're a PvE player, your game ends at the A section of the deep desert. But a lot of people are completionists, and their argument is like technically somewhat valid in saying that it's not optional PvP if I can't get all of the stuff without going into the PvP zone. Their argument isn't invalid. It's just something, a cheesy way that they were using to, just wait a second here for that worm to pass by. It was just a cheesy way that they were using in order to end up pulling a refund. And it caused the devs to panic. They basically immediately pulled the PvP optional tag off of it, and they expanded the safe zone of the deep desert. What is that thing doing, man? Hey, man, I'm just a farmer, you know? I'm just your atypical farmer here. Hit him with a wave. It's a fake wave. I can't tell if he has rockets. Dumbass. So the green bar does have to retrack them every time. Oh, we killed him! Again, that's twice tonight! That's twice tonight we killed somebody in the sky. Oh, and he's just gonna fall die too. Oh my gosh. I feel so bad, but we're taking it. The cockpit's broken. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I'm panicking a little bit. It's body that takes him out on the respawn, isn't it? Here, I'll give you some extra shit, bud. I'm taking your spice, but I'll give you some extra stuff back. Don't worry, we'll repair the body a bit before we bail. I don't want to completely screw this guy over. Oh, we are going to take advantage of this spice, though. Taking a scout ornithopter is one thing, but we'll fill up here. Oh, shit. Come on, Wormy. This way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Stay away from his ornithopter, bud. You think they buffed the rocket because it only hit you 2-3 times, nearly broke every piece of your NK5. That's crazy, Adam. No, 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 no. Leave his ornithopter alone. Come over this way. No, 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 no. What's it doing? Okay. All right. Sure. Let's go see what this guy had on him real quick. Oh my god, why? Fast, 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 fast. Up, 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 up. Over, over, over. We gotta pull him over. We gotta pull him over. Why is he so close? Why is he so mad and why is he so close? Not his ornithopter. Not his ornithopter. Oh my gosh, dude, no. Oh! What happened? Okay, his ornithopter's back. Alright, bud, I've got 157 wire to make this work for you, pal. So I'm just gonna focus on the important bits, yeah? Like that. And we'll get that for you. And that. Okay. The rest is on you, bud. Thanks for the spice, pal. See you next time. Don't give up on your ornithopter, bud. Hopefully respawn on that thing. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, let me make sure I did pick my booster up off the ground. We did. Karma is coming for me. Dude, it seems like it, don't it, man? What was that, man? Jeez, what was that? Hey, if I'm the one with the aggro, that's fine. As long as it's not taking his poor... As long as it's not taking his poor thing. Julian, is it better the lasgun or the plasma cannon? Is the plasma cannon even out now, currently? Oh no, his assault. Griefer Ghost says. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? The player count being down is definitely normal. I agree with Swoosh. I think it's gonna average out around 30,000, and that's typical. That's typical. I think they buffed the rockets as well. That's the second person in an assault ornithopter that we've killed with the rocket while he's in the middle of the air, which is basically insta-death for them. That's dangerous, dude. The fact that these rockets are blasting through the cockpit and then blitzing the person inside of the thing. Granted, he had no armor on, so he didn't have anything protecting him. You've been using the plasma to do a little bit of raiding. It's worse than the lasgun, but still effective. Okay. The plasma cannon is purely a PvE weapon, you would say? Interesting. That worm was huff and spife. That worm was all over the place. I know we were suspensor belting around, but I didn't think it was as fast as... I didn't think it was that fast. That was pretty dang fast. And man, that second time, he spawned right next to our ornithopters. He landed on that assault ornithopter. I thought I was going to pop it. Just freaking out. 3 worm passes without eating the ornithopter, or at least like sucking it into the ground. You're right. You're right. That could have definitely turned into an accidental griefing type situation, bro. Makes me feel better to know that I can actually draw the attention of the worm and it won't target just any ornithopter that it happens to see. So that guy's ornithopter, I don't think was in any danger from the worm, unless the worm, when it went under it, for some reason sucked it under the ground via some bug. But you're right, 3 worm passes without eating the ornithopter, that guy lucked out. What talents and gear am I running? Let me pull that up. This right here, I believe, is the current build that I'm running, or something close to the current build that I'm running. And then as for gear, we're just realistically pushing a bunch of light armor. Once I get up in the air, I'll check. Oh my gosh, bro, if I don't sit on YouTube for a while and then I come back to the YouTube dashboard, all of the chat is just like spamming on the dashboard right now. That's a really good point, Sakari, is we're nowhere near full power yet. Excellent point. Imagine if we had this ability right here to pop off to where our range damage is buffed by 35%, and then we make it to where our ranged damage is buffed by an extra 25% when we're in the air. We're going to be outputting a mad amount of damage with the rocket when we end up swapping to that build. I need to desperately go back to the Haga Basin and bring some bodies back because I am not transporting all this shit back today. It's gonna get processed here and sent back. Oh, gear. Gear that I'm running is just all light armor currently. And even so far as like soft step boots, wearing these constantly somewhat put me at an armor disadvantage. But we're rocking, maybe not actually, with the pincushion gauntlets being 146 as well. So we're just riding all light armor with 2 pincushion and then this Idaho's Charge, which helps us out with the suspensor belt. And that's it. You don't want to pick up this static needle, it's ass. But then Ancient Way, Ambition's pretty good, I like it. And that Regis triple shot causing the poison is at least a substitute for the frickin' dagger that I got rid of. These skills are not going to affect Ornithopter damage, but it's going to affect the range damage that I output. So if I pop this, I'm going to do 35% more ranged damage, paired with the 15% more heavy weapon damage, paired with the 20% damage while suspended onto the Ancient Way Ornithopter is going to put us at like... I should probably unlock these as well. It's going to put us at like... 1,500 damage per shot at least. You just started playing the end game part. What is the goal of the end game besides tier 6 items? Seems that it won't take long to farm. I'm not sure what everybody is farming and fighting for. People are farming and fighting for spice and plastanium, which obviously you turn into the tier 6 gear. Each week inside of the deep desert, there's only a limited amount of items that are available to be looted, right? So each week is kind of like different as to what people are going for. For example, this week over in the H8 section, there is this shipwreck here, and this can drop the tier 6 unique buggy boot, which has been one of the best uniques to come out of this week's deep desert. So this has been a hot spot for PvP actually. If you are a PvE player that just started playing the end game part, what is the goal of end game besides tier 6 items? Nothing. There's no spectacular PvE battle that you're going to get into out here, which you're going to need the tier 6 gear for. It's just artificially difficulty inflated PvE that you've already been playing throughout the entire game. So if you're a PvE player, realistically, in my opinion, the game ends in the A section of the deep desert where you pick up the duraluminum unique schematics. This is where the game ends for PvE players, because the tier 6 schematics and the tier 6 resources really are useless, especially for gear. You could argue that, like, as a PvE player, maybe a completionist, you may want to get stuff like the large spice refinery or the large ore refinery or yada yada yada, right? But realistically, do you need those? No. With the medium spice refinery, you can do the same thing as the large, and with the medium ore refinery, you can still craft everything that you can with the other one. So it's to build a carrier and harvester so you can farm more spice, to build a large spice refinery to farm more spice. Harrower gets it, and none of it has to do with PvE. It's a sandboxy survival MMO-ish game. The goal is technically whatever you set for yourself. You're actually absolutely right. But you can get the tier 6 schematics from the Landsrad. It's an excellent point that the Naga points out. If you don't want to come into the PvE zone, you can actually pick up some really good tier 6 schematics if you go about partaking in this. However, for this one for example, if I wanted to get enough points to get to the pincushion boots, I would need to deliver Regis rapiers. Well, what do I need to craft a Regis rapier? And this is another aspect of what people are grinding for out here, because in order to even craft a Regis rapier, I'm going to need 30 plastanium ingots, 20 spice melange. I'm going to need all of the bells and whistles for the tier 6 shit. So like the Landsrad is another thing that is kind of like an item sink, which is forcing these mega guilds to continuously come out and farm. It's a bit of a, you know, it's a bit of a end game loop in development still, would be the best way to put it, in my opinion. Do PvP need tier 6 as well? No. No, they don't. You're right. I mean, maybe like some tier 6 weapons. And the tier 6 will obviously help you out in PvE, but is it required? No. You could get away with doing PvE with tier 5 duraluminum schematics. As a matter of fact, all of the PvP I was getting into before this week was with a tier 5 duraluminum blade. So, no, you don't need the tier 6 at all. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right, Adam. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:40 a.m. We're just about 12 hours before we boot up another live stream, am I right? We're going to end this thing here. I appreciate everybody stopping by. It's been an absolutely insane night. We had Destructo coming in, dropping a Prime sub over on Twitch. Over on YouTube, we had Zed coming in and dropping $3 $5 super chats. Got to give all those a heart. Absolutely appreciate it. You're an absolute madman, Zed. And then on top of that, some top fans that we have going on. We got Zed in at number 1. Number 2 is Adam. And then number 3 is actually Horror with OMC coming in close fourth. J Wolf coming in fourth as well, tied with OMC. Sakari in there as well, number 5. Evil Boxman was here for a while. Lone Twist was here for a bit. Who else did we have over on the YouTube chat? Let's give some shout outs. J Wolf was here for a while. Jet Manettes came in for a little bit. Alexi coming in for a little bit. Bombaclot was here for a while. Hey, we appreciate you guys. Ghost Dog, we definitely appreciate everybody. It's been insane, the support. Janat C. Darushik butchered the hell out of that. Came in with the follow over on Twitch just now. Again, we appreciate you guys. The support's been wild. We'll catch you guys. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.